Welcome, 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 everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and happy Wednesday, everyone. Happy Wednesday. We know court doesn't start for an extra hour, but my friend Diana sent me something pretty awesome this morning that some of you may have seen last night or may not have seen, but it's quite interesting. It's a little lengthy. We are going to play it, but she also pointed something else out that I think is quite interesting. What would you guys think of requesting that the court, because at this point, I think it would be either the court or the state police. If Karen's found guilty, right, and she's taken into custody, it's going to be by one of two entities, the court itself or the state police. Diana pointed something out, something that I love, something that I think would be just poetic justice in all of this, which is maybe the public as a whole can request that when they do arrest Karen to put her behind bars, that they do so with John's cuffs. Just saying. I mean, poetic justice, no? Like, maybe arrest her with John's cuffs. Take her into jail in John's handcuffs, the ones that he used as a police officer to take criminals to jail. I mean, hey. Sounds like something that would be complete poetic justice. What do you think? So we are going to play this. Hello, JMS. Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm going to, sorry, I'm going to fix the bubbles real quick to make sure the bubbles, yep, see? Sometimes they revert back to the weird bubbles and sometimes they do not. Conspiracy dog walks. What do you guys think about that? Do you think we could request the state police or the court arrest Karen with John's cuffs? I mean, poetic justice, no? Like, and I can't take credit for that idea. That was my friend Diana pointed that out. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It was freaking brilliant. Like, right? Would that not be amazing? Like, take her into custody with John's cuffs. Whether it's through the court or the state police. That's the only problem is we don't know if she's going to be taken into custody, if she's found guilty at the court, or if the court's going to give her 30 days, which they often do to rich people, to get their affairs in order. I think she's had more than enough time to get her affairs in order at this point, and she should be remanded to custody, which means taken into custody immediately, in my opinion. She's been out long enough, but why not do it with John's cuffs? Why not? You know? Like, why not? Poetic justice much. Just saying. Anyway, we do have something we're going to play, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of times, and this happens mostly to rich people. Let's not, mince words here. It doesn't happen to poor defendants. It just doesn't, right? They don't think that poor people need to put their affairs in order. Apparently, rich people are the only people who need to put their affairs in order, They get the courtesy of 15, 30, 10, 5, whatever amount of days to get their, quote, affairs in order before they have to turn themselves in. I have never seen a single poor person with a public defender ever be allowed any amount of days to get their affairs in order. I'd be pissed, but it wouldn't shock me, Maui. Why? Because she's a person who has money, and I've seen it over and over and over again. So, where I believe our justice system does the right thing on most accounts, doesn't always. And there are pieces of it that need to be fixed that are broken. And part of that is having a two-tiered justice system, one for those of us who are not rich and who are middle class or lower class poor, and the working class, and those of us who are rich and have the money. That's the system that we have, unfortunately. It's kind of the way it works, and anybody who says that it's not the way it works would be lying. I mean, it just is. And unfortunately, that's the truth of the matter. Good morning. Good morning. So what we're going to play this morning is last night's episode of Profiling Evil. This is the guy that I had emailed back and forth and talked to about his original video that I had seen on the Karen Reed case that I thought was brilliant of his. So we're going to watch what he thought of Judson Welcher. And lo and behold, what does he say? I'm going to wrap it up in a pretty little bow before we watch it. Basically, he says that the science made him turn his head because he was so precise, down to the clothing, down to the vehicle, down to the weight and height. And he didn't just come in with a hunch. He came in with data, y'all. Data. Like, confusing because they didn't understand it. And I'm not expecting everyone to understand it. Good morning, Karen. The good Karen. We call her the good Karen. It's my friend Karen from True Crime and Wine. She does her stuff on TikTok. You guys should be following her if you're not already, of course. Yeah, Mike does a good job. And he was so polite in the emails between me and him. He's super, super polite, nice guy. I saw the beginning of it. So I myself haven't even seen the end of it. I didn't have time to watch the entire thing this morning, but what I did watch was damn good. But of course they are, JMS. They're going to. It's delusional. And why? Because, oh, there you are, Sunny. Girl, I was just about to text you today, too, after the stream to be like, excuse me, ma'am, where are you? Like, right? Let them slap John's bracelets on her. Why not, right? Why can they not take her into custody in John's handcuffs? Like, poetic justice. You know what I'm saying? Like, at its finest. Like, I don't know. I mean, I definitely think that Paul and Peggy would see that as some serious justice, as using John's handcuffs to bring her to jail. 100%. I believe that they absolutely, but they should be able to. Unfortunately, it's not the way it works, as we know, but they should be the ones that are allowed to slap those cuffs on her. But as we know, unfortunately, for reasons that are very clear, that's why they don't let, families and the emotions. But I mean, I do think that that would be some serious justice for sure. Like, Girl with an Eagle Eye says that the last car key cycle event stopped tracking while she was still in the reverse position. Yeah. So I talked about this yesterday, where even though the text stream data stopped, that's not the car stopping. That the text stream data only goes for a few seconds before and a few seconds after. So in this case, it went for a few seconds, but at the time the text stream data stopped, she was still going at 74% acceleration backwards. Still, okay? Still, like, when the text stream data stopped. Like, this is where, Mike from Profiling Evil says this turns from the, quote, accident into something more with this data. And so we're going to play this. And I think that you guys will absolutely freaking love this. If you haven't already seen it, some of you probably have, but bear with us while we show it, because I do think it's important to watch other people's content. And I know he's a giant creator, much more giant than me. But I love his opinions. They're always concise and coherent and make so much sense. So without further ado, let me get it up on the screen here. Also, on your way in, I hope you hit the like button. We would very well appreciate that. We do have our monetization back. So you can do super chats, super stickers, and memberships. We would prefer, obviously, that you do it this way, which is our Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, because then we don't have to worry about YouTube and their ridiculous cuts they take. And apparently Apple, that takes 30% of a creator's stuff if you do it from an Apple device, which is new information to me. But apparently they also, so that's 60% or more, depending on what it is. So we would definitely prefer, as a very small channel trying to grow, that these are the options you use to support the channel, because in the short run, this is the best way. In the long run, yes, of course, memberships help, super chats help, super stickers help. It definitely all helps with the algorithm, push us out. All right. Ready? Okay. All right, hold on. TV is claiming its monetization is back on YouTube. How? How would that be possible? He's been banned permanently for having any monetization on YouTube. That's interesting that he's claiming that, especially since some of his videos were just restricted and hidden. Doesn't make sense. You would have to remove those to get your monetization back if there was a problem they found with some of the videos. So that's interesting to me. He'll find out real quick, though, that monetization on YouTube is a double-edged sword. They take a huge hunk out of it. So he's going to lose. He's going to lose money, not even realizing that he's going to. What a dumbass. Just saying, what a dummy. Man has no brains in his head. None. Hold on. Whoop. Oh, hey, B-Tim. Hey, buddy.
What's up? What's up? So we're talking about Turtle Boy. What happened to him? He lost monetization and got it back or something like that?
He lost it years ago for talking about like the COVID stuff. So he lost it permanently for talking about like, you know, whether I guess whether you should do it. I don't know.
I don't like Turtle Boy, but I kind of, that's kind of bullshit that you get banned for that type of stuff, to be honest with you.
I don't disagree, but at the same time, he would have been banned after that anyway for the nonsense. So it didn't really matter. You know what I mean? One way or another, but he was like perma-banned. So what he's going to find out fairly quickly that being monetized on YouTube, that's great for larger creators. And I wouldn't call him a larger creator at this point. He's sort of like still lower to mid.
He gets 4,000 people in this chat, doesn't he? 4,000 or 5,000 people.
You have to remember though that about 2,000 of those are just hate watchers.
Yeah, but still, I mean, like if you're getting 4,000, I mean, like, listen, if you're getting that's pretty good views, actually. I'm not.
It's good views, but my point is that if people stop donating directly to him and they start donating through YouTube, he loses that money. You lose it because they take a huge chunk out of when anybody donates to your channel on YouTube. Yeah. And now that we know that iPhones take another 30%. So if they stop doing it directly to him and they do it via the monetization on YouTube, he's losing a huge chunk of money.
I mean, the good thing about YouTube being a member is that basically you can do memberships, which I think is the predominantly best way to support a live streamer personally. I think that's probably good.
It's good because then we can do like membership only live streams and do like content. You know what I mean? Like I like it for that reason. I think that's fun to do, you know?
Yeah, but you know, the cut sucks. But if you think about it, it makes sense why YouTube does that cut because to run servers is quite an expensive endeavor.
I think it makes sense, but I think that they should lower it for the smaller creators. It makes it extremely difficult for smaller creators to grow if you're taking such a huge chunk. That makes sense for larger creators because it's not really going to make much of a dent, right?
And I'm sure the larger creators are like, wait a minute. That small amount of money you're taking from 30% from a smaller creator is much bigger when you take it from me. When I've got 35,000, you know what I mean? Like you're always gonna have that argument with people.
Of course it is, but I feel like they're already grown. So it's like the monetization portion of trying to survive as a really small channel is so difficult by having the monetization on YouTube because they take such. I feel like it should be like 50,000 and under. They take like 20%. You know what I mean? Like it goes up.
I think Apple's trying to go to war with Google because I heard in their earnings report, actually when they were testifying, Apple's removing the automatic search using Google on Sephora.
Really?
Yeah. So I think that's the main thing. I think Google is trying to get realizing that they want a bigger cut. They want to make more money.
So they're
trying to go at Google now. And Google is is trying to expand the AI market, which is Gemini, and it's just like everyone's going to war, these big companies. Personally, my advice to people: invest in semiconductor companies. They're gonna make so much fucking money.
I've heard this. Yep, I've heard that exact same thing, B-Tim.
Yeah, but
30% from Apple is crazy. So if you use an Apple device to donate to any of your favorite YouTubers, guess what? Apple's taking 30%, and then YouTube's taking 30, 40, or 50%, depending on what it is. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I often say like the thing is like I would say you're better off just donating via YouTube regularly, and if you're gonna use your phone probably, but not use Apple, just use your regular computer. Or just Cash App or something like that.
Or Cash App, Venmo. Those are just the best options for smaller creators anyway. The stuff that goes directly to them. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo.
But make sure you change. My advice to people: if you use Cash App, make sure you don't use your real name. Use a fake name.
You can change your name. Yeah, I never read the names. And
I know, but like a lot of people don't know that ahead of time, So my advice: if you ever have Cash App, change your name to your YouTube name, and just so you can keep secure. I always tell people to be anonymous on this platform because there's batshit crazy people.
I say the same thing. I'm like, listen. Yeah, I know. If you want to, like, most times, like, people will ask, like, sometimes I'll get emails of people asking, like, hey, I want to donate, but, like, I don't want my name out there. And it's like, that's okay. Yeah. First of all, my Venmo's locked. Nobody can see it. It's all private.
Also,
all
I
of
would
it.
tell them just to change their name on Cash App, and Cash App keeps you anonymous if you do that. It's pretty
Yeah,
nice.
and I never read their, like, I'll read, people's screen names so that, like, to give thanks, but most of the time if it pops up a random person that I've never seen the name before, I'll just say anonymous and won't read the name, because nobody needs to be harassed by a bunch of gaggling idiots. You know what I mean? Like, so that's my way of keeping people safe, because otherwise, like, you never know. Like, I get text messages and phone calls all the time from people using text now numbers from the cult. Literally. I'm like,
Yeah,
waste your time. I don't know why you bother. Like, I'm not answering you. And if I do, like, what do you think you're getting out of it exactly?
absolutely.
Wasted 3
So,
minutes of my time. Like,
what did you think of Emily Deep, like these law tubers? They weren't quite impressed by the testimony, a lot of them. But
you know,
I seen that one actual legitimate YouTuber called Profiling Evil actually did a pretty good extensive review, and he was very impressed, and he thought that this kind of pushed it from just an accident to intentionally a man too,
yeah,
basically, because
exactly.
because the fact that she drove 50 feet first and then reversed
Well, it was
just
30. I wrote it down, but it was like 30 something feet first and then 53 back. So
yeah,
87
which
total.
so that just means that says your intention
Right.
was to do that. And a lot of people say, well, how could a person do that? That's impossible,
It's not impossible. They've done
and
it.
it's like, number one, she's drunk. And number two, that kind of lowers the danger alert, and she's fucking pissed.
Yeah.
And
I'd
I
say,
thought that,
Jennifer, honestly, a lot of those people rake in a ton of money, and it's disparaging to sort of see, like, people will throw their money at lies just to hear it.
well,
It's sad,
well,
but
you know what?
unfortunate.
Well, you know what? You just got to the most important thing with YouTube is consistency, and
Yeah.
also just keeping it going and just
Yeah, it
jumping
is.
on the next case. And sometimes you'll jump on another case that will be just exploding, and you'll
Yeah.
just keep on kind of growing. It's a slow process. And
Well,
I
she was
think,
saying she
like,
watched Melanie Little, and Melanie Little was saying some ridiculous stuff, and people were just like throwing money at her. And it's like, that's
yeah,
what happens. Like,
well, that's because unfortunately people just naturally think like people who are attorneys are smart. And unfortunately, I've met a
that
few
too.
dumb. I've met quite a few dumb attorneys. Unfortunately,
Me
just
too.
so, like,
Yeah.
um, and that's just how it is, man. And it's just like unfortunately, people like the lie that they're comfortable with. And I think this case is going to narrow down to, honestly, if the jury trusts the police or they don't trust the police. If they don't
I
trust the
would,
police,
I
yeah,
know. But I would like to throw out there that I do think that Dr. Welcher is the last. I think this is it. I think Dr. Welcher is the last witness. Rhonda, we won't see the Commonwealth dog expert, I don't think, unless it's a rebuttal from, the Russell Hustle, from the Russ Watch.
Russell
Dr.
Hustle
Russell, Dr. Russell.
or Russell Hustle.
the
Okay.
the uh the Russ Watch, but I don't think you'll see that Commonwealth expert in a rebuttal if they do Russell, which I didn't think they will, of course.
Oh,
But I think Dr. Welcher is actually their last
I feel
witness.
like that just
That's
remind
it.
me of the Goonies, like do the chuckle, whatever. That
Oh my
the
God, yes.
like, I
Hey,
just can
you
imagine
guys.
Mr. Russ, like, that the expert without a shirt just doing the jiggle,
Oh
just
my
because you
God.
just said that. I was like, okay,
So
you know,
hilarious.
yeah, just doing
Hey,
the
that's the smartest way to be, besties. Smartest way to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get plenty of people that will email me first before they donate and be like, hey, can anybody see your Venmo? And I'm like, no. Or PayPal, nope, they cannot see it. So it's just
yeah. I
like,
say keeping anonymous, and especially in this
yeah,
sphere, because unfortunately, I come from the crime/true crime area, and there is a lot of people that will try to dig into you if you get them pissed off, and it's best to just
yep.
keep anonymous, and that's my advice to you,
I
especially.
think one of the things that really irks me the most is when people find out there's like a victim of something, right? Like, no matter
Mhm.
what the victim is, and then, like, they expect so much. Like, I remember people expecting so much of me when it came to the, sewer turtle stuff, like, that I had all of this information that I didn't have. Like, I didn't, I had some stuff which I
They
recorded,
wanted the tea. They wanted the tea to
but it's like,
spill.
bro, like, a victim shouldn't be re-victimized by feeling like they owe anybody anything. They don't,
Mhm.
you know? They don't owe anybody a goddamn thing. And they're also going through it themselves. So let's try to be a little, because there's so many people getting just hammered on X right now. Like, just victimized all over the place. Just
Yeah, that's why I just don't really. I think X is just a very
I love this. I love this, Emily. So did you see this thing? We're going to watch this thing. Did you see this thing, B. Tim, with profiling evil?
No. Well, I seen it. I watched the whole thing.
Last night?
Yes, I watched this morning, not last night, but profiling evil, I saw it. I skipped to the parts where, I listened to the testimony, everything like that. And I thought his opinion was actually pretty good. I think like his last question at the end was basically, this is going to be with science. Like, basically, are people going to trust the science, or are they just going to basically, not dislike the police? And
That's right.
And he said that you can have a flawed investigation, but the science can lead you to the the verdict. And I don't know if it's a flawed investigation, as how everyone said it, but yeah.
That's a good prediction, Karen. Karen says she predicts like an immediate sidebar and 20-minute break.
Oh yeah, there's going to be so many sidebars, and that just tells you that's how like worried this defense is, because that's how you can tell they're really scared, and they want to.
Oh, they are.
Yeah,
they have to be.
And then like
10 a.m. starts at 10 a.m.
And then literally Karen Reed goes outside and she says, trust the data and we're case in chief. And I'm like, lady, could you just shut the fuck up, because you just fucked yourself again.
So ridiculous. They can, Rhonda, in a rebuttal. So basically, once the Commonwealth rests their case in chief, they can bring in rebuttal witnesses for witnesses that the defense brings in for their ridiculous assertions. So basically, they use all their witnesses for their case in chief first. Then the defense uses their witnesses. And if the Commonwealth feels that they need a rebuttal witness, which we already know we're going to hear from Dr. Welcher again after ARCA anyway. We already knew that. Mm-hmm. So we're going to hear again from Dr. Welcher after ARCA does their ridiculous, nonsensical stuff as a rebuttal, because ARCA didn't put their new report in until the 7th. So Dr. Welcher has had to go through their report and debunk their nonsense. So we actually are going to hear from Dr. Welcher again after ARCA. Just to explain it so you guys understand. I know not everybody, like Rhonda makes a good point, not everyone, knows about like how a case works or what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do. The judge did rule about their dog expert. Oh, you mean Garrett Wing? They did, but they said that he was only allowed to do X, Y, and Z. So he was like limited to what he was allowed to say and what he wasn't allowed to say. Although I suspect the defense will try to sneak some of the stuff he's not allowed to say in. Because that's what they do. Good morning, Anna. Good morning, Potluck. All right. Let's play some of this because I think you guys would appreciate it. I only watched some of it this morning, but I figured those of you that didn't would really get a kick out of it. Now, if I can get it up on the screen, that would help me, right? Right. All right, here we go.
I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls.
Well, hey, folks, there are days in a courtroom that feel like a slow burn, incremental, procedural, forgettable in many ways. But then there are days that jolt you, days that force you to kind of reevaluate what you thought you knew. And for me, day 21 in the Karen Reed murder trial was one of those days. Because if Dr. Judson Welcher's testimony is accurate, if the science he presented holds up under scrutiny, then we might be looking at a narrative that moves us far beyond that tragic accident to not necessarily a murder in the traditional sense, not a premeditated hit, unless you think it was, But today's testimony pointed to something I think is more calculated than the defense might want the jury or the public to believe.
This is pretty good. The part of it that I watched, I didn't have a chance to watch the entire thing, but the part that I watched was very good.
Kind of reminds me of like the Thing intro music, you know, for that horror movie.
It does, right?
Yeah.
The first thing that came to my head when I heard the music this morning.
Hey, welcome to Profiling Evil. I'm Mike King, and today we're diving into one of the most pivotal moments in the Karen Reed murder trial, in my opinion. Now, I'm in the mountains, but thanks to Starlink, I've been listening to the trial all day long, cutting wood and trying to get it burned as the summer comes along. Well, as we get started, I hope you'll take a moment and hit the like and subscribe button and make sure that you have notifications turned on. And please invite your friends to join up at Profiling Evil. But let's separate the science from the suspicion and maybe, just maybe, shift the way that you and I are seeing this case. Now, Dr. Judson Welcher, this guy doesn't just have swagger. He doesn't just speculate. He builds. He's a biomechanical engineer with over 30 years of experience, and he's conducted more than 1,200, that's 1,200 crash tests. He trained at Texas A&M. He's published in peer-reviewed journals, and he even constructed experimental setups for an amusement park ride safety study. Now, his lab is data-driven. His conclusions aren't based on gut feelings. They're based on math, on physics, and injury biomechanics. So when he stepped into the courtroom on day 21, he didn't bring emotion. This guy brought 141 slides in a PowerPoint presentation.
He brought data.
He brought a replica of Karen Reed's Lexus and animations built from 3D laser scans of that entire crime scene. And what he showed next changed the temperature in the room, at least for me. And I'd really like to know your thoughts down below of whether it did for you or if it's maybe part of this conspiracy theory. One more person weighing in on the conspiracy. Now, Welcher's most powerful contribution, again, wasn't his resume. It was the way that he lined up the injuries on John O'Keefe's body with specific, scientifically verified points of contact with that Lexus RX 350.
Contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint.
Guys, former law
see
enforcement
from my
profiling evil. He's former Leo.
hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm.
And
Here's
profiling.
the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Now, the deep contusions and bone injuries on O'Keefe's left forearm have a lot of us questioning, dog, fight, but it aligned perfectly with the passenger side tail light assembly.
Shocker.
His right knee trauma, well, that met with the lower bumper edge, consistent with being struck from behind. The bruising on his hip and flank, right at the bumper's midline. And that blunt force trauma, that matched the upper rear hatch in the window glass area, the fin of that vehicle. And that fin may have added to that wind tunnel that was created behind the vehicle. If you go back and watch my earlier video where we talk about why that hair could have remained on the vehicle. Now, Dr. Welcher didn't theorize. He used mannequin models, full-scale replicas, and a 3D overlay to demonstrate how each injury correlated with specific points of contact. It wasn't hypothetical, it was geometric, and it was repeatable, and perhaps most chilling is it was persuasive.
Yeah.
And when Dr. Welcher paints, people should be listening. In this particular case, the paint doesn't appear to lie, and it proved his point, something that he acted out. Now, this wasn't courtroom theatrics, in my opinion. Welcher took a factory painted bumper section, similar in age and color to Reed's Lexus, and he physically dragged a similarly weighted dummy wearing a coat identical to John O'Keefe's across it. The result? The same red paint streaks and fiber embedding found on O'Keefe's jacket. That matched. So those marks on the coat matched where those fibers were and other kinds of things on the vehicle. Now, visually it matched, and microscopically it matched. And I think that coat told a story, one that couldn't be explained away as incidental contact. Now, this is where Welcher walks the jury through the replication experiment that visually and microscopically linked to fibers found in John O'Keefe's jacket, reinforcing his conclusion that the tail light damage occurred during impact with O'Keefe, not from another source like a prior vehicle bump or one later in the day.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Nope.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas.
Yeah, the exact same model.
I mean, I think it's very interesting if you do a comparison. I mean, like everyone that's rolling all these law tours that were rolling their eyes at this. This guy literally got the same car, same clothes. People called it creepy because he got the same clothes.
It's not creepy. It's how you recreate. That's literally the whole point of accident reconstruction, is to recreate everything you possibly can to get the correct result.
And this is what I wanted to tell people. You need to see like how biased people are and just compare. Look at the log tubers, how they reacted to Crash Daddy with his, I'm calling him that because it's,
potato cannon. Yeah.
Because he did a potato cannon. He did all this stuff without any sort of new information. And then when he was asked, like a question of, would you change your opinion with new information? I think he said no, which is a crazy statement to make. That's so like crazy. I mean, like, imagine if we did that in history and like someone came around and I believe the world was flat. And then you came in with all this new scientific data proving the world is round. And I said, no, that will not change my opinion. The world is flat. Like, that to me is not science.
That's what instantly made them not credible to me, was him answering that single question of, nope, more data, and new data would not change my opinion at all.
Yeah.
Which to me shows that you're just trying to give whatever the defense wants you to, not what actually happens. Because anytime you have more data, it could change your opinion. Absolutely.
Yeah. And when you're looking at someone who doesn't want to change their opinion on new data, and then you have the defense harping on this expert and the other expert for changing their opinions based upon new data, to me just shows you that they are not interested in finding the truth. Because let's say that new data revealed Karen Reed was innocent. Wouldn't they be very interested in that new data? Wouldn't they just be grabbing that new data and saying, look, this proves my client is innocent? And they did it. But the fact is that this defense wants everyone to live in the cave of ignorance, to see the shadows on the wall, Pluto's cave. They want to see the shadows on the wall and create the reality for the jury and the public, and not look for the true answers, which is out of the cave of ignorance. And unfortunately, a lot of law tubers are very biased. You've seen a lot of them last year praise this crash daddy and these defense witnesses as these great experts. But meanwhile, their statements were not the statements of an expert, it was the statements of what a dogmatic religious person would say, or an ignorant individual would say. They would not change their opinions. They would not actually like try to learn anything new. And this guy comes in, grabs as much data as he can, buys the car, does all this thing, and it just shows you who is looking for truth and who is not looking for truth. Look at the comparison of the prosecution.
We also learned that yesterday that ARCA, even this time around, we knew they didn't in the first trial because the feds gave them whatever they were going to look over. But now we know definitively in this second trial, for the people of ARCA who were supposed to be tech stream experts, did not and still have not went over the tech stream data. Why?
Yeah.
Because the tech stream data completely obliterates their narrative. So why would they look at something they know is going to throw their narrative out the window?
Yeah. And I just think it's a very sad situation that people are very easily manipulated by the opinions of, let's say, someone who's popular, instead of thinking for themselves and critically thinking. Because that's the thing I think we're missing here. People who claim to be part of the true crime community, you're supposed to be critical thinkers, and you need to look at who is the ones trying to stop the truth from coming out and who's the ones not. If this is a grand conspiracy by the Commonwealth, why are they the ones trying to look for the truth? And the defense is trying to silence any sort of possible truth that could come out. And the truth of the matter is that they don't want the truth to come out, because the truth will lead to their client being guilty. And that's the issue. And I wish a lot of these law tubers who claim to be critical thinkers and smart individuals would actually think critically, or at the very least stop with their biased behavior. That's what I
Morning,
was trying
Claire.
to say that.
Good morning, Gladys. No, I totally get it. And I know I get Alicia's point where the defense's job isn't to tell the truth, but it is their job to give all the data to their experts. That is part of their job, is they're supposed to give all the data to their experts so that their experts can, and they can choose to go through 17 experts if they want, until they get the one that gives them the answer that they want.
But
they
you know what? That's
like,
that to me, it just, you're trying to hide the truth. Like the problem is they came out there and originally said they wanted to find what happened to John O'Keefe. They're the ones that stated that. They wanted to state that as well. And they stated they were looking for what happened to John. And then it became all about saving Karen Reed. And that was the goal all along. It was all, they didn't care if they attacked the mother. They didn't care if they attacked the family of the victim. They didn't care if they destroyed the entire neighborhood. They didn't care how many people's careers are destroyed.
Why would they?
They only cared. And the interesting thing is that, they went after the expert. Well, unfortunately, they didn't attack the data. They couldn't find any loopholes in the data that was collected by the guy who they were like, oh my God, his LinkedIn and the web page is different than his CV. Well, luckily his CV was correct. It was just his LinkedIn. But the fact is, if you listen closely, the data it couldn't do anything about the data. The most they could do was 5 seconds, maybe, by skewed data points that they had.
That's literally it. I do find it funny that the defense, like Gladys is saying, is magically going to go on the no collision theory, which is so utterly absurd at this point. For you to assert to this jury that no collision happened, like, what?
For them to actually go with no collision happened, they have to give an idea of how the taillight broke. So if they're claiming that the taillight broke with the car, that's been disproven. There is no way Mr. Alessi can prove that, or Jackson to prove that Karen Reed's taillight broke by backing into John's car. The data shows it. The photos show it. They lived in, like, they were talking about. It's just, no one's going to believe that. No one's going to believe that. So they have to come up with a new story. And if they come up with a new story, guess what clip's going to be played to the jury? Her stating to the press outside the court, I broke my taillight on John's car.
Yep, that's right. I do think he might still play that one, to be honest.
And that's
saying
no
collision happened, but we know that she's been claiming for 2 years that she hit John's car, which her own expert said couldn't have broken her taillight. And I mean, come on now. Like, we totally understand that it's not the defense's job to seek the truth. We get that. But the problem is the defense has been screaming from the rooftops that everything is corrupt, and they know who did it. They know who did it. They don't know who did it. So the problem is when you start putting things like that into the media, right? then you start throwing out all this nonsensical nonsense. You now get into a room with a jury and tell a jury, no collision happened, this didn't happen, dog bites, this, invoke a bunch of people's names, but you're hiding evidence from your experts. Once Hank brings out that the text stream experts didn't look at the text stream data and that they very well could have, that is going to make Argo look ridiculous. Why would the defense put themselves in that position?
Well,
why? Why? Like,
yeah, the thing is that they have to create a story at the defense. And the problem is they can't claim, I mean, the taillight was okay when she pulled out that night. And then, like, basically the morning when she pulled out again, it's broken. So that she has to basically explain how that taillight broke from the night she went to the bar with John to the morning, how it broke. And her explanation doesn't make sense. And the jury's going to listen to that. And they're going to be like, okay, well, that taillight's broken. You have multiple people saying the taillight's broken. You have taillight pieces around there. Do we believe Proctor planted evidence? We might not trust the police, but can he do that? No. What's more likely than not? The lady fucking hit him with the car, or a massive conspiracy in which multiple agencies are involved in cover-ups, and that even though the FBI investigated, no one got found out and no one changed their story. Do you know who changed their story? Do you know who changed their story? Karen Reed. First, she said he went through the one door, the front door. Then she said she went through the side door. Then she said that he was dropped off.
No, the very first thing she said was she dropped him off at the waterfall. That's what she told Jen McCabe. And then Jen was like, I saw you outside. And so then, like...
The problem is that she's changed her story multiple times. And that is this is not like minor changes, because obviously minor changes are often something that happens with memory. But these are major changes from one door to another to where you drop them off. And I think that's the situation that is the problem. They cannot explain how that taillight broke. They have no true explanation.
No.
And Karen Reed's big mouth put them in
We
their
know who did it,
corner.
Steve, right? We know who did it, Steve. And then, well, we don't know who did it. It's not for us to know. All the changes in saying these things, you know what I mean? Like screwing them royally, because now you have all your conspiracy people and you have to fit into that small conspiracy box. You can't come outside of that now, because once you come outside of that conspiracy box that you have held yourself so tightly in, now your story is changing to the point where those people start to realize it. You know, you got to keep up with the conspiracy. But to say that you're still going for the no collision happened. Okay, no collision happened. How did your client break her taillight, sir? Like,
well, that's going to be a problem.
Any sense. It's a huge problem already. It's already a huge problem, because her experts, Dr. Wrenchler, in the first trial said that Karen could not have broken her taillight. Backing up, that's slow.
And you know what clip's going to be played? I mean, that's the problem. Orca's experts are going to be asked that same question on the stand. Do you think that the taillight could have broken? And he's going to say, if he changes his answer, he's going to be immediately impeached by his previous statement from the last trial.
I think Hank would be smart to ask the same questions of both Dr. Wolf and Wrenchler, because you're going to get different answers from Dr. Wolf than what you're going to get. It seems that Dr. Wolf is the fake Dr. Wolf is willing to lie. And Dr. Wrenchler knows that this is his lifelong career, that he does not want, he can elude, but he can't lie. And so Dr. Wrenchler seems to be the one that's answering the questions at least somewhat honestly, versus Dr. Wolf, who's elusive in trying to answer the question.
Look at the previous juror's explanation on that on the stand. He was basically, when he was on the TV, he said he thought that those two witnesses, were being paid off by the insurance company or paid off by something.
Yep, by
because of how they act. So the fact is that they're not going to come across as this neutral experts, even less than the second time around. And that's why I thought it was a very terrible idea to bring these guys back. I thought it was a better idea, but the problem is there's left with nothing. No other credible sources.
I mean, see, that's my problem is like, listen, I respect all sorts of attorneys, defense attorneys included, but if I am Karen's defense team, I think it was a huge misstep to bring back Arca, Rich Green, and Russell. I'm sorry, but you already know they're sort of already discredited and probably eviscerated one.
Don't forget Lucky
to them. So why do you bring them back? The only reason that I can think of that makes any logical sense is because there's no one else that will say it.
You think they're going to bring Lucky back too?
Oh, no, fuck no. He was so
but it wasn't he the hero? Everyone, I see that sometimes like he's the best witness.
He's the best ever. And he gave 3 or 4 different stories to 3 or 4 different law enforcement and then a whole nother one on the stand. Like, he was not credible, not by the least bit. And he couldn't see feet in front of him at a giant screen, but you expect everyone to believe he would have seen a body in the dark, in the snow. That right there, him saying he couldn't see the screen in front of him and that he hit the huge basketball hoop, ruined his entire thing. Like,
yeah. So I guess that's all. We could keep on playing. I'll keep on.
All right, let's go back to this for a second. Whoop.
This plate, purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, or Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric? Help me with the word.
Thanks. Like what now?
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data in photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Gladys here.
And I've noticed I see it between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast. So it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Program media info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can we get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots. Spots right across from here and right across from here. If you could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, where we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Next slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely
Did she freeze or did I think she froze? I just noticed it stopped talking, so I think she'll be back in a moment. She might have dropped. Just tell me if you can hear me, by the way. Okay, you can. Yeah, I think she froze. So, yeah, I think it's a very interesting video thus far. It's basically recapping what the
Yeeted
experts
out of my
testified.
own shit. Can you believe
Yeah,
that?
I noticed that. I heard that, and I started talking just to cover the dead air.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
But even Karen Reed laughed about the blue grease paint and dared him to recreate the scene of 20 miles instead of 2 miles. Her mob is getting to talking points from her. Yeah, like that's kind of crazy. Like you want him to stand in front of the back of a car at 24 miles an hour. He'd be dead just like John O'Keefe. Like the fact is it was to show that the position of the arm is exactly the area of the taillight. So, but this woman can't keep her mouth shut, and she's very stupid.
No, she literally can't. You would think by now she's learned. Nope.
And like honestly, even if she gets out of this, all her assets are going to be taken because there's definitely enough proof for a civil case for her to lose 6 ways from Sunday. She's going to be like fucking just like O.J. Simpson, where she's going to lose completely and utterly in civil court because this is way more than enough to prove that this woman did it. And then the harassment campaign that she pushed and all that, she's not going to have a dime to her fucking name. And all those,
no,
that's the fact. That's a fact. This is way more than enough to win a civil case. This is more than they had for O.J.
Neither
Simpson.
is the sewer turtle. He's ultimately screwed when it comes to civil cases as well. He's ultimately absolutely screwed. It's his own doing. He can blame nobody but himself.
Well, he has relationship issues as well at this point, so we all know.
He's got more than. And what I find so funny about that is the FKR crowd wants to attack Lisa. Like, what are you attacking her for? What the like?
I mean, it's a mob of people.
This too. Come on, man. Like,
it's a mob of people. Like, honestly, there were reports about the brother and all these people in Karen Reed's camp acting inappropriately to females. Yep. And it just shows you that this is a very predatory group of people, in my opinion, that just basically prey on the gullible to give them money and the people that they can get anything out of. And honestly, I think eventually it's going to all come out after this trial, even if she's acquitted or not acquitted. It's all going to come out. And then she's going to get a taste of, she's going to get a taste of O.J. Simpson and Casey Anthony, how that happened.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That she does get
acquitted.
Mean,
Casey Anthony works and has a job and stuff, but she still kind of hides from the public. Like,
oh, yeah.
Because people still, scream shit at her. Like, it's like, does Karen think that like she's going to run off into the sunset and that's that, even if she's found not guilty?
Well,
that's just not how her life is going to go. She's going to be tied up in civil suits for years to come.
She's already
going to be completely broke. Yep.
She's already in a civil suit.
Yeah, she is already in one, but there are quite a few coming.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And everyone's going to be ducking and dodging the fucking civil suits. And that's the sad thing, that, possibly this woman might get acquitted. And the only way that this family can get justice is the civil means, which is kind of a shitty thing. And this woman is just going to basically act so brazen about how she's basically ruined multiple people's lives because she couldn't stop fucking drinking. She still can't stop drinking.
Yeah.
She still, to this day, cannot stop drinking.
No kidding. I don't know. I haven't heard from Inc. today. I asked her to email me, but I haven't gotten an email from her. I've been watching for it. I woke up a couple of times last night and checked, but I know there are some flash floods in Texas and she was needing some help. So if I hear from her, I'll definitely let you guys know, but I haven't heard from her yet this morning.
Yeah. It's just kind of crazy to me that she has still continued to drink to this day and she does not take it. And everyone's just cool with that.
Well, there are specific laws if she's found guilty, even if she does interviews. I'm pretty sure like there are certain things that she can't make money off of that would have to go to. But again, even if she makes money and she's found not guilty, all that money is going to be taken for the civil suits to pay out the victim's family and other victims. So she's going to make it, but it's all going to go right out the window to other people.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I guess we'll continue.
Yeah, we'll watch. I skipped a bit because it's basically him just explaining.
Well,
Karen couldn't hit John's car.
Yeah, I mean, like you could probably jump to the parts where he's like talking and reviewing.
That's what I'm
Probably.
doing. Yeah, I jumped right after this. He starts talking again. So I jumped this. Most of what I just skipped is basically all the same thing of just him showing how Karen's car and John's car line up, and one is bigger than the other. So there's no possible way that you could have hit her taillight on his car. There's no possible way.
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
Now, it wasn't just contact, it was movement. He was using GPS and Lexus tech stream data, and Welcher reconstructed the vehicle's exact path on the night of John O'Keefe's death. Now, according to his model, Karen Reed drove forward approximately 52 feet after dropping O'Keefe off at the house. She's
Over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval. Then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
74%
What is
throttle.
the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval.
Basically,
The data every half second, you don't know exactly where in that time it
almost
was.
floored it.
Now, according to testimony today, after stopping,
Nope, not
the
in court yet.
engine revved as she shifted
I have
into
it
reverse
on the other screen.
and then traveled 38 feet backward past her original starting point, or 87 feet-ish, 87-ish, in the same direction as where O'Keefe's body
87.
was found.
Yeah.
Now, if all of this is true, it can't be classified as your average three-point turn. This was a deliberate maneuver. And here's why it matters. If O'Keefe was already behind that vehicle, then this reversal placed him directly in her path. The injuries, the paint, the reverse lights, all of it points to a physical collision during that reverse. And yes, there was snow, and it was dark, and yes, emotions were high. But remember, if the data is correct, she drove forward 50 feet after letting him out of the car, stops, revs the engine as she's putting the vehicle into reverse, and then backs a total of more than 80 feet before O'Keefe is allegedly struck. That's nearly 30 yards on an American football field. That's a long distance. Now, this might be the most important piece of real estate in this trial, and it's the thing that really got me
So basically, the
thinking
man
about
too,
this case, because it didn't
well,
go from a sudden backing out and I just let him out and turning around. It went from going 50 feet, stopping.
Go ahead.
yeah, it goes from, and this is where they're going
Go
to get
ahead,
the manslaughter too, because basically it's the reckless disregard. It's basically the
Yep.
recklessness of the element. It means that the person was aware that what they were doing
Yeah.
was reckless and caused the
It's-
death of that person. Hello?
Well, it's that any reasonable person would have known doing those things could cause death.
Yeah.
And so anybody knows if you drive drunk, you could kill someone. Like,
Or
so you don't even have
if
to
you-
add in the snow it being time for reversing, but knowing that you're driving drunk, you know that you could kill someone.
Well, you have the beeping, you have the fact that you drove forward and then you drove backwards. So you gained momentum, you made sure you had enough room, and then you drove backwards. And as that beep was going on, you just continued. And that's the manslaughter too. That's where they've just established. They didn't do that last trial. Last trial,
No.
they did not have those elements lined up. But
I don't think
with this
Lally, I
expert,
think it was in over his head. That's for sure.
Yeah. I think that this has pushed it to that level. And unless Mr. Alessi can do some miracles, which I believe what's going to happen is Mr. Alessi's going to start out strong, and then he's going to wind down, and he's just going to lose the points when he starts going on and on. Because Alessi knows how to go for certain points early on, but he's his own enemy. He just keeps on droning on and on.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to happen.
Of course it is. I mean, we've seen it every single time he's done a cross, and that's the problem. Which, if I'm the defense team, though, I notice that. I'm noticing that in that person that's on the defense team, and so I have a group meeting, and I say, all right, maybe we need to switch this up a little. Or Mr. Alessi, like, here's some critiques, but like, we're going to need you to like sort of get in with the point and get out. Like, how are you not talking to your own defense? Are you all working as separate entities and not together? Because if there was any reason to, like, if she hadn't signed the form for ineffective counsel, I would almost say they're doing it on purpose at this point, knowing they're going to lose, so she could try to appeal for effective counsel.
Don't you find it weird that you have a situation where Mr. Alessi's the one basically leading this entire trial with all these most
It makes no
important
sense,
witnesses.
right?
And you got Yannetti basically falling asleep. You got Miss Little just with this weird
Looking
hairstyle.
Looking lost.
And Jackson, though, the only thing he did was he basically spent 3 days with Buchanan on nonsensical bullshit that really didn't help his case at all.
He's emotionally invested, and that's what makes me feel like obviously something between him and Karen is way more personal than what they lead on for it to be, because he wasn't even this emotionally invested personally when it came to the first trial. You can tell the emotions have changed. He is emotionally invested personally, not professionally, and that has sort of thrown him off of his lawyering game. It is being so angry for his whatever you want to call her.
When you're a ham. Well, I think they're angry because they're not getting paid a lot of money. I think they got given $250,000 each, and Mr. Alessi's pro bono.
Yeah, but on top of the 250 that Ellen Jackson got and 200 that David Yannetti got, they also got put on her house when it was sold. So that's that money on top of it. So I think they've been more than paid.
But listen, you're talking about 3 years.
I get it.
Litigation. $500,000 is not a lot of money for this type of case. You're talking about, just the experts paying the experts. God amounts of money they probably paid. $25,000 they sent to Orca last time. What do you think that's going to be sent this time? $50,000? You got to realize, even if they each got paid $500,000 each, that is peanuts in what they're really worth. So they're working in literally for peanuts in comparison to what they could make.
But I mean, I think they did it on purpose. It was another way to put it out there that they're doing such a good thing for Karen because they believe she's so innocent. They're doing it for free. You know what I mean?
No, I think they thought that they could just get a hung jury and then that would be it. And now they realize the prosecution has come back with even more vigor, with more evidence. And now they have to fight again. And their only hope, honestly, I don't think there's going to be an acquittal. I think what's going to happen, best case scenario for her, is probably a hung jury, one jury that just does not trust the cops.
I don't even think that happens. Why are they at the top of the stairs just hanging out is what I want to know. I was asking about you yesterday.
Photoshop.
Right? It's not real.
It's to get the Photoshop. You gotta get the cameras going. And this is a woman that to me shows complete disregard. This is Sarah Boone levels of disregard of what she's done. Very evil woman, but we'll see.
She's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. She doesn't care about anybody but herself. It's very clear. And it's so many people have been hurt.
They're coming after Karen. They're getting her.
Right, the conspiracy sirens.
It's the FBI. They're coming to stop the case. They're here. They're gonna stop the case and arrest Judge Bev and all the conspirators.
All the conspirators. All of them. Let's see. Is that her suit? Is this what she's wearing today? It looks like she's a dad jean suit. I'm confused. Interesting.
Yeah, she really could be dressing like John O'Keefe's mother, really, to be honest with you, with those types of colors.
Oh, yeah.
Because you want the jury to believe that you are not a drunk that's willing to do things out of anger and kill a person. And
absolutely.
Karen and Sarah Boone are similar. Karen used an SUV. Boone used a suitcase. Both left their boyfriends to slowly die. That's why I used it. That's why I used the scenario. Because they are just the same, and they always blame the person that they murdered.
She has to know that today, if Alessi takes 2 years, then the defense won't start their case today. But I do believe this is the last witness for the Commonwealth as of right now, outside of their rebuttal witnesses. Okay, that's putting aside the rebuttal witnesses.
And guess what? Sarah Boone was a drunk. And guess what? Sarah Boone was a drunk too, and she was drunk when she did that too. So
yeah.
And she got life. What did she get? Life or some shit?
Yeah, life. Yep. Didn't Ship Business cut off her boyfriend's head? Isn't that what?
That was gruesome. I thought she was a serial killer in the making, to be honest with you.
Me too. Me too. That's exactly what I thought. That was like the start of like Monster, you know, like Eileen Wuornos. Like,
Mhm.
I mean, everybody's stomach turns, I feel like, at this point when you're talking about Karen Read, because we know all of the lives that have been upended because of her nonsensical conspiracy BS, and it's not right. You know what I mean? It is not right. All of the people that have been accused of doing something wrong or had lies spread
Well,
about them, defamation, libel, like even just laypersons, like look at Kevin. They say he fakes cancer. They at one point tried to say my daughter wasn't terminally ill. She's been terminally ill since the day she was born, bro. Like she has a terminal illness. There's nothing that's a secret about that. Nothing that people don't know who know us. That's like an easy 10-second verifiable fact, right? But you're talking about people who don't take 10 seconds to verify anything ever. So they literally just take a lie, run around with it, state it as if it's fact, that 17 more people see it, run around, state it as, I mean, how many people are still saying Kevin doesn't have cancer? The flowers we sent to Kevin went to Kevin at the hospital in the cancer wing. Okay, because they had to check, the florist at the hospital had to check to make sure he could have them because some cancer patients are not allowed to have them for whatever reason. So I had to wait on hold while she checked to make sure he could have them. Like, that's like, bro, there are still people out there being like, oh, you fake cancer. Like, who the hell fakes cancer? Number one. I mean, I know there's a little bit of sick people out there that do, but like Kevin has shown his like medical records, which I wouldn't have given them that at all. There's no chance that I would have given them that amount of data. Like, you don't get my medical records just because you want to say something's a lie. Like, how many people who have been victimized by the sewer turtle and people are like, that didn't happen to you. You're just mad because he, quote, called you out. He doesn't call people out. He makes shit up or digs into their past of something that happened 20 years ago, right? Like, and tries to make that person out to be, quote, bad. Like, that's not calling someone out. That's a man who is so insecure with himself that he thinks by belittling other people and throwing out their business to everyone means that he can make a mob go after them and they're the bad person and he's the good person. And it just goes to show the amount of people that sort of buy into that conduct being like an okay thing to do. He's not a normal, everyday, head on your shoulders type guy. The dude has very severe mental health issues, and clearly some of them are very undealt with, right? Not being dealt with. And he honestly belongs locked up for the rest of his life because he's a danger to society. He's a narcissist. It's very clear. I'd say he probably has a borderline personality disorder if I had to guess. But there's many other things that go with it. Narcissists, what they do best is blame everyone else. Everybody else is bad. They're the perpetual victim. So I love when he uses the word fake victim, like when he likes to try to disparage Lindsay by calling her a fake victim. He is the only one who is a fake victim, a constant victim of everything and anything. Anytime he's caught doing something he's not supposed to, he's the victim. Anytime he has been charged with something, he is the victim. And I love this whole little thing that he likes to say, which is, I got arrested because I spoke up for Karen Read. You did not get arrested because even if I'm Karen Read, right? I'd be pretty pissed off that he keeps saying that because him being arrested had literally not a single thing to do with Karen Read. Nothing to do with her. Not even a little bit. He's the one who chose to drive over to his ex-girlfriend's house and then sit there and mentally and emotionally torture her, threaten and try to blackmail her into throwing her phone in a river and not testifying against him and threatening her children and her with fake profile pictures and fake profiles of saying awful, terrible things. And then he did it anyway. So it's like, that you're a victim of what? You chose to do all of that. Then it's I was set up. Set up by whom? Yourself? Nobody can force you to do the things you did. Nothing is set up about it. Like, you did it. To blame anyone else and say I was set up is the so ridiculous to me. And the fact that even more people actually believe it, that's a whole nother realm of like delusional. Nobody makes somebody do the things he does. And I'll just point out to the fact that she is not the only one that he has tried to blackmail and threaten. In the last year, I've had at least 6 or 7 victims come to me with the actual proof of the blackmail and harassment by him, of him trying to force them into not talking about him, not telling anybody, including the police, about things that he's done to them or the threats that he's said to them. And now we know that he blackmailed and threatened Lisa as well recently. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is stuff that he continuously does over and over and over and over, and not just to Lindsay, but to many, 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 many people. So we're talking about a man that exerts these behaviors over and over and over to a multitude of people, but magically he's the victim and everyone else is a liar. All the people who have the proof that he has done this and continues to do this, they're all liars, and, you know, he's a victim. Like, the fact that anybody believes that at this point, knowing what they know, is so absurd. I really get worried for society as a whole. Like, I do.
Agreed. And I think that guy's going to slowly be in more and more scrutiny. But, you know, he's probably going to jail. I have a very high feeling that he's going to jail.
Oh, he's
more
definitely
so
going.
I mean, because I think, like, he self-snitched too much, and
oh yeah, all the time.
And he's in big trouble.
Oh,
But with
big.
this case, so you think they're going to do like arguments or like an hour early, and they just tell the jury to come like 11 or some shit like that?
So no, they told the jury to come at 10. So why they're still waiting till 10 to do anything is absurd to me. Like, the judge starts an hour late, but doesn't start a half hour early to get everything out of the way before you have the jury come in at 10. Like, what?
Yeah.
Then skip there should be no morning break, but as we know, she's probably going to have
well,
one
the morning
anyway.
break, I'm going to tell you why there's a morning break. It's for the lady who's talking to the mic. She needs a break.
Oh, I get that.
You know what I mean? Because that lady is, you know, if you don't know, if you see that woman with the thing over her mouth, there's multiple.
She does the court transcripts. She has to repeat everything everyone says.
Yeah, she has to literally repeat whatever Alessi says, whatever the judge says, what the witness says. Yep. So you can imagine doing that for hours and hours at a time. You need a break. And there's actually rules in the courts for court reporters to get a certain number of breaks. Yeah. Because, for instance,
I mean, I don't discount that they need a break, but if you start late, like this late, the break has already been had. You've had an hour to not do it, you know?
Also, yeah, I get it. But I'm just saying, like, it's for them and it's also for the jury, because if the jury's sitting there for like 4 hours.
Well, the jury probably has coffee or whatever. They probably definitely listen. I drink a quarter of my coffee and I know I have to pee. So just saying.
Yeah. But I think it was related to the defense party. I don't know if he was involved in it.
Yeah, no, I check in on Kevin here and then to make sure he's doing okay.
Yeah, it's nice that those people are actually helping him with his channel, which is very nice of them. Kate from Tro Mafia, her co-host, and I think Mr. Boundless Millennial are jumping in and helping. I think mostly it's Kate that's really helping him make sure that he goes live every day. So it's very nice of her. You know, a lot of people like to shit on Kate. I don't know why. I think she's a very nice lady. I know she's had a rough past, but I think she's
a lot of us have had a rough past. I think there are some things that I disagree with that I've seen behind closed doors. But once again, like, if you don't know people in person, you probably, you know, you're not going to know those types of things. But I do understand where some of it, and I'm not talking about like the cult, like they have nothing to do with that. They just repeat lies. That's what they do. About anybody, Kate included. Like, they just say a bunch of nonsensical nonsense. But I do understand why some people might not get along with other people.
Well, you got to realize she deals with, you know, when you're dealing with like fucked up people on the internet, it makes you very
I get it.
jagged. I get it. You know what I mean? It makes you very like fucking like fuck everyone. And you're kind of like, you're not as nice as you used to be, if you catch my drift.
No, I get it. There are just some tactics that I would never employ. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's because when you're dealing with, you know, sometimes you're dealing with people. Like, for instance, you know, if you deal with someone that's like pulling FOIAs on your kids or stuff like that, you're going to fucking start.
Like,
yeah, because like, that's what happened to my friend Queen, some fucking evil.
Oh yeah, that's true. Tell me about that. Yeah, yep.
And you know, you're dealing with people. Yeah, you're dealing with people that do anything for your own, like kids. Dox your kids, fuck with them, and it's just, you're dealing with fucked up people, and sometimes you start getting fucking pissed and you do things back, you know what I mean? Like, especially if they're attacking your kids, and you can't really comment. I mean, if someone was attacking your kid, I'm sure you'd be like a fucking grizzly bear.
I'm a mama bear.
Yeah.
My kid, you know, my oldest especially, like, everyone on planet Earth knows, like, I have a terminally ill kid. Like, I don't know how much time I have left with her. Less than 200 people on planet Earth have what my daughter has. And the problem with having like a really rare disease like that is they don't have a lifespan, like amount, like a time, like they have no idea whether it would happen now or 20 years from now. They don't know. But she was recently diagnosed with scleroderma. And so that sort of cuts your lifespan down to between 2 and 5 years, depending on how progressive it is. And what scleroderma does is it like tightens your skin, but it also does the same thing inside your body to your, organs, and puts fatty, stuff over your organs. So it's, she's got a multitude of like health stuff. But I think when you come for my kid, especially my kid that I don't know how much time I have with, like, I'm coming for you and you might want to run for the hills. Because my kid doesn't deserve that. She is the most amazing, smart, intelligent kid who has figured out how to do basically everything any normal person can do while going blind. She's now blind in both eyes, and she wasn't born blind. She's gone blind from her disease. And so she's lost almost all of her hair, which is starting to grow back now. So it's like, my kid has persevered over everything. Her head is stuck in this position here because of the scleroderma and the arthritis and her disease. It has fused the bone of her neck to her spine. And so she literally can only move like a little bit this way and a little bit this way. And she cannot move it up at all. They would have to do a surgery that she would they'd have to, and it would be a very risky one where she would be stuck like this. She could never move it ever again, right or left or down ever again. And the same with her hands. So her hands are stuck. This one is stuck like this with one finger sort of up like this. And so she cannot move her fingers from this position. It's like a 90-year-old woman with arthritis. And the only way to fix that is to go in and do a very risky surgery that takes out all your joints. So your fingers would forever be straight like this. You'd never be able to make a fist, or like they just forever just be like this. And they said there was a chance that it would have to be repeated numerous times. And we're talking about a kid who just had her entire arm sliced open from here to here on both arms that are still wide open. They said it could take 3 months for it to close up. But they didn't sew it closed because of the scleroderma and because her skin is already stretched to its limit. So she has 2 open wounds that she's had, which are covered obviously with coverings. But like, this kid pushes past anything and everything thrown in her way and figures out how to do things in her life that most of us would just probably curl up into a ball and just want to die, right? Like, and she doesn't think about the 10 years from now. She thinks about the now. She lives in the moment, right? This minute, because we don't know how many moments we got, right? So, and nobody ever does. I could be hit by a car tomorrow and die. That's just the reality of the situation. But you come from my kid who anybody can learn from. Anyone on planet Earth could learn something from my child. And I learned something from my child. That kid has taught me more about all sorts of things. When I think about my chronic pain and how much pain I'm in, my immediate thought goes to, suck it up, Elise. Your kid is in 10 times more pain than you'll ever be in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there are things that my kid has taught me that you would never learn from just a lay person. And so for people on the internet to try to come for people they don't know, including kids, terminally ill people like Kevin or my child, like, there is something seriously wrong with you. Seriously wrong with you. If you think coming for people's ill family members like is a normal behavior, it is not a normal behavior. B. Tim is not a lawyer, but he's very smart like one.
I'm not an attorney. I joke with people. I'm like the back with my other friends. I'm like the back alley attorney, the fake attorney. No, I'm not an attorney.
You're very knowledgeable. I mean, I'm not an attorney either. And people ask me all the time, like, aren't you an attorney? No, I am not an attorney. I would love to be. That was the goal in life. But
I would not want to be an attorney. It's a very unfun job due to the fact that, for instance, you wonder why law tubers do YouTube. Is because it's a lot easier than doing real civil litigation. You have 400 to 500 cases that you do just to stay afloat for a regular civil case. That's the files that you have. It is a constant feast or famine situation, and you have to run to do depositions and
Yep.
all hours of night. And this, to Mr. Lawyer, or Miss Baker and Baker and the other ones, it's so easy to just simply watch a trial, give your opinion, and just make almost the same amounts of money. It's just, if you're large enough. Obviously, if you're like, you got to have like 30,000 or 20,000 people to make
or more,
probably what a lawyer would make more than what a lawyer would make. But yeah,
Right.
I mean, like, it's just that simple. It's really that simple. So it's a tough job. It's a very, very tough job. It is sometimes it's mostly a thankless job because, most of the times if you lose, your client's going to fucking hate you. Either way.
And that's a 50-50 chance, right? Like,
yeah, it's a tough job. It's definitely a tough job. I wouldn't,
I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of law you
There's
get
a
into.
reason-
Not everybody does those kind of like criminal
Yeah,
trials.
I
Some
mean, like,
people
if you get into
real estate, class action lawsuits.
No, like if you get into maritime law, is nice little niche. Like, learn
Yeah.
laws from 1800s and make a bunch of money. They make a ton of money.
Yeah.
But like there's it's like divorce law, divorce cases are terrible.
I would never
It's
want to be a divorced. I couldn't do that.
It's a tough situation. And that's why a lot of lawyers usually they tell their kids, hey, don't be a lawyer, be a doctor, be an expert.
Be a doctor.
Be an expert. I see that all the time. It's like don't be a lawyer. It sucks. It's a tough job. I
don't know. I've always just have a passion for the law. That's probably why, early on, I knew that that's what I wanted to be. Like, I knew that I wanted to help people. And I knew that I was fascinated with the law and the justice system and the way it works and the way that it can be improved. And I figured the only way to fix that is sort of from the inside out and doing my best to help other people. Helping people is something that I've enjoyed doing for a really long time. There's a reason why I've been doing volunteer advocacy work for 18 years. I don't get paid for any of it. I am a volunteer advocate, but I know the laws better than anybody I know. And so I can help people navigate, and make no mistake, government entities love to lie to people. And so when I get a call or a referral from someone who's like, listen, I got a friend who needs your help with helping me with the same thing that you helped me with. And they call me and they're like, yeah, well, this government agency told me this, this, and this. And I'm like, not only is that illegal, but it's outside their own policies. And so then I get on the phone as their advocate and call the entity and call them out on the fact that it is illegal. And I get results, you know what I mean? But it's unfortunate because most people take the fact that a government agency lies to them and says no as like that being the truth. And they're like, I lost. They said no. Like, unfortunately, the government lies a lot. So what,
Dr.
lady?
Welcher can testify that the data he downloaded and analyzed and the damage to the Lexus is consistent with Ms. Reed's vehicle being in a collision on January 29th at 12:32 a.m.
But
because he's a qualified expert and his opinion is based on reliable methodology appropriately applied.
Correct.
In addition, Dr. Welcher can testify that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries are consistent with his having been struck by a Lexus that is physically identical to Ms. Reed's Lexus, because this opinion is based upon, among other things, his experimental work that came into evidence without objection as to scientific methodology and application.
Again.
However, he may not testify that Ms. Reed's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe because that conclusion is not based on the application of reliable scientific methodology.
But isn't it?
The problem here is not that the opinion concerns the ultimate issue, because in Massachusetts, that's not a bar to admissibility.
All right,
Rather,
then.
it is that Dr. Welcher, the expert, is drawing an inference based upon more than scientific method. His opinions set the stage for argument and a permissible inference to be drawn by jurors through the application of their sound judgment to the opinions that they find credible.
That's why it's an opinion.
The jurors are as well positioned to draw or reject the inference as is the expert. That is, the inference is not compelled by the application of any scientific method. So that's the ruling. All right, so the jurors are lining up. We should have them momentarily.
Basically, he's allowed to testify to it, but he's not allowed to say it was Karen Reed's Lexus.
Yeah, he can't say that she hit him with that. Or something
he can
like that.
say that a Lexus of the same make,
Dr.
model,
Welcher
year,
why don't we bring him in if he's
collided
here
with
before
John
the
O'Keefe,
jury?
which basically says the same thing. So,
yeah,
win for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people thought this ruling was going to come down. I think it's a fair ruling because you can't really state that 100% conclusion that she hit him, that she did that, because if you did that, then you're just basically saying, you're putting.
I mean, to me, she like still bungled the ruling, because you're saying that like he can say that a Lexus of the same make, model, color, and year hit John O'Keefe, but you just can't say it's Karen's Lexus.
We provided a copy to the defense.
Like what?
All the redactions.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to see that. I got work.
This, Mr.
You can have I'll jump on if I have a break.
Perfect. Thank you, B. Tim.
Bye.
Okay.
there is one slide, so I'll admit it conditional to redactions that you didn't rule on, but I feel as though you probably will exclude, and that is in that version. I didn't want to pull it out with the court's order, but I'll talk to.
Do you know the number? You don't have to find it if you don't.
It's 131.
Oh, was it 130? Was it 131 yesterday too?
It was.
So at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. And Mr. Lessie agreed that we could go back to that. So, and I know I thought we were starting there, and I think Dr. Welcher thought we were starting there, and then you went to 132. That was my understanding at sidebar.
It is, but subject to me being able to object. I was basically, because we wanted the jury to come in.
Oh, now he wants to object after agreeing. Overruled.
Okay, so look at it again. That's not my understanding, Mr. Lessie. It was you were concerned just about the heading, and then I said we'd go back to both slides.
Yeah, so she's already pissed off.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and-
now the judge is mad.
And we were going to start on that, but you thought because I struck it based on the objection, but then at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. That's your understanding too.
Yeah, I'm sure that Dr. Welcher took off the heading on 131.
I think he did, but because I think he took off from 124 to 1.
Exactly. The jurors can make the connection themselves.
Okay.
So it doesn't necessarily, Hank doesn't need him to say that it was definitely Karen's
Are they out
Lexus.
there, Paul? Okay. Thank you.
He's saying it's the same Lexus, it's the same make, model, color, and year. I mean, what other inference do you draw from that other than the fact that it's clearly her Lexus? There was no other Lexuses on the scene. Just saying. Like, I mean, I don't necessarily think it's fair because you're telling him he can say it's the same make, model, year, and color Lexus, but not that it was Karen Reed's Lexus. Her Lexus is the only Lexus that was on scene. Very clearly, that draws the inference that it was her Lexus, and that's based on his data. So for the judge to say that's not based on just his data, well, yeah, it actually is. Like, so I get what it's saying, but that's what the data shows, is that she hit him. And I understand that the jury's going to be left with that one way or another. Right, exactly. So it's like, doesn't really make sense. She was trying to sort of help the defense a little tiny bit.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, I'll shut up now.
I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head.
These people are idiots, Scorpio.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Everybody do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you'd like to donate to the channel, you can do so these ways. We also have membership back, which is great. But these ways are the ones that are well appreciated. I will read any of them I get. Obviously not with your government name because we keep those private.
Morning,
I absolutely love Hank Brennan. He's
Morning.
brilliant.
When we left off yesterday, I was asking you about some of your opinions. I'm going to ask you those questions again, but before we do, I'm going to ask you 2 other questions. The first is, I'd ask you to turn to your PowerPoint, slide 110.
Remember, we're going to hear a lot of whining from Alessi today, very clearly. Well, that's the problem other people had, was she let Dr. Wolf testify with ARCA that he wasn't hit by the vehicle.
I'm going to ask you a question about a series of your slides regarding this effort. This is 110. Could you also follow through to 111, 12, 13, 14, 15?
You want me to play the videos?
You don't need to play the videos. I just want to acquaint you for the question.
111,
12,
112, 113, 114, 115.
How many times did you engage in testing where your arm and forearm touched the rear right of the exemplar Lexus?
3 times.
In any of those 3 times, did it ever leave any paint on the underside of your arm or forearm?
No.
If you could turn to slide 130, please. What? There we go. Could you go back one, please? Perhaps it's 131, Dr. Welcher. There we go. Could you explain the significance of this slide, please?
Your Honor,
Oh my God.
Could you take that down, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
We're going to move forward. Yesterday, when we left off, I had asked you,
So we need.
He's already pissed off.
Sorry,
you could take the PowerPoint down, please.
that was in a different spot on the slide. Hold on a second.
He's trying. You got to give him a second. It can't be instant. Like, come on, guys.
Thank you. So I had asked you yesterday about some of your opinions. I
Correct.
want to ask you about some of your opinions relative to that last effort that you made regarding testing between the Lexus and your arm.
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you reviewed a number of pieces of information and offered that you relied on some of those pieces for your opinion. Can you share with us, for this part of your analysis, what pieces of evidence or information did you rely on for the opinions I'm going to ask you?
Relative to the testing on the arm contact on the taillight.
Yes.
So it was the physical evidence at the scene, the photographs of Miss Reed's vehicle, to a certain extent, my analysis of the Ring doorbell and the One Meadows event, the nature and
Your Honor, pardon my interruption. I just want to know.
What again?
Looks like he's counting on his fingers. Are you reading from something?
no, I am counting on my finger.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Are you fucking kidding me?
the Ring video
trying-
doorbell,
Oh my God.
Mr. O'Keefe's height, the type of shoes he's wearing, because I need the same type of shoes, my exemplar inspection where I matched up the heights, the locations of the lacerations, and then the text stream data as well.
That information that you considered, in addition to the text stream data you considered, considering both those areas of information, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty in whether the damage to the defendant's Lexus is consistent with a collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
So there's been two potential theories that I've seen on that issue. One is a glass was thrown at the rear of the vehicle and shattered it. The second one was an impact to the arm. If the impact is basically more than approximately 8 miles an hour, it will likely break the taillight lens.
Do you have an opinion whether, based on the data and based on the physical damage and your testing, whether that is consistent with a collision or a impact with Mr. John O'Keefe?
It is consistent with the collision as long as it's greater than approximately 8 miles an hour.
Do you have an opinion whether it's consistent with an impact or collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
With that caveat, yes.
In your testing, did you consider, or do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, inevitably in the back of his head, are consistent with being struck by a Lexus identical to the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Yes,
What's your opinion?
that it is. It is consistent with being struck by a Lexus and ultimately contacting a hard surface such as frozen ground.
And does that specifically pertain to January 29, 2022 around 12:30 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, it does.
To finish, I'd like to ask you a few more questions. You've written some papers on sideswipe collisions or clipping. Can you describe for the jury and explain what a sideswipe collision is or a clipping and how that may or may not differ from a direct hit on a pedestrian impact?
Sure. So what generally differentiates, say, side swipes or clipping contacts compared to, say, an inline impact or, say, a T-bone impact is what refers to that the object that you're hitting isn't accelerated up to the speed of the object that's coming in. So, for example, if I rear end a car, that car will be accelerated up as a result of the contact, and they reach what's called common velocity, and then they separate. And so in a glancing hit, you're going to have a glancing hit, and you don't have what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's a glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car, and you'll break the mirror off, but you're not going to go from 100 to 0 instantaneously. You're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer. So when you have glancing contacts, you can have much higher speeds without a lot of damage to the car because you're only in momentary contact and it's a glancing type hit.
You mentioned about potential damage to a car. How about potential damage to the pedestrian?
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars, because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars. In this case, it would be called a quarter panel vault, which means you're kind of vaulting off the corner of the car. Those are much more complicated because you don't have that common velocity that I referred to. So it's difficult to calculate the exact speeds at which the vehicle contacted without a whole bunch of information in that type of crash. If the impact had occurred in the center of the vehicle and we knew where the point of impact was and the point of rest, we'd have a much better chance of determining how fast the vehicle was going. But when you have just a corner clipping or glancing, it makes it more difficult to determine, even when you have an area of impact, which is where the person was when they got hit, and a point of rest where they've landed, makes it more difficult for glancing contacts because you have that sideswipe problem where they don't obtain what's called common velocity.
And what are some of the other difficulties in attaining specificity in a sideswipe or being hit by a quarter panel as opposed to a fender?
So for a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
So pedestrian impacts and how you move post-impact are very sensitive to your exact body position. For example, whether your right foot is on the ground or off the ground, whether your left foot is on the ground, off the ground, whether you jump up in response to the crash. Simply raising and lowering your arm changes the amount of rotation that's going to happen. Post-impact motion of the person. So cadavers, crash dummies don't have any muscle reaction. So the motion of a crash dummy is just going to be like you're hitting a dead body, to where people will step, try and regain their balance if possible, will do additional activities that alters where they come to rest.
In your studies of direct pedestrian collisions by front or back bumper, as opposed to sideswipe or clipping somebody, is there a similarity or difference in type of injuries that you see?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
So in direct centralized impacts, you tend to get much more severe injuries. Really what's occurring is you're getting that momentum transfer. So it's more, you're accelerating the person up to the vehicle. They can wrap onto the side in front of the vehicle at higher severities. Their head will hit the hood, their head will hit the rear of the vehicle. So when you have that direct contact, there's actually more momentum transferred to the actual occupant. There's more applied force to the occupant as well.
when you see direct impacts, is there ever the existence of lower body extremity injuries, broken bones in the legs?
So there can be both, depending, and again, it's very sensitive to where the foot is on the ground, whether the foot's on the ground, as well as the severity of the crash. In the presentation that I gave at the Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute on pedestrian injuries, I went through all the literature on lower extremity injuries and looked at what parameters affected that. And so depending on how it was loaded, some at 15 miles an hour had no injuries. Some at 15 miles an hour had some fractures. It depended on how exactly the foot was loaded.
Is it uncommon in sideswipe pedestrian accidents to see no lower body broken bone?
No, it is not uncommon.
Have you had cases that you've studied or been involved with where you've studied the effect of a sideswipe or a clipping impact where there's an absence of broken bones in the lower body extremities?
Yes.
I'd ask you to turn to slide 139, please.
Oh, sorry. I fixed those other two slides.
Okay. Could you share with the jury what this represents?
Sure. So this was a trial that I was involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top, but this was an instance where we had, this is a image from the police report. Oh, let me see if I can. So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact. That's where the pedestrian was when they got hit. AOR is area of rest. And you can see we have information on exactly how far the pedestrian was thrown. Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing the impact to the pedestrian. This was determined by experts on both sides of this case to be between a 25 to 35 mile an hour impact. And then what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
Next slide, please. And what does this represent?
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. He was killed at the scene. What you see on the left-hand image, oops. On the left-hand image is he had a massive laceration to his right forearm, but it didn't break his arm. There was no broken bones in his arm. On the right-hand side of this image, you see the autopsy report. What you'll notice is he had red marks on his leg, left buttocks, but he had no leg fractures. And again, this individual was hit at between 25 to 35 miles an hour.
Can you expand that? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, sure.
Do you want that expanded like other times?
There you go.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, my pleasure, Your Honor. Thank you. So at the top, he had a severe brain injury, which again is the most common injury in pedestrian crashes. He did have fractures of the right 11th and 12th rib and a liver laceration. If you look at the extremities, it says right upper extremity. Again, that's from the shoulder to the end of the hand. Extremity wound with vascular injury. So no fractures. If you look where I was talking about the multiple abrasions, so when they're looking at the lower extremities, they're noting a number of red marks, but there was notably no fractures to the lower extremities.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher, regarding your analysis of the data and the evidence in this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the absence of lower body brakes to Mr. O'Keefe is consistent with the defendant's Lexus impacting in a sideswipe or a clipping Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, you could definitely have this type of impact and not have anything beyond, say, red marks to the lower extremity.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
My
Your
pleasure.
Honor, I would move into evidence subject to redactions. Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation.
That's by agreement, Mr. Wilson, with that
That is, Your
caveat.
Honor, thank you.
Get your freaking aspirin out for Alessi. They can't really have a
And
problem with
both the
he's the
flash drive and
closest.
the notebook.
height and weight, and he's the one doing the testing. You always want someone that's closer to height and weight. Why would he go out and try to find someone closest to height and weight when he is the closest to height
So
and weight? That
let's
doesn't
put
make
them
sense.
both together now and decide later. Okay.
The defense can't really have a problem with it. He is the one doing the testing.
Okay, so we'll switch that. Thank you.
That's literally his whole job, is to recreate everything he possibly
What exhibit
can
number is it?
down to the closest that he can when it comes to everything. And I mean everything. It gives you literally the best result on what would have happened if he hadn't been the same height and nowhere near the
Right,
same
Mr.
weight. He would-
Alessi, whenever you are
someone
ready.
Your Honor, if I could have a moment to set up.
Sure.
I mean, I sort of understand what, like, where you're coming from, like, but whether he used himself or another person doesn't really matter one way or another. It's not going to skew the results if he uses another person that's the same height and weight versus when he uses himself. He recorded everything, and that's where, like, the defense can't really say anything about it because he videoed and took pictures of all of his testing, you know? Everybody get your friggin' aspirin out. Okay, and try to focus. When your brain starts to unfocus about him, I mean, look at Yannetti. He's even making faces like, "Oh fuck, this is gonna be bad." You know, make sure you zoom back into reality and sort of try to pay attention. I know it's bad. I know plenty of people are gonna click off right now because they don't want to deal with Alessi. But try to focus, y'all. Try to focus. Do it for me. Do it for the channel. Do it for me. Try to focus.
Morning,
on
Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Lessie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My God, he's so polite. I love it. I know, right? See you in 2 days.
Dr. Welcher, the area in which you engage can also include, and I believe you used the term on direct, forensics, correct? Do you engage in any forensic activity in your profession?
Yes, the general umbrella
Part of it is
of
forensics,
you
idiot.
basically coming in, giving scientific evidence in court
Forensics.
applies to
Dumbass.
forensics. So my main job is action reconstruction and biomechanics. And so that's what I do. Sometimes it doesn't involve court. When it goes to court, that's generally forensics.
Right. So you're here today. That is my question. You're here today, at least in part, with regard to forensics, correct? Because forensics is the Latin term for it is basically you're going to have some type of court or jury presentation.
He seriously
It's
starts
for
with
law,
semantics
correct?
over words.
Would you agree with that? It's for law, forensics?
I mean, exactly the way you asked that, no. It's for engineering and it's for biomechanics. It's in the court of law, I think is what you're asking.
That's exactly it.
Okay,
yes.
yes, certainly for the court of law,
It
yes.
ends up to a court of law in forensics.
So he
is a
starts
common
off
term.
Yes, sir.
with arguing
so it
about
relates
semantics.
to or it's used in or it's
Pissing off
suitable
the
for
jury.
a court of law, the analysis. You'd agree with that's a general principle?
Yes.
Not a trick question. Okay. And
Everything's a
so
trick
in
question. Stop
forensics,
it.
what you're doing, among other things, is you're applying the scientific method and principles in here in a criminal matter, correct?
Yeah, you try and apply as much as possible.
Right. And so the primary goal of forensic science is to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in court.
That is generally correct. Again, there are elements, for example, this
Wrong.
analysis
Part of
that are
it.
relying sort of on subjective evidence, like the testimonial, the witness statements. So it's not solely based, but ideally you'd want it as much as possible based on objective data.
So you would agree that truth and objective evidence is part of the presentation in terms of information for forensics in a court of law?
Certainly objective information, truth sometimes, again, can be subjective.
Oh, so you don't believe truth? You believe sometimes truth applies and sometimes it doesn't?
If you know for a fact it is true, but if you take someone's deposition testimony, you have to look at it relative to the evidence, and it's either consistent with the evidence or not.
Okay, so now let's go to your direct examination that you just went through.
Please.
Hopefully this is fairly straightforward. You have testified to, and it's varied a bit, a reasonable degree of engineering certainty. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also, have you used the word sometimes to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I may have.
Right. So
I don't know.
in terms of your role as a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist, is it important to engage in a critical analysis of the data?
Critical analysis? Yeah, I think it's important to have a critical analysis. You want to try and look at it from all sides, consider all possibilities.
So it is therefore important to try to review the data as objectively as possible. You had mentioned sometimes subjectivity comes in, but I understand the goal is to try to look at it as objectively as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated with respect to your conclusions early on in your direct testimony and your analysis that you don't, and I think I've got it quoted, you don't have a dog in the fight. Is that what you said, sir?
I did.
And that you, quote, don't care, end quote, about the outcome. That's what you made a point of saying in the beginning,
That is
correct?
100% correct.
Now, you simply follow the data. Is that correct?
I try to do that.
You try to do that.
I'm not perfect. So
Okay.
I do my best. I believe I've done it here.
Okay. So in terms of you've agreed that you apply the scientific method. So I want to see if you're in agreement generally so the jury can understand what the scientific method is. Are you familiar with NIST, National Institute?
Yes.
Yeah. So would you agree with this definition of the scientific method? The systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. Is that a general fair statement of the scientific method?
So for forensics, you'd have to add in the testimonial evidence aspect of it. So those are testimonial or things are in evidence. So frequently there's one or two versions and you're trying to match which version is most consistent with the evidence.
Okay, adding that to what I stated relative to NIST, you would agree that evaluation and testing of hypotheses and where possible the selection of a final hypothesis is the scientific method, correct?
Generally, yes.
Is it correct that a proper biomechanical injury analysis utilizes a sound scientific methodology that's been subjected to peer-reviewed and a publication that's been generally accepted in the engineering community?
Well, I can't. So this, I've done my analysis here, biomechanical analysis. I can't submit this analysis to peer review. I'm not allowed to give this to people outside the court. So there would be no way for me to submit my analysis for peer review. So this occurs forensics all the time. The forensic analysis in court generally never goes under a peer review process. the methodologies underneath it and looking at, like, for example, I think I referenced 25 papers in my report. That goes to the issue of trying to follow the science. 26.
So I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir. I was talking about your methodology, your biomechanical injury methodology. The methodology that you use and apply is to be subject to peer review and general acceptance in the engineering community. Is that correct?
So I have no way of publishing this analysis.
I'm sorry, sir, to interrupt you.
I need to.
Go ahead and answer your question.
You're asked peer reviewed, like you said, means I give it to my peers. I send it out to somebody to
We're
review
frozen. Hold on.
for the scientific method. That's what the peer review process is. So I will gladly send this out to peer review with the court's permission, but I haven't and cannot do that.
Sir, my question is not your analysis here in this case.
Oh.
My question regards the methodology that you use here. Is the methodology, you said 26 references, right? My question is simply, is the methodology that you used for your analysis in this matter, is the methodology for a proper biomechanical analysis, should that methodology be generally accepted in the engineering community?
I think with the forensic application, yes.
Okay, that was my question, just the methodology. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, the scientific method that you've used in this case, part of the use of scientific method, the purpose is to avoid what is called bias in the scientific method, right? Not cultural bias, but just bias in terms of the application of methodologies and principles. You would agree that's a pretty fundamental purpose of the scientific method, is to avoid biases?
The purpose of the scientific method is to get the most logical and
Data.
correct answer.
What?
Without bias.
Exactly. To do it apply the scientific method without bias being part of the application of the method, correct?
That's hopefully what you can do.
That's hopefully what you can do. That is the goal, right?
That is one of many goals, yes.
So are you familiar with the term confirmation bias?
I am.
And that relates, confirmation bias is part of a larger term. Are you familiar with cognitive bias?
Generally, I'm not a human factors expert, though.
Pardon me?
I'm not a human factors expert.
All right, biases are, don't you agree that cognitive biases are not just for one category? You would agree it applies to medical analyses, it applies to doctors doing studies, engineers doing studies, and other scientists doing studies?
I'm not a cognitive expert. I think I would generally agree with it, but I don't want to step out of my lane. I'm not an expert on cognitive. I can talk to you about confirmational bias, if you like.
Let's talk about confirmation bias. Now, confirmation bias is...
Why not the data, Alessi?
Actually, when someone selectively gathers and interprets evidence to confirm one or another's beliefs, as well as neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs. Is that a fair statement of confirmation bias?
That is a statement. Yeah, it could be broader, but sure.
But you would agree that that is generally correct, what confirmation bias is. And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though data and information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Is that an example of confirmation bias?
That could be, yes.
And confirmation bias is antithetical. It's against the scientific method. It's to be avoided, correct?
You would like to avoid it, yes.
Are you familiar with the term failure analysis?
Generally, you might need to define how you're using it for me.
Sure. So is failure analysis the enablement of a scientific examination of an alleged incident by beginning at the undesired consequences? Is that a fair use of that phrase?
I was thinking something different, like a piece of metal failing. I guess it could fall into that category.
Okay. And would you agree that the first question, or one of the first questions that are to be asked by a biomechanical engineer when conducting an analysis of, say, an injury is, how did this happen? Is that one of the first few questions that you ask?
No, that's usually the last question.
Oh, so for you.
So hold on a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Generally, what you want to do is gather data. You want to know what injuries there are, what evidence there is, like, for example, on the vehicles. And then the very last thing you want to know or define is, given all that information, how did it happen? So that's the end.
I think you may have misunderstood my question. So I wasn't talking about the method or the process. I was talking about when you get to answering questions, whenever
Not what
that
you
is
said.
the process. Isn't one of the questions, and maybe one of the first questions, how did this happen?
No, that's not one of the first questions. One of the first questions is, where's the damage? What are the injuries? What's the evidence?
Then
What black box or text stream data do we have? What physical evidence was at the scene? So that is
That's all they
certainly
can
not
go
one.
off
It is a question, but that question is at or near the end.
Isn't every one of the questions that you just mentioned part of the data gathering?
Correct. But when you're
yeah.
gathering data, you're always asking yourself questions along the way, like, what is this? Where did it come from?
But you would agree that for you, at least some point, it's how did this happen, correct?
Yes.
And don't you ask that question to come up with hypotheses?
I generally have many working hypotheses as I'm working on the case.
Right.
And then as the evidence comes in, I'm applying that to my hypotheses and either accepting or rejecting the hypotheses based upon the factual information.
Correct.
Sir, how then is it just a matter of logic or a syllogism? If you don't ask the question, how did this happen, until the end, how do you then not get your hypotheses up front?
Unless you're not understanding how it works.
You should be having different hypotheses up front. How is
What
it
he just
that you
said.
ask the how did it happen at the end and not go through hypotheses in the beginning? Can you help me with that logic?
Sure. I guess I misunderstood. Like, I was trying to give you an answer to how it happened. So when you're answering how it happened, or you want to be able to answer that question, you want to make sure you've looked at the totality of the data, accepted, rejected, things as they came along, to be able to answer that final question, how did it happen? But along the way, like, for example, a right eye laceration, you want to know how that happened. So you look for the evidence of how that may have happened.
So you would agree then that questions of how it happened, formulating and identifying hypotheses, does and can happen toward the beginning of
You
the
can't argue the
analysis.
facts.
It
You got no
doesn't
facts to argue.
happen at the end all the time. Would you agree with that?
So the ultimate question of how did it happen
Bingo.
happens at the end. The questions
Yep.
about the elements of what occurred to make it happen, those occur at the beginning, middle, all along the way.
You would agree that creating hypotheses occurs more toward the beginning
Here
than
we go
toward
with
the end of the
nonsense.
analysis. Is that correct?
No.
There are probably more hypotheses in the beginning, but I am continually forming, looking at hypotheses, either accepting or rejecting them upon the evidence.
So you would
Agreed, James.
agree that the creation of hypotheses does occur more toward the beginning of the analysis. You would agree with that?
There are more towards the beginning. The process occurs throughout the whole investigation.
Right. I'm asking about the hypotheses, sir. You would agree that the hypotheses occur more toward the beginning than the end, just the hypothesis.
So I don't know if you and I are saying different things. More hypotheses in the beginning because you have more questions in the beginning. You continue to form hypotheses as the data presents itself. So you don't stop the formation of hypotheses. It's just as you get more evidence, you window down the number of questions.
Maybe I can just this last question and make it clearer for you, sir.
You're not, because you're an idiot.
You would agree, not analysis, which you added, as I heard it to the last part, just hypotheses. You would agree that even though hypotheses can be created and changed, perhaps all the way up to the end, you would agree that it's important in the analysis to create at least some hypotheses, plural, in the beginning, correct?
Yes.
He said that 17 times, though. He's already answered that. Like, what? Dr. Welcher doesn't understand what Alessi's asking because Alessi has no idea what he's talking about.
Once you create these hypotheses, would you agree that those hypotheses should be tested?
So if you take the word testing to mean testing compared to testimony, compared to physical evidence, yes.
And when you test those hypotheses, isn't it often the case that particularly in your line of work, the one that most consistently produces the same injury will emerge as the mechanism of injury?
I guess it depends on the scientific evidence behind it. Again, sometimes we get very unique injuries.
So my question, sir, is this. Isn't it the case that when you have multiple hypotheses, the one that most, out of all of them, it's a relative thing, the one that most consistently produces the same injury emerges as the mechanism of injury? Is that a fair statement?
I think generally, again, it's on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at the science and the facts of what you're basing it upon. I think as a general premise, what you're saying is accurate.
Okay,
but there's exceptions.
Fair enough. But as a general principle,
Sure.
with some exceptions, that's a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're going to have several topics, sir, and what I'm going to try to do to make it a little clearer is I'm going to say when I'm switching topics.
Oh, good.
So
please
what
don't.
I'd like to do now is switch topics.
Okay.
That was just a waste of
You're aware that the
40 seconds.
Massachusetts State Police has troopers who specialize in accident reconstruction,
This is
correct?
so torture.
And there are troopers within the Massachusetts State
Here we go.
Police
It's Trooper Paul.
Collision Analysis and Reconstruction Section, whose sole responsibility is to engage in accident reconstruction. Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Do you know that there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction Section who engage in accident reconstruction?
Just based on what I've seen in this case.
Right. Based upon what you've seen in the case, that's a fair statement.
And I just know that those people are doing it.
Are you familiar with a Massachusetts state trooper named Joseph Paul, P-A-U-L?
Here we go.
Yes.
And you
I'm
know,
familiar with his reports. I don't know the man.
okay, familiar with Trooper Paul through
Objection.
his reports in this case.
He's not
correct?
here.
Correct.
Objection.
And are you aware that he was assigned by lead investigator, former Trooper Michael Proctor, to be a reconstructionist in this case on January 29th of 2022, as evidenced by that report or those reports of Trooper Paul? Do you know that?
Well, you put a lot of things in there. I know he issued a reconstruction report.
Compound
I
questions.
don't know who told him to do it. So the first party question, I don't know, but I did see a reconstruction report from him.
He picked out the compound questions.
You were retained. And so do you recall, is it the date, January 29th of 2022? Is that a rough time period of him being assigned, or you don't know when he was assigned?
don't know. That might have been in his report, but I wouldn't have paid attention to when he received an assignment.
Do you
A relevant question anyway.
know when the date of the first report of Trooper Joseph Paul in this case?
I can pull it up. I do not know off the top of my head.
Should have called Trooper Paul.
You know that the date of the incident in question is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Yet your firm and you were retained for this case by the Commonwealth 2.5 years after the incident in question. You were retained, your firm, on September 23rd, 2024. Is that correct, sir?
No, I believe we were retained a couple days before that.
A couple days. Okay.
Correct.
So
Actually, I might be able to find out if you'd like me to look at the documents.
it's not all that important. You would say it's within a week of September 23rd, 2000. It was in September of 2024.
I believe it was in September, yes.
Right.
I would
So-
want to double check.
That's 2.5 years from the date of the incident in question, if I did the math right, correct?
No, I never thought about it. Yeah, approximately.
And as we just discussed, and you stated on your direct examination, you have no dog in this fight, correct?
Correct.
On November 5th of 2024, your firm Apeture was paid $44,500 by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to conduct work that was at least similar to the work of Trooper Paul, correct?
I have no idea. I don't get the billing or the statements.
Do you recall whether Apeture do you believe Apeture is working for free in this matter?
Oh, no, I don't believe that. No,
So you
we're an
would,
engineering company. We bill for our time.
so you know that Apeture is getting paid for its work in this case, correct?
We are billing for our analysis work.
Well, you're not just billing, you're billing and getting paid, correct?
So I have not seen any of the payments. I would assume that we're getting paid, but I don't know that.
Sir, you are a senior vice president of Apeture, are you not?
That doesn't mean
I
he
am.
knows. What the
You-
hell?
Would know, wouldn't you, if your firm was not getting paid for work since
No.
September 23rd of 2024? Wouldn't you?
No, probably not. Usually it takes, 9, 10, 12 months of not getting paid before the accounting department reaches out to me.
Exactly. So you've been on this for 2.5 years.
Of
So
not
if it
getting
would take
paid.
9 months or 12 months,
Of
if you
not
weren't getting
getting
paid,
paid.
you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I've not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's
Mhm.
what, less than a year ago.
Yeah, what the hell are you talking
Understood.
about?
I'm moving on to the next question because
But you just
I want to
lied.
move away from that discussion and just
Okay.
go right to
Oh,
Bill.
move away from the lie you just told. Got it. Sure.
You, as you
Alessi.
sit here today, do not have a recollection of whether Apeture has been paid. Is that your testimony?
It has nothing to do with recollection. I'm not part of that process. We have an accounting department. I don't have any involvement in that.
Are you, so is your
Really that
testimony,
simple.
you have no knowledge about any contractual relationship between Apeture and the Commonwealth?
Oh, no. I was sent a contract by the Commonwealth to sign. So I'm aware of the contractual agreement, but the day-to-day or month-to-month invoicing and billing, I'm not involved in that.
Okay, so you're aware there's a contract between Apeture and the Commonwealth.
I signed it.
He's already
And you
said
signed
yes.
it. And wasn't that contract obligating the Commonwealth to pay for the services of Apeture? Isn't that the purpose of the contract in part?
In
They
part,
are all-
sure.
Yeah,
By the
it's
Commonwealth,
a
yes.
legal obligation of the Commonwealth. Your firm does work and the Commonwealth pays for it, correct?
That's the idea.
Right. And so you know about that contract because you signed it.
Correct.
This means nothing. This is so irrelevant. The jury's probably like, what does this have
Also,
to do with anything?
You testified on direct that there was a purchase of a Lexus exemplar for your testing.
Correct.
Who pays for that Lexus exemplar?
Aperture.
And is that then cost passed on to the Commonwealth?
No.
So you pay for the Lexus, you don't pass that cost on, correct?
So what we're doing is we paid for the Lexus. We're keeping it till the trial's over. We're selling it
Then you sell it.
and charging
Yep.
the Commonwealth the difference in the price.
That's what would have been. That's it.
Where I was going, sir. So
But they're only paying
What
the
are you-
difference. So, and in theory, if we sell it for more in California, then we'll reduce the
that's
bill.
it.
okay, I don't want to speculate. I just wanted to see what the
Well, you are
obligation
speculating.
was. So
The
it's-
obligation is the difference.
Exactly. So the obligation is the difference. Are you aware
And?
that on April 5th, 2025, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office amended your contract? Are you aware of that, sir?
I am.
And isn't it the case that that amendment authorized the amount of $325,000 to be paid to Apeture? Isn't that what that amendment contract states?
I believe that's correct.
So the Commonwealth is obligated to pay at least $325,000. And
Point.
is that correct?
That is you're asking me a legal opinion now about a contract. That is my understanding of how contracts work, but I'm certainly not an attorney.
And on top of that, are you aware that Apeture has been already paid $44,510 for its work?
This
Are you
is
aware
completely
of that?
The
irrelevant.
second time you asked me, no, I'm not aware of anything we've been paid.
It's you
And
go,
as
Dr.
you
Welcher.
stated yourself, those amounts reflect, as you say, less than 6 months worth of work.
That's not what I said.
Well, no, my question is, you've been on the case, you said, since September of 2024.
No, less than
when
a
we
year.
were talking about dates. You said that was about 6 months that your firm's
No, we
been
didn't.
retained. Did I
We said less
have
than a
your
year.
answer correct about how long you've been on it?
No,
I
you
guess
said less than a
it's
year.
closer to 8 months.
All right, so 8 months. So for 8 months
Like what?
of work,
That's not what he said at all.
about $400,000. Is that correct?
Okay, again, he doesn't.
So there's 3 offices working on the case. There's the Boston office, there's Mr. Burgess's office, and there's my office in Long Beach. I only
separate offices.
know about the billing from my office.
But you signed the contract on behalf of all of Apeture, not just your office, correct?
That I don't know, but I definitely did sign a contract.
Would it refresh your recollection as to who you signed the contract on behalf of, whether
This makes
it's
no
all of
sense.
Apeture in all offices, if I showed you the contract?
Sure.
Sure.
Apeture.
I mean, what is this? Like, no offense, but like, what does this have anything to do with anything? They got paid for their time just as ARCA did. And what is
Can
your
you direct
point?
me so we're not wasting time?
Does it magically make it? Yeah, Sarah, they have 3 separate offices working on 3 separate things that have to do with this trial, doing different testing. So there were other experts from Apeture that did testing. So 3 separate offices of 3 separate teams were doing work for the Commonwealth, and they had to do things like buy the car that Karen had, which is a hefty amount of money for that vehicle.
You can take it back to the podium.
Like 80 grand for that car alone. So ridiculous. It has nothing to do with anything. All experts are paid. Literally all. All of them are paid.
More questions before I do that, Your Honor?
But why is he standing there? You're not going to stand next to the witness and ask the questions.
Right?
Would you like me to start with
So-
the question?
Go ahead. And
Go over there.
Go back to the podium, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, you're not going to stand right next to the witness over the witness. That's
Dr.
not
Welch,
supposed to be
does that
allowed.
refresh your recollection as to the contract you signed on behalf of Apeture with the Commonwealth?
So it lists the legal address as my office. So for my office, yes.
So are you saying that therefore, and did you see the amount that was in the contract? Did that refresh your recollection?
Oh, no, I didn't even look at that.
Do you recall the amount that of obligation that the contract relates to in this document? Do you recall that?
You just asked me that earlier, and I'm taking what you said to be true. So I was like $325,000. I have no reason to disbelieve that.
And
Yeah,
is
you should,
there
though. The defense are liars.
also a total, do
Objection.
you recall the total maximum obligation for the contract that's listed in the contract? You
No.
recall it? May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Approach for what? What is he
Dr.
approaching for?
Welcher, I am now going to, you asked me last time, I hope this is helpful.
Please.
You said, please point to the applicable part so we can do it faster. I am now pointing to that part and see if you can just look at that and see whether this refreshes your recollection on the maximum obligation of the contract pursuant to this contract. Without saying what it is, just does it refresh your recollection?
No, but I don't have any reason to believe it's not correct.
He said no.
And
So
that is
moving
my
on.
signature on it.
Right.
Just shows that he's telling the truth. So it's like, unless he's not helping himself here, like. Hankel, I mean, I
And
wouldn't be outraged.
We
if
got
3
started
separate
on
officers
this
were doing it.
conversation, tying it to, well, we
Very
got started
credible.
on this conversation with regard to a statement you made earlier in your direct that you didn't have any dog in the hunt. You recall that statement in the beginning of your direct testimony.
You misquoted me. I don't have any dog in the fight.
You don't have any dog in the fight.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, switching
Misquote on
topics,
purpose.
Okay.
you submitted
You cannot
an
refute the data.
updated PowerPoint presentation, the one that you went over on your direct examination. You created that presentation quite recently, correct, sir?
The updated one was where I had redacted or taken out slides. So in terms of taking out slides, I did add one alternative path a couple weeks ago.
Okay, my question, sir, is this.
That's not a yes or no question, sir.
The updated presentation, we'll get to the changes later, but the updated presentation,
There's no
you
update.
created just how many days ago?
I'm going to say weeks ago.
Weeks, 2 weeks?
I don't actually know without looking at the documents.
Well, was it more than
I-
3 weeks ago that you created it?
I still don't know without looking at the documents.
You still can't
Do you know
answer
when
that,
the
dumbass.
trial started in this matter, sir?
I do not.
Assume the trial started approximately April 22nd of 2024.
Okay.
Did you create your updated presentation before or after April 22nd? Of
Still doesn't know
2024?
until he looks at the
I
thing.
don't know.
Do you know when?
Hold on one second. Dr. Welcher, I'd ask that you not do.
Not look at,
anything.
okay, I was going to try and answer his question. My apologies. I will shut it down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, Your
How
Honor,
do you want her
please.
to answer? I mean, without looking at it. The fuck?
Are you able to determine when you created the updated
No.
presentation?
They were paid more by the federal
Think so?
government.
That's what I was attempting to
Your
do.
Honor, may he do that?
Yes, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar while you pull that up,
Thank you,
please.
Your Honor.
Yeah, let's see counsel at sidebar number 1. So you can allow Dr. Welcher to look at his stuff to tell you if you're going to ask him about dates, he needs to be allowed to look at said dates to tell you the exact dates. Otherwise, he can't answer your question. If I was Hank, I would have objected to a few things already. But again, Hank's not doing that because objecting to a bunch of stuff makes it look like you're hiding a bunch of stuff. And at this point, he doesn't care what he says because the data is the data, unless he cannot go argue the data. He's never going to be able to argue the data. It's so precise that like he's going to sound like an idiot and foolish. Dr. Welcher is extremely credible. answering things and saying, well, I don't know, but also calling out Alessi on his compound questions and misquoting him, which I find to be very good because it shows the jury that he is trying to mislead them on purpose. I didn't even guess how many sidebars, but I'm going to go with 8 today. I'm going to go with 8 just because it's Hank and we're going to see less objections. So I'll go with 8. We got the 7 yesterday and I'll go with 8. Yeah, he can't refute the data. It's really that simple. So what do you do instead? Go after how much they were paid, try to show their bias. That's the only thing you have is show that they're biased because they were paid by the Commonwealth. That's a losing argument. Just saying they should have just decided not to cross.
Get whatever information you need for Mr. Alessi's last question. Mr. Alessi, I need you over there. So, and once you get that answer, I'm going to ask you to shut your computer down, or at least put down the cover. Thank you. All right, so you can answer Mr. Alessi's question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you give the question again, please?
Yes. When did you create the updated presentation that you reviewed in your direct testimony?
I would.
So that addition I made was taken out. It wasn't in my direct testimony.
If you can just hear my question.
Your question isn't clear.
The version of the presentation.
What do you mean by updated?
You put on the screen. Mm-hmm. When did you create that version? I'm just looking for a date.
So to answer your question about the version on the screen, I created that yesterday when the judge asked me to take off some of the headers. So yesterday.
Okay, good. Now, the version before that you created yesterday, when did you create that version?
The day before.
And then the version before that one, when did you create that?
I mean, I save it every day.
Understood.
So every day.
So you've changed the presentation every day since when?
No,
I don't think I've changed the presentation every day.
That's my question. My question is, how many times have you changed it within the last 2 weeks?
That's not what the question was.
Let me try and cut to the chase here.
Sure.
That slide was added on May 13th, and then it was taken out before I presented it here. So it was not in my presentation here.
Right. So thank you for that answer. So
You're
here's
welcome.
the question.
His question isn't clear.
Your first version is
He's asking 3 different things.
The slide presentation was January 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the next time after January 30th, 2025 that you changed that presentation?
May 13th.
Assuming the trial started April 22nd of 2025, you changed your PowerPoint presentation during this trial, correct?
Correct.
And how many times did you change your presentation after April 22nd of 2025?
Well, the last time I changed it was like 10 minutes ago. So in response to various discussions, I've been making continuous changes to it.
Which is ridiculous.
Finish your answer, so I didn't
No, I'm not sure how much granularity you want to that answer.
Right. So you created on January 30th, 2025. You made your
13th.
Pardon me?
Oh, the original one. Sorry,
Yes.
January 30th, modified May 13th.
Right. If I could finish my question, and I might be able to shortcut this. Thank you.
Oh, you're not shortcutting
anything.
anything.
The original one on January 30th, 2025. You made your first amendment May 13th of 2025. And then before you sat for your testimony which was yesterday, correct? That was the first time you sat for your testimony.
That is correct. I was here yesterday.
Days get foggy when we're in a courtroom, but it was yesterday. How many times had you changed your presentation from January 30th, 2025 until when you first walked in the courthouse yesterday?
Do you mind if I count?
Not at all.
So there was the May 13th change. Half of that was in response to
The
objections
defense?
from the defense. I had to add all the
Ah,
facts
good
to where
job.
everything was.
You got it, Leon. You did.
Then when I got out here, Mr. Brennan asked me to take out references to evidence about statements that I was not allowed to present. So that would have been within the last 3 days. And then I've modified it a couple times today based on rulings from the judge.
Okay, let's break that down.
Why are we breaking it? Why does that matter? It was all
You
because
said half
all
of
of
the
it.
changes you made on May 13th related to what? Because I want to know about the other half. that
Sure,
you
there was
didn't
two
state.
changes. I added the extra path of 138, and then I was told that the defense was having problems with my PowerPoint, so I had to go in and add the paths to every single slide about where the evidence came from, because they were saying I didn't provide everything, and I had provided everything.
All right, so
Ah!
That was the second half.
got it. I want to go to the first half. So,
He's hurting
Sure.
himself.
and I'm going to try to shortcut this.
Please.
And if I'm
I
not
love
clear,
this.
you just let me know. I
I
want
love
to
this
talk
for
about the
Leslie.
first half. You called it, I didn't hear it. It was like, did you say path?
Path,
P-A-T-H?
correct. The path Miss Reed was
Yeah,
driving.
dumbass.
Right. The what you made the change for May 13th, that first half, that wasn't something that was triggered by the defense. That was something irrespective of the defense, correct?
It was based upon her statements. Is she part of the defense?
All right, so that's what I wanted to get to. You changed the first half based upon statements you allege that Ms. Reed made. Is that correct?
It's because I changed one slide. There was 130 slides originally, or something like that. So half of the changes on that day, which was one slide, I added one line to the bottom of the previous slide.
Did you consider that change significant?
No,
Well, then why did you make it in the middle of trial if it wasn't significant?
Because the
Why
defense
didn't you just
objected
leave it off
to it.
and then discuss it in terms of testimony?
so A, it ultimately was left off. B, because it was insignificant and I didn't need to have it. So the way it got presented was exactly the way it was before May 13th. So it didn't change anything.
But it
Yeah,
was significant enough for you to make a change to your presentation, correct?
So my goal is to be as accurate as possible. So when I saw the path that I gave, the way she could drive, I gave the possible paths. That was one of the possible paths that hadn't originally been included. So in striving to be as accurate as possible, including as much information as I could, I wanted to make sure I included that.
So you were striving. The clip that you
Be accurate.
used to make the change, you say you made the change based upon a clip you observed with
He's
regard
hurting
to
the
Ms.
defense
Reed.
with this.
Is that correct?
I believe that, yes, that is correct.
Do you know that clip has been in existence for months?
I don't believe I got it until April.
So a clip that has been, assume the clip's been in existence for months.
Stop
You
screaming.
just got
Hold
the
on,
clip.
Dr. Welcher, I have to ask you
Oh, I'm
not to
sorry.
refer to
I'm
that.
trying to be helpful.
Close your
Yeah,
computer.
let me
and-
close it. Sorry. I was trying to answer his question.
So I'm going to ask you to close the top.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Just flat down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So assume the clip that you said was the basis for changing your PowerPoint on May 13th after the trial started had been in
How
existence
do you
for
want him to
months.
answer
You
the
just got
question?
that clip, you say, in April?
I believe so, yes.
What was tell me the circumstances by which you got the clip? Did you ask for it?
I was told there was a new interview.
Okay. Who
They just got all the
initiated
interview
conversation
clips.
about the new interview?
I don't know if it was Mr. Brennan.
It was someone associated with the prosecution?
Yes, I wouldn't have known about it.
Exactly. So somebody affirmatively communicated with you.
Yes, to give them all the
when
data.
about this
Genius.
clip?
I need to look, but I remember it being about mid-April,
Mid-April.
if I'm thinking of the correct clip.
What were you asked to do, if anything, with regard
Nothing.
to that clip?
When I got the clip, I wasn't asked to do anything.
What did you do with the clip once you got it?
So they then indicated there was this suggestion of an alternative route. So then I looked at the alternative route description and added the alternative route.
So it was suggested to you by the prosecution that you
No,
and they
by
they pointed
Karen
out that
in the
there was
clip.
an alternative route they wanted you to look at?
So I took it to be, we have additional evidence. Please look at the additional evidence and add it to your analysis.
Correct. That's when they got some of the extra added. Hank had to go over all the clips of Karen's interviews and whatnot.
On the topic of additional analysis by Apeture,
And her phone JMS.
while
and
this
her phone.
trial is going on, are you aware of
Oh,
Mr.
sure.
Burgess submitting a report dated May 8th of 2025 in this case?
Yes, I received that report on May 8th.
Right. And so you were aware of the creation of that report on May 8th because you got a copy of it, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that Mr. Burgess was intending to submit that May 8th report
That's not accurate.
to
At
the
all.
Commonwealth?
Yes, we'd had a discussion before that he had
Not-
found new information
Not
that
accurate, Jessica.
changed the timing.
Oh, he had found new information. What is your basis for saying he found new information as opposed to the information always existed? It's just it was pointed out to him that that should be looked at. What's the basis of your understanding that he found new information?
Objection to the question.
I'm going to allow the question, but you have to ask it differently. Mr.
I will,
Burgess.
Your Honor. Thank you. What is the basis for the statement you made that Mr. Burgess found new information?
I guess it was his meeting and our discussions. He indicated that he had found new information.
Did you ask him, what do you mean by new?
No, I took it at what it said.
So do you, as you sit here today, have any basis to say that that information is new as opposed to it's always
It's
been
new to him.
existed?
What do you mean?
Yes,
What is that?
what he told me.
Oh, so you relied upon the representation of Mr. Burgess. You didn't have any independent document to
Oh my
determine
God.
whether in fact it was new.
I don't quite frankly care whether it's new or
Doesn't
not.
matter,
I
it's
just
new
care
or
what's
old.
in the data, whether it's
Correct.
new, old. I
Doesn't
don't
matter.
care. It's not relevant to what I'm doing. I don't say this is new data, this is old data. I just care
It's all
what the data
data.
is.
It's all data.
Sir, has Apeture ever submitted a report, a changed report in the middle of a trial for your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether Apeture has ever submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial? You said you testified in federal and state courts. Can you recall one instance where Apeture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
So Aperture is like 290 people. I can only speak for myself. I have certainly done amended analysis. Only certain courts and certain legal systems require reports. But for example, rebuttal, analyzing testimony that comes up in court, getting trial transcripts. I very frequently have come up with new analysis during the trial.
Sir, my question is, as you sit here now, can you state one court case where you or Apeture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
I cannot speak for Aperture. I can only speak for myself.
Can you answer, speak for yourself, sir. Can you then for yourself, recall any instance where you submitted an amended report.
He just told you he did. Yes.
Amended reports? No. Amended analysis? Yes.
Thank you.
Same sort of thing. So only certain courts require a report.
You're welcome.
Some don't require it
Mr.
at
Leslie,
all.
is this a good time for a break or
It-
5 more minutes?
It's a good time, Your Honor.
She's seriously going to
All right,
take a
folks,
morning
violence
break?
is again, Dr. Welchure,
Oh my God.
Love to use the restroom.
The fact that she's taking a morning break right now is absurd. Absurd. The break isn't for the jury. That's very clear. It's got to be for the judge, because the jury had an entire hour and a half this morning. They came in late an hour, and then they had to wait while the judge gave a decision on whatever. So an hour and some change. So why are you taking a break an hour in? Like, as far as the reports I'm getting, is the jury doesn't tend to really love Alessi. They seem disinterested. They get frustrated with listening to him argue nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, so, I mean, it's not a shocker. Jessica happens to be wrong in this statement that she made. The statement that the judge is mad that ARCA was paid. That's completely and utterly false. And that's what happens when you live in an echo chamber and only hear a bunch of nonsense 24/7. Judge was not mad that ARCA was paid. Every expert is expected to be paid. What she was mad about is you are required, okay, in Massachusetts, required to give over any documents relating to promises, inducements, or payments, which means even if you don't pay them during trial and you pay them after trial is over, that is a promise of a payment or an expectation of a payment, which you have to hand over to the other side. They lied to the court, saying they were not paid when they had a promise to be paid, an expectation to be paid, billing they were sending out, things they were keeping track of. The judge was upset that they lied to the court, and she found that they purposely lied to the court more than once. So she was not mad ARCA was paid. Nobody was mad they were paid. It's hiding the fact they were paid and then misrepresenting in a court of law that they were never going to be paid and they were just doing it for, you know, shits and giggles, just to be independent, because that's what was represented to the court in an entire trial, that they were independent witnesses that were not going to be paid by the defense. When the entire time, as the documents show, they were clearly going to be paid. You cannot pay them after trial and then say, well, we didn't pay them during trial. That's not the way it works in a court of law at all. Like, not even a little bit. ARCA was paid by the feds first, and then they were paid by the defense. The defense hid the fact that they paid ARCA, and they waited until after the first trial to pay them so they could continue to hide it. That is not how it works in the courts in the state of Massachusetts. And they know that. They knew that. And they hid it purposefully. When it was very clear that ARCA was sending out billing invoices, they had many, many conversations, 100 or more messages deleted, and used Signal, which is an encrypted app. Okay. You're way beyond unethical at that point. Dr. Wolf, if I was any other judge, and this was any other judge, Dr. Wolf would not be even allowed to testify because of the extreme amount of bias. In this case, when it comes to ARCA and Dr. Wolf and their shady dealings, very shady dealings. And if you don't think that the jury is going to find everything that happened with ARCA extremely shady, then you live in another planet. It has nothing to do with whether they were paid or not. The judge was not mad they were paid. She's mad that they lied to the court and misrepresented to a court in a trial. You can't do that. You cannot do that in Massachusetts. You have to give to the other side any promises, payments, or inducements, which is how Alessi here has the contracts for Apeture, because it was handed over in reciprocal discovery. Like the total ARCA was paid, none of us know. Let's just make that abundantly clear. Okay. It could be well over 300,000. And I'm sure they shaved a little off the top to give Dr. Wolf in the back for his Signal use, which is why you don't see any of the messages they had on Signal. They're most certainly hiding quite a bit. Like, well, that's another thing. It's 11:30. So what? You do a break and then you take lunch at 2 again? Ridiculous. I mean, I might take a break to shut Alessi up from his nonsensical nonsense. From the notes that I have made just this morning is Alessi was hurting himself by asking Dr. Welcher about changing his slides because Dr. Welcher then had to say, hey, I changed it, half of them, because of the defense. Whining and bitching. Like, that's what the jury got out of that. Okay. Also, I want to read our first donation that we got this morning on our stream, and it was from Sunken Grave. Thank you, Grave. I appreciate you. Sends $20 and says, for anti-botch lessons for Alessi. And this was before Alessi got up. So I'm just seeing it now. I find that wicked funny, Grave, because clearly he did not take his anti-botching lessons. He has already started to botch this. I mean, you never know. I'd be shitting myself if I were her at this point. If you want to donate to the channel and help out too, we would very well appreciate it. We can, use the support. We're only a small channel. We rely on donations from our viewers to keep our channel going. So you can do so one of a bunch of different ways. We have Cash App, we have Venmo, we have PayPal, we have Revolut. We have an option for you to do a link that you can use credit or debit if you have none of the payment apps, which some people don't. And we also have our memberships and stuff back. But it's better to do it on these ways. I think it was Ian that said yesterday, it's better not to fill the pockets of YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, but hey. No, I haven't seen any rulings on those 3 or 4 new witnesses yet. But again, so hypocritical of him to talk about anything during the middle of trial while you're trying to drag 4 new witnesses in the middle of trial. I definitely do think that she's sick of him. You know what I mean? Like, I do think she's sick of him. I mean, he wanted to, you guys see that, like he wanted to stand over Dr. Welcher, like he did with some of the other witnesses that he should have never been allowed to do. He wanted to be allowed to stand there with that paper over the witness and ask questions. You can't do that. You cannot do that. And I don't even know why she allowed it before. Like, so this time he was like, Your Honor, I want to stand here and ask these questions. And she was like, no, you need to go back over there. And you could see the aggravation on her face, especially when he continued to stand there. And she was like, I need you to go back there near the podium. Like, go back, go that way, get away from the witness, basically. Like, you're not going to stand over the witness, over his shoulder and ask questions. Like, that is not proper. He knows that, but he wanted to be allowed to stand there and ask questions over the shoulder of the witness. Like, what? It's a form of trying to like take control over someone and make them feel, little less than. It's actually abusive in my opinion. Like it's a way to sort of put someone under feeling uncomfortable with you sort of standing above them. I have CPTSD, so even in restaurants, I don't like sitting in tables or booths where the wall is not behind me. I like the wall to be behind me at all times, because then I know there's nothing and nobody behind me, and that I can see everything from where I am. I can see where the exits are. I can see how to get out of any given situation very quickly and where I could exit from. I do not like people standing or walking behind me, and that's unfortunately part of my PTSD. And so one of the many reasons it's not allowed is because people have certain things like that. And so it's a form of like intimidation over a witness. And so that's why you are to stand away from them and not right over their shoulder like that, Candor to the court. Yeah. Which they still have not had at all. Like, the fact that she was aggravated with Alessi when he was like wanting to stand over the witness's shoulder, shows you everything you really need to know, is she's still aggravated with the defense, but still allowing them to get away with bloody murder, which is absurd to me. At some point, she does need to step in and say, that's a compound question, Mr. Alessi. It's not a proper question. You need to break it down. How many times she said to Hank, you need to break it down? Even when he was asking a one question, you need to break it down. You need to ask it a different way. Like, okay, well, he needs to break it down. You can't be asking compound questions and then saying things like, Dr. Welcher, you've been working on this for 2.5 years. No, he hasn't. No, he has not. He's been working on this less than 9 months. And then, I don't know if anybody else caught this, but I certainly did. Alessi decided to say that Dr. Welcher, why is my pen not working? It's like cutting out on me. Not my floofy pen. Oh my God. I don't have another floofy pen. This is not cool, man. If anybody knows where to find one just like this. I got a whole, we got a whole little guy on the top here, He's my cool dude, man. Like, but he tried to say that Dr. Welcher said he had only been on the case 6 months. That is not what Dr. Welcher said. It's there for everyone to see. He said less than a year. Less than a year. Like, what? He never said anything about 6 months at all. Like, Dr. Welcher said less than a year. That was his answer. Less than a year. So, and then Dr. Welcher had to repeatedly say to Alessi, you're misquoting me. You're misquoting me. Like, because he was doing it on purpose. Like, he has no dog in the fight. Right? No dog in the fight. Because the data speaks for itself. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then his screaming at Dr. Welcher about the clip, about that one clip. Why did you move it? Why new? Wouldn't you care if it was new? And how do you know that it is new? And my answer right before Dr. Welcher said was, it doesn't matter if it's new. It doesn't matter if the data is new or old. It's data. All you care about is having all the data, not whether it's old or whether it's new. Is it part of that data set? Yes. So Alessi's whole, well, how do you know it's new? You're just going by what, the other doctor there said, like Shannon Burgess, like you're just going by what Mr. Burgess told you. How do you know it's new? So how can you assert that it's new? Well, first of all, it's new to him. So depending on how you're using the word new, if you want to play semantics, it was new information to him. And of course, the Commonwealth wants them to have every and all piece of information. So here you go. Here's what we have. However it works into your data, it works into your data. Like, but here's more information. You know what I mean? I'm kind of going over the points right now. And I know I'm behind in the comments by like 10 minutes, but I'm working on it. Like, I agree with you on that one, Jimbo. But that would have taken the trial off track and she would have had to get new attorneys and it probably wouldn't have happened for like another year. So judge's job is also to keep it on track, right? To keep the trial going on track. Like, I mean, that's really all he's doing, right? Is getting more Tito's time for Karen at this point. Like, exactly. 3 separate Apeture offices worked on this case. Shannon Burgess's office and then Dr. Welcher's office and another office. So that's 3 offices of however many teams of people. And then they bought that Lexus, right? And like he said, they sell the Lexus after, just as I thought. And the Commonwealth either pays the difference unless they sell it for more, and then they take that off of the bill. So they're being billed for things like buying that $80,000+ Lexus. Like, that's a big chunk of 300 and something grand, don't you think? Like, he did laser scans. Do you know how freaking expensive those types of things are? Laser scans, that equipment alone is extremely expensive. Like, oh, I'm so tired of the as you sit here now. Like, I can't, walking anywhere is like a struggle because I don't live next to stores and stuff like that. So it would be like miles and miles. I hate not having a car. It's obnoxious. Like, well, that's the thing. Changing headings is not changing the data. Adding things I can if someone already didn't. They probably already. Oh, they did. Yeah, they did. They did. I'm gonna try to get the paperwork while we're doing this to see what's been ruled on thus far. You know, tell me if you didn't get the direct one, but I think you did, right? I can send the direct one by itself if you need it. It had to be balanced against getting John's family through to the end of all of this, so they stayed in order. There weren't any more delays. Yeah, they had to. You know, they had to. Yeah, he does. And Mark, you're 100% right, because here's the problem with Alessi is that he doesn't even make any sense. And that's why Dr. Welcher was like, wait a second. You're asking three different things. And then if you guys notice, I don't know if you guys noticed this, he asks a question. Alessi asked a question, right? Dr. Welcher attempts to answer that question. Then Alessi comes back and goes, well, that's not my question. My question is, and asks a completely different question and says, but my question was, sir, no, do you think the jury forgets 10 seconds ago? That's not what your question, that's a completely new question than what you just asked him. What are you talking about? Like, what are you even talking about? Like, and how many of the witnesses when doing cross with Alessi have said, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. That's not even a question. It has nothing to do with anything that I'm saying, like, at all. Like, there's the direct PayPal link. It's in this one that says it says card payments. That's the direct link you can use credit or debit for. Yeah, it's, you know, an intimidation tactic to stand over the witness like that. You should get sanctioned for that. But I mean, this and a lot of other judges will give you like a talking to during court as a sort of sanction, you know, like it is basic common courtesy. Like, definitely humble for sure. And you can tell he's being very, very honest, like giving even if it's not an answer that he thinks will help the Commonwealth, he's still answering it and just being like, oh yeah, like, so it's like he's very credible. Like, he would be very credible to a jury, but he's also, oh yeah, Isaac, I think that, right? The real Dr. Wolf. You know what I'm saying? They have a lot of dealing with nonsensical nonsense. That testing that he did was, especially the laser stuff, is extremely expensive. Okay. Those machines alone are super duper expensive. Like, we're talking quite a bit of money. So Apeture was paid a fair price to have all those people working on this case. And what I find funny is, you know, they literally took all the data they could get. And that's what's going to jump out to the jury, is that Dr. Welcher's testing included all of this data. But what didn't ARCA's testing include? The one thing they say they're experts on, and now we know definitively that ARCA this time around is also not looking at the text stream data. They say they're experts in text stream data. Why wouldn't you want all the data? And believe when I say that Hank is going to do an abundant cross-examination on why didn't they look at the text stream data? Why not? Why wouldn't you want to look at the text stream data when it comes to something like this? Isn't that something you would want to have to know? No? And why not? You guys say you're tech stream experts. He's going to go to what their website has said for the last couple of years about being text stream, quote, experts, but you don't use the text stream data in this? That's going to be extremely suspicious to a jury that there was things left out. That was what was suspicious to the jury in the first trial when it came to ARCA. And we know that because we know of Ronnie the juror, right? And part of the problem in the first trial was that they didn't have all of the data. They didn't go over all of the data. And those crucial pieces of data that they were missing, that they just learned of in that trial, if they ignored it in this trial, after finding out about it in the first trial, they're going to be impeached fairly quickly. Well, you learned about it in the first trial. Here's the transcript. Is this not what you answered? Well, why didn't you look at the data then if you knew it at that point? Why not? And if the answer is I wasn't asked to, well, why weren't you asked to? That leaves the jury with understanding that the defense didn't want them to look at that data. Why wouldn't you want them to have all the data if you're the defense? Well, it's kind of common sense that if you don't want them to have all the data, there's a reason for that. And that reason would be because they couldn't possibly come to a conclusion of John not being hit or not having a collision if you use the text stream data. There's no possible way with the text stream data you could say no collision happened or he wasn't hit. If you take that text stream data and John's phone data, there's no way. So that leads the jury to believe one thing, which is ARCA is not credible. They're clearly lying for the defense, and the defense is being shady. You have the Russell Hustle, the Rust Watch, that gets up there, right? I have to, I don't know if I can update it, no, like this, but we will say that we have updated it to 2 out of 10. It only updates, I think, on like super chats themselves, but I'll update it myself to 2 because we have one from Grave from earlier. I know it was before the poll, but or before the goal popped up, but we'll say it's 2 out of 10 on the goal. Thanks, Anna. I appreciate you, my friend. I'll find it so I can read it. I don't get the notifications for PayPal. I have to actually go into my email and look. I see it. The House of Biva sends $10 for a donation. Thank you, House of Biva. Appreciate you, my friend. That means 2 out of 10. Ah, that's okay. No worries, dude. I get it. Try using Revolut. I guess there's no like fees in the exchange. I think is on me. That's why Trisha uses it. When she donates once in a while, she uses Revolut. She said there's no like fees or whatever. So I'm guessing that's probably, maybe that's more helpful. I don't know. Well, that's the thing. The special training they had to have to use the damn equipment, right? Like, you know, I don't think people focused on how bad it was for the defense that Apeture completely debunked the taillight braking in the collision with John's car. It's really damaging to the defense's case. Also, Leon, if you go back to Dr. Welcher, Dr. Welchure, which is of ARCA last year in the first trial, Dr. Welchure actually says that there's no way that Karen could have broken that taillight on John's car going that slow. There's no way. Literally no way. Like, oh, is it? Yeah, I don't know what like the exact, exchange rate is, but I think it's Revolut doesn't chart, like the exchange isn't so bad. Jesse said, hiding something only comes to mind, like you know what I know because I know you know. Well, that's the thing, right? Is part of the problem is that the defense has not helped themselves when it comes to this trial. Alessi sort of implodes himself, right? The very first thing Alessi does is what we talked about right before he got up there, which is he argued semantics. The very first thing the man did was sit there and argue over a specific word, okay? His very first thing, let's see. Alessi starts with arguing about the word forensics. That's what he started with. Literally started with arguing about what the word forensics meant and totally lost that argument, by the way, as Dr. Welcher basically was like, yeah, but I think you got that wrong. Like, and then Dr. Welcher having to correct Alessi in question after question in the beginning there, and still like, then he was going over confirmation bias, and Dr. Welcher was like, listen, I am not a human behaviorist. Like, that's not what I do. Okay. Like I'm not an expert on that. I don't know. Right. And clearly Alessi did not understand how Dr. Welcher does his job. It's very apparent in his like ridiculous questions that have nothing to do with anything. And yet here still, he has not touched on the actual freaking data that Dr. Welcher brings forth, his testing or data. I make no qualms about the fact that eventually he will attempt, and I say attempt, to try to talk about the data in a roundabout way, because you can't debunk the data that's already there, right? all you can do for a jury is try to make this person not credible, try to impeach them, try to make it so that people will not believe what the expert is telling the jury. The problem with that is Dr. Welcher is quite solid. He's very well-rounded. He's polite, very credible. And he knows his shit. And the problem is, Alessi does not. He does not. And so, I mean, I've already gotten 2 pages of notes when it comes to, and you guys know how I am with my notes, with Alessi and his nonsensical nonsense here. Okay. He's hurting himself. This whole thing that he went on about the slides forever, it hurt the defense because he got out of Dr. Welcher that, guess what? It was the defense's fault that things had to be changed. And then Dr. Welcher said, well, there was some back and forth and the judge needed me to redact some things and change some things. So yeah, I've changed some things a bunch of times because the court has made me. That did not look good for the defense at all, especially because, as we thought, Dr. Welcher asserted that the first time he changed anything was because the defense bitched and whined about it. Not because of the Commonwealth asked him to change it like Alessi was trying to assert, but because the defense bitched and whined about something they didn't want in there, they wanted removed or whatever. And then he said so eloquently, I had given them everything, yet they were claiming that I hadn't given them everything, meaning the defense. And I had. But so I went back in and, added more detail.
All
And
right,
then he
whenever you're
sat
ready,
there and
Mr. Leslie.
harped on why he added detail, which made Alessi look like an idiot.
I wish I didn't have to address. Dr. Welcher was just using, at least my observation, his computer. He still has monitors on his desk. Could we have all that removed, Your Honor?
It was
Closed, yes.
Would he open?
So did you just turn it on?
No, but I will. I close it. You want the computer all the way off or just everything?
Is he going to need to turn his computer back on?
I do not see a need for the computer to be turned on. Do we have the ability to put the presentation and documents from our
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar,
Sure.
please.
Of course, he wanted to do that, out in the open to try to assert that Dr. Welcher's reading from his own reports. Even if he is reading from his own reports, it's his reports. You look like an idiot. Look at Yannetti. Did you guys see that? Yannetti is just defeated. I wish I didn't have to address this. He's so fake. And that's the part that gets me, is I wish I didn't have to address this, as if he's trying to be some sort of gentleman when it's very clear that's exactly what he was trying to do, and on purpose. Yes, it's another sidebar. I think that's sidebar number 2, folks. I am sort of talking through this one, but utterly ridiculous. What does it matter whether he has his computer on or not? Karen has hers on and she's texting on her phone, and you want to cry that Dr. Welcher, all of his data is there. You want to ask about dates of reports and why things were changed. Well, he's going to need to refer to all of the data he has to do that.
During the lunch break, I know it takes you a while to set up in the morning. We're going to ask you to take all that down during the lunch break, okay? Thank you.
So utterly absurd. Then make sure that Karen's computer is closed and she has no phone.
Yes.
Not
Thank
defense
you.
counsel.
Dr.
Just
Welcher, we
defend
left talking about the amendments you made to your PowerPoint presentation. And in terms of the amendments, are you aware that the defense counsel received your amended PowerPoint presentation at 3 p.m. on Memorial Day? Are you aware of that?
No.
And you began testifying the day after yesterday, correct, sir? Day after Memorial Day?
I testified yesterday.
Yes. Are you aware of any activity in this trial of any kind before you testified yesterday?
Again, as I mentioned, I've been getting random emails, and then
From
I've been
crazy
seeing it
people
pop up
and
on my
after you.
news feeds as well. But once I was aware of the reclusion, I made sure to not review any of that. But as recently as last night, I got an email that said biomechanical engineering job, or like applying for a job. And I opened it up and it was some internet
Whacked
troll.
you.
Sure. I'm asking about emails
One
from
internet
the
troll.
prosecution.
An
Oh.
FKR troll.
No, there's been no emails about what's been going. I mean, there's been scheduling, when am I going to come, things like that.
How then was it determined that you were going to be able to amend your power presentation if you weren't communicating with the prosecution?
I mean, they asked me about the witness statement of 138 right around May 13th.
How did they ask you about that, sir?
I don't recall if it was a Zoom meeting, a phone call.
So there was a communication with the prosecution.
Oh no, they communicated. They're trying to pull a ARCA.
There were prosecution, or should be communication.
Except prosecution handed
going
everything.
on relative to you amending your PowerPoint that ended up with an amended PowerPoint on May 13th. Do I have that?
I believe so.
So lame.
Going to switch topics.
Okay.
One of the goals of Apeture's analysis and reconstruction was to determine the location and timing of certain text stream events, correct?
Correct.
EDR data.
I'm sorry, my role.
Your role, yes. EDR, and just for clarification, EDR is Event Data Recorder, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to refer to that, as you have before, as EDR, Event Data Recorder.
Sounds good.
EDR data does not show the location associated with a text stream event, correct?
In this particular vehicle, it does not.
And the EDR data for this particular vehicle, namely the Lexus SUV, also does not provide the time associated with a text stream event, correct?
Not at the time of this event.
So the answer is no, correct?
That is not correct.
So let me ask the question.
Objection. Stop telling what the answer is.
Slightly
The judge
different
should
way.
be stepping in on that.
The EDR data does not provide the time. The EDR data for the Lexus SUV that you've been talking about does not provide the time associated with a text stream event, correct?
That is correct.
Instead, every text stream event is associated with a particular key cycle on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
There can be multiple text stream events in a single key cycle, right?
Correct.
And every time you start the car, this one you push the button, that's a new key cycle, right?
That will cause a key cycle.
And the EDR data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that the particular event occurred, correct?
The EDR data, no.
So EDR data gives you no information about the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
You're confusing EDR data and text stream.
I'm not, sir, I'm just
Oh, you're not?
asking a question.
So
if it's yes or no, I'm fine with that.
EDR data will, depending
Not
on
a
the
yes or no
vehicle,
question.
have sometimes it has information about GPS date and time. Sometimes it has ignition cycles, which are a little bit different than key cycles, which is why you frequently have different ignition cycles versus key cycles in EDRs compared to text stream.
So let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
The text stream data
Mm-hmm.
indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurs.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
In order to properly determine the location and the timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle, correct?
I think I'm going to say yes, that text stream tells you the trip.
I'm just asking if it's important that you correctly identify the trip associated with a particular key cycle. And do so by determining, in order to properly determine the location and timing of a text stream event.
So the text stream tells you the trigger event and it tells you the key cycle. So I'm not determining that, I'm reading that from the text stream data.
Okay, so in order to properly read, to use your verb, the location and timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your
So he's asserting she
estimate
just
of
pressed the
when
button, no reason?
the text stream event occurred will be wrong, correct?
It can. I mean, you need to take the totality of the evidence in the text stream with the mileage, the overall timing into account.
So are you saying, sir, that if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, you can get the correct text stream event?
No, not necessarily. Again, you have to take the totality of the data.
My question is with regard to if
Objection, that's his
you
answer.
have the wrong trip with the
No,
wrong key cycle,
You just answered it.
then your estimate of when the text stream event occurred will also be wrong. Isn't that just a matter of logic, sir?
So
No.
Again, the text stream
Not
event
making-
tells you the trip and it tells you the time. If you're saying I'm, say, associating that with the wrong infotainment information or vice versa, then that would be wrong. But the text stream data tells you how much time is associated with each trip. There's no difference there.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of where the text stream event occurred will be wrong. Is that correct?
You can't associate the wrong event with the wrong
What?
key cycle because it keys in the key cycle with the event.
What? Alessi, bro,
Let
you're
me
an
try it a
idiot.
different way.
No matter what way, you're wrong, buddy.
Your
That's not the way it works.
analysis or anyone's analysis in conclusions regarding the timing and the location of the text stream data are only as good as your ability to correctly associate a key cycle with a particular event. Is that an accurate
It shows
statement?
you.
No.
What?
Again, you need to take the totality of the data. So that is one element. You need to look, for example, at the mileage. You need to look at the timing of the events. So this is considered a tool in the analysis process. You need to look at the totality of data to see how it matches up with the physical evidence.
So are you saying that you can have an incorrect key cycle with a particular trip, but you can still get accurate timing and location of text stream data?
So again, you don't get incorrect key cycle with the trip. The trip and the key cycle are coded in by the text stream. If you are attributing an event to the wrong trip, which has a fixed key cycle, that could be a problem.
Exactly. So if we could go, if Your Honor, if we could publish a slide, please, that is in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are we looking at?
Pardon me?
What slide number?
I've got slide 9. Mr. Wolk, yes, I've got the correct one. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to use
Ready
the
for Alessi to
acronym
make himself look
VCH
even
that
stupider,
you've
everyone?
used on your, do you recall using the acronym VCH on your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And
Nobody
VCH
should have
stands
the
for
clearing
Vehicle
camera.
Control History, correct?
The court has made it clear we cannot
You
play the
viewed the
Karen game.
vehicle control history on September 23rd of 2024, correct?
In addition to the PCS data.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd, 2024. Yes?
That is yes.
You took photographs of the vehicle control history, including key cycle 1167.
Correct.
And in this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that
Actually,
are,
can you zoom in on the key cycle?
oh, sure.
Because I think when I got to, no, scroll. So when I got to it, you can see it was that key cycle 1264. The blue highlight was the last file that was written on key cycle 1167.
Right.
Ah,
To answer your question, I got it at 1264.
So if we can go back so we can see the 4 text stream events, I just want to reestablish the foundation here. In this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that are associated with key cycle 1167, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Welcher, that there were actually 10 text stream events associated with just that one key cycle 1167?
Correct. I gave you the original files.
Right. So you are aware that the Commonwealth had maintained up into your firm's engagement that.
Are you saying there's no basis for the question?
yep.
I'm going to allow the question and.
What?
You are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up until your engagement in September of 2024 that all text stream events associated with key cycles 1164, 1165, and 1167 occurred while the Lexus was in the custody of the Massachusetts State Police at the Canton Police Department.
So the objection sustained. You need a foundation, Mr. Lessie.
And you have none.
Sir, as part of your
I should have been
work
allowed to be
and your review of the many documents that you referenced on your direct examination, did you review the text stream events associated with the Lexus SUV?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Pardon me?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Right. And did that, what you download, include key cycles 1164? Did it include that?
It did.
Did it include 1165?
It did.
And did it include 1167?
It did. It did not include 1166.
I didn't mention 1166, sir. I only mentioned 1164, 1165, and 1167. I purposefully skipped because I didn't understand you had reviewed it. So here's my question. You therefore, based upon the fact that you reviewed them, and you said it's important to understand timing, etc. That's very important in your forensic analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the timing question and you understand where the Lexus has been at various points in time. You testified to that in direct, whether it was at the Canton Police Department, whether it was being towed, correct?
In addition to having Mr. Burgess analysis of the data.
In addition to Mr. Burgess analysis, so in that analysis contained locations of where the Lexus had been.
It contained where it had been and also include date and time, when it was turned on, when it was turned off.
Exactly. So not only did you have all the locations, you had dates and times associated with the location where the SUV, the Lexus SUV had been, correct?
Correct.
Now to the question. Based upon that review, that knowledge, that understanding, those bases, you're aware, and you've reviewed, by the way, Trooper Paul's reports, correct?
I have.
There were 2 reports of Trooper Paul. There was his original CARS report and then a supplemental report that were listed in the documents you reviewed. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't want you to have to take my word. Do you recall, sir,
No, I
that there
don't.
were do you recall that there was a report of Trooper Paul?
Yes,
Okay, and you read that report, I assume, sir.
I did.
And it would be important for you to read that report and read it carefully because it addressed the subject matter that you were addressing, correct?
No, I did my own independent analysis. As a matter of fact, it'd probably be more important that I don't do that to avoid confirmational bias.
But you did read Trooper Paul's report.
Of
correct?
course.
So you therefore are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up into your engagement.
I'm going to see a sidebar on this.
as soon as I go to the bathroom. Literally, come on, man. Number 3, y'all. Number 3. I'll bring it back if they come back in the meantime. I agree with you, Alma, my friend. I think the jury, my heart goes out to the jury. They shouldn't have to deal with this. Do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, we definitely could use your help. We have these ways. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link for those of you who just want to use credit or debit. And yes, nobody can see that you donated to me. My PayPal is private. My Venmo is private. Cash App, my side is, but your side would have to be too. So, you know, I can't guarantee that it's private on Cash App unless you're private, but I can on Venmo and PayPal, of course, Revolut as well. Nobody can see your name. I'm not going to say your name out loud. I use screen names if I can. If I don't use it, I just say anonymous. And you can always remain anonymous anyway, even if you don't want your screen name read. You can just write ANON and remain anonymous. We want to make sure everybody's safe and not being harassed by the mob, of course. And we did get our monetization back, so we do have super chats, and super stickers, and memberships, that kind of fun stuff. But we could definitely use your help if you'd like to donate to the channel. Super helpful. Hitting the like button is super helpful. He definitely looks like a fool and sounds like a fool. But to answer your question, nobody's supposed to be playing the Karen cam. The court reached out to everyone that they could that was playing it and told them we weren't allowed. And that Law and Crime actually had to stop playing it as well. There is a court ruling in before the court started that you're only allowed to stay on one person for about 10 seconds during broadcasting or less. It's like a certain amount of seconds. And having the Karen cam on your screen is a violation of that court order. So we can't play it, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe she doesn't know, or maybe she just doesn't care. I don't know. I mean, maybe she might not have known because she wasn't playing it before. You know, she might not know. Oh my God, I love you, Pollock. Right? So amazing. It's brilliant. It's so brilliant. Trying to argue about key cycles and saying you get the wrong key cycle with the wrong event. The problem is the data literally tells you that, so there's no way to get it, quote, wrong. And so their whole theory of it's the wrong key cycle goes right out the freaking window because the data tells you what key cycle it is. So I mean, it's funny. Like, there's Peggy. See Paul behind her. See Renee next to her. I see Jackie Dougal. I see John's ex all the way in the back row to the right. There's only a few of these people that I'm not familiar with who they are, but I'll tell you the ones that I do, obviously. And I wish they would pan over to the ridiculous Reed family. Hey, you go right ahead, my friend. You can send any super sticker you want. I just want people to know what they're getting into when they use super stickers and super chats that, you know, YouTube takes a very hefty cut of it and the creators don't get them, you know, get their part of it for an entire month. So I just want everybody to be fully aware because some people prefer to donate directly through the other options so that YouTube doesn't take a huge cut. So they know where their money's going, you know? I mean, it's definitely an amazing performance, but not in the way that the cult would say that it is. Not in the way the cult would say it is. We are 2 out of 10 on our goal. There's a goal up on our chat. We are 2 out of 10 because I counted Graves from before it was up, and Anna's. We get 10 super stickers or super stickers. Again, super stickers or super chats or donations. I'll count the ones for PayPal and Cash App too. We'll do a special night stream. I love it. It's a poop. I freaking love it, Jack. I love it. Yeah, they take a cut of everything, unfortunately. Literally everything. That's weird. I don't know how. So the problem with iPhones is they're different, and I don't have an iPhone, so I probably couldn't answer that question. But I know that if you use a computer and you go to like, you know, that little bubble that says my name that has like the Twisted Strategies picture in it, if you click on that, it should go to like my profile of the channel. And there are like little tabs, and it'll say like lives, videos, and then there should be one that says memberships. And then you can do it there. But also you should be able to do it in the chat. At the bottom of the chat where you would type in stuff, there should be like a little $sign looking thing with a dollar on it. And if you click on that, it should say like super chats, super stickers, and memberships. But I guess some phones don't have it. I don't know. We just found out that Apple takes 30%. So if you actually use an iPhone to do any of it, they take 30% on top of what YouTube takes. I didn't know that until 2 or 3 days ago. It's just absurd. And then I like did the research on it, and I was like, Apple's greedy. Like, oh, you don't have a computer? I didn't either. This laptop is the only like type computer I've had in a while. We got some new tech that I got to set up, but so I feel you on that. Believe you me, my friend. I get it. I don't know how it works on like iPads or anything like that either. I'm not really sure. Somebody else would have to answer that question. But I do know that if you do it on your browser, like on your phone, you know how it has a browser and you can go to like, whether it's Safari or Chrome, whatever. If you do it that way, and then you should be able to see it. Yeah, that's so weird. And yours is an iPhone, right, Jesse? I prefer that one too, obviously. Oh, wink, wink. Is that a nudge to go check? Yeah, it does. The memberships help the channel grow in the algorithm. So it helps the algorithm sort of say, oh, people are being members. We push the content out. So it does help. It's just like a double-edged sword, you know? They do. They literally do. They literally have you by the cojones, like no matter what. It helps in a way, and it doesn't help in a way. And so it's like, it is what it is. Like, thank you, Paula, for your $15. I appreciate you, my friend. A 3 out of 10. We're at 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10. That's wait. That one too on the little super sticker. I love the super sticker. Poop. That is for you, Leslie. Poop. Like, I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. Yeah, I wonder if that's only iPhones. I don't have an iPhone, so I couldn't what it looks like on an iPhone. But
are you aware that over
Jack says 1994? I love it for LSE.
In your investigation,
thank you, Jack. I appreciate you, my friend.
That the
4 out of 10
theorized time of the alleged contact of the SUV.
Get the desktop version. Yeah, so you should be able to do that on the desktop version of it.
Theorized.
That's the way that people have told me they're able to do it. I'm not sure.
Are you aware that over the course of
I forget who told me that. Someone told me
the
that
Commonwealth's investigation
that you can do it on the desktop version of your phone instead of trying to go into like the YouTube app. If you do it like in the desktop version on like Safari or Chrome on your phone, then you can find the memberships there. Right? It's the mean word.
Good night.
All right, we're not muted, so they're just what's happening. I'm confused.
Sure.
Hold on, guys. It is muted. Oh, no, just I'm muted. My bad. I'll shut up now.
Do you have knowledge whether there is one time or more than one time for the Commonwealth's position, as you know it from reading documents that you said you've reviewed, that there are different times alleged for the incident to have occurred at 34 Fairview.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question, remove part of
I'm sorry, Your
it.
Honor.
You have to remove part of that statement.
Okay, understood, Your Honor. Do you know whether there is more than one time that has been proposed by the Commonwealth for the impact alleged to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm going to ask for an instruction.
I'm not giving you
Instruction.
instruction now.
Dr.
What?
Dr. Welcher,
What?
in terms of the analyses that you have reviewed in this case, is there one time that you understand there to be for a hypothesis for the time of the impact at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'm going to see you again, folks. I'm sorry about this.
I'm sorry about this, that I had to keep giving in to a lessee, even though it was very clear what I told him he could or could not ask, but he did it anyway. And I'm also going to not deny a freaking. So Hank, I don't know if you guys heard that because it was hard to hear even for me, but Hank asked the judge to give an instruction, which means she should have instructed the jury, hey, you need to disregard this, this, and this because of this doesn't make evidence, or this doesn't, the things that the lawyers say aren't evidence, whatever instruction he was asking for. And the judge said, I'm not going to give the instruction now. That's the third time that Hank has asked for an instruction during this trial that she's not given. And I will remind you that every time the defense has asked for an instruction, she's given it. So if she doesn't give it after this freaking sidebar, we're on sidebar 4, right? 4. We're on sidebar 4. Right? Explain how to be a lawyer to him. Oh, I just watched the Sherry Papini thing the other day. I definitely watched that the other day. I mean, if I was the jury, I would see how ridiculous that is. Not only is it Leslie asking questions that he doesn't have the foundation for them, and they're completely out of like, thank you, JMS, for your $9.99 super sticker. I love it. It's a little hippo spinning in his chair. It's freaking adorable. And no, I think Welcher is not, dealing with Alessi's bullying either. He keeps correcting him and stuff. Like you could see him when he gets aggravated enough that he smirks, he puts his hand down and he's like, what the actual F? Like, what is this guy even asking me? Number one. Number two, why does the judge keep allowing this? Like, it is very unfair and it does trigger anxiety for sure. I agree with you. The gaslighting, it gets to me too. That's you'll notice I start swinging in the chair like this, or you might not see when I'm shaking my leg under the table. And that's when I'm starting to get leggings, because see, I'm shaking my leg right now and you don't even know. But that sort of helps calm my anxiety sometimes, especially when people are gaslighting, because that's part of abuse. People gaslight. Like, that's what abusers do, is gaslight. Like, oh yeah, definitely group hug. Narcissists, that's what they do. It's what they do. I mean, 6 probably isn't a bad number. We're at 4. Like, in a half an hour, the judge is going to want to go to lunch. Like, you know what I'm saying? I would love to be a fly on the wall when Dr. Welcher goes back to his office and says, like, what an idiot Alessi is and how stupid it was having to deal with some of this stuff when the judge not intervening and stopping it. Like, oh, he probably is. Like, that's another thing, right? Like, that's not supposed to just be solely on them either. The court order applied to everybody in that courtroom, which is funny, but the only people complaining about it, as far as we understand, is the defense were complaining about it being on Karen for more than 10 seconds. They don't like those clips of her looking like a maniac on the news. And so the court order, though, it does apply to everyone. It applies to every person they're putting on the camera. It's only supposed to be seconds. You know what I mean? That's okay, though. Even if you're not an abuse survivor, you might have dealt with a narcissist before, and that will trigger that sort of anxiety. Is even like people have parents that are narcissists. Some people have siblings that are narcissists. Some people have children that are narcissists. Some people have a brother or a sister that's a narcissist. An ex, like you might not even realize that you were a survivor of abuse, because what people seem to forget is it doesn't always have to be physical abuse. I went through physical abuse, but it doesn't have to be physical to be abuse. Psychological and mental torture is abuse. That's why coercive control is part of the definition of abuse now. Coercive control is something that narcissists and abusers use often. Oh my God, Elizabeth Little looks so bad. She looks like there's a dog sitting on her head with those bangs. Those are so bad. It literally looks like Karen in the middle of the night went into a rage, one of her Karen rages, snipped off Elizabeth Little's hair, dumped half of hair dye and part of her. It looks, oh my God, who's going to tell her? Like, I liked her hair before. I thought it looked nice. Like, now I don't like, it's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, and you don't need an explanation to why it triggers you either. Some people don't even realize that they're been in an abusive situation, though. They don't even start to realize it until they talk to other victims, They just don't. Or you might have had a sister that went through, an abusive situation, or a brother, it can hit very close to home. Right? Mrs. O'Keefe doesn't complain about the cameras being on her. Like, well, that's another thing, right? Like, she has no problem talking to the court cameras after court TV, Law and Crime, Channel 754. She has no problem talking to them, but she has a problem with it being on her more than 10 seconds and having the Karen cam on to the point where she complained and the court told us that we weren't allowed to. Like, I mean, come on, man. So stupid. Like, and yes, I totally forgot it was part of the court order, but like, still, nonetheless, the fact that they had to take it off of Law and Crime, like, come on, man. Like, I agree with you on that one. I have no patience for it either, because I've been one of those people that continuously gets dragged into med by the maniacs, to the point where they still, and ask Jesse, they still like try to call my phone, try to text my phone, like make prank phone calls. I get emails, I get DMs of like the most horrific nonsense. Like, what is the holdup? I mean, did Giannetti get sent back to his chair? Did Karen get sent back to her chair? Are they still at a sidebar? Like, what is actually happening? Giannetti looks like he's ready to run out of that room. Just look at him right now. He's literally like going like this. Like, he is like anxiety ridden, ready to get the F out of there. He knows his license is on the line for these people. Like, well, you know what, Jack? They're not people who are, I mean, I realize that it lowers my viewership when I don't show it, but it's a court order, and I'm not going to break a court order to show it to have more viewers. Like, some creators will do things like undercut other creators by going like, so say for instance, I always do at 8:30. Then all of a sudden I start starting earlier and earlier because other channels are starting earlier. And I'm like, oh, if I start earlier, I'll get more viewers if I start earlier than them. Like, I refuse to use those shitty tactics to undercut other people, or I refuse to do them. I'm sorry, I do. Like, those are tactics that I will not agree with, no matter who does them or what side does them. If you felt the need to change the time that you go on so that you get more viewers, to be earlier than everyone else after you had already set a time, like that's just shitty. You're being a sneaky asshole. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I am probably the only one not showing it at this point, but so I realize but it's a court order. I'm not willing to break a court order when we were already told we can't show it. That's a good question. Why does she? Yep, Darvo. It's what they do. It's what they do. I realize I have an uphill battle.
Yeah, you're right.
Because they don't do those things. It's a very large uphill battle.
To the moment, we'll come back to the other topic a little bit.
Oh, will you? Why don't you do it now, Leslie?
As we discussed earlier, your
Maybe.
You've got on various documents, you're a biomechanical engineer, but I've also heard you make reference to biomedical. Can you just tell me what you consider yourself, sir? Is
Sure.
it is biomechanical engineer something you consider yourself to be?
Sure. My degrees are in biomedical engineering. The discipline within biomedical engineering that I practice is biomechanics.
Right. And so is it accurate to say that you are a biomechanical engineer?
Yes.
And you say that much in your report, correct?
And the CV and resume I gave you.
Right. Now, in your report, and Your Honor, I have no issue if he refers to the
Thank you.
page of his report.
Do you have a paper
Good.
copy or do you need your?
I do.
If you, sir, could turn to page 9 of your report.
They just want the silver list, I'll tell you that much.
And on page 9, you state, as a biomechanical engineer, I have no opinion on
Defense,
any
probably.
aspect of, and I think you're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's medical treatment or medical diagnoses. I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. Did I read that correctly?
Did?
In that statement, I assume, given you wrote it, is a fair representation of your professional role in this case?
Yes.
And you go on to add on page 9, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces
Hey, Laura.
on the human anatomy. Did I read that correct?
You did?
And on your direct examination, is it correct that you stated as a civil engineer, you made an analogy, you assessed the cables and beams of a bridge?
you.
As you would assess the cables and beams of a bridge, you assess the human anatomy. You made that analogy, correct?
The analogy that bones are my bridge elements, cables are muscles and ligaments.
Right. And you stated that it's the job of a biomechanical engineer to quantify the force acting upon a person to determine the cause of their injuries, correct?
That is part of what we do.
It's part of, but it is therefore something that a biomechanical engineer does, correct?
If given sufficient data, yes.
So you know do you know what a force calculation is, sir, when I refer to that term?
I believe so.
What do you believe it to be?
Well, force is usually a physical measurement, but you can also use Newton's second law, which is force equals mass times acceleration.
That's exactly what I wanted to get. Newton's second law is, and sometimes referred to as the second law of motion. And in the second law is force equals mass times acceleration, correct?
Correct.
And just sort of like simple algebra, sometimes you have one or more of those.
It's not like simple
I'm
algebra.
focusing on when you're trying to determine, sir, you're pulling something out.
Calculator. I thought you were going to ask me numbers, do calculations.
All right, we're going to do that. We need to do it with the court's permission. So
Sorry.
if you feel you need to do that, just let me
You
know.
can just leave it right
All
here.
right.
So I just want to get the principles down first. So Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and force is oftentimes what you're trying to calculate in a force calculation, correct?
Calculate or measure, yes.
Yeah. And Newton's first law is the law of generally inertia. An object at rest tends to stay at rest. Object in motion tends to stay in motion. We're not talking about that in force. We're talking about Newton's just second law, correct?
You asked me two questions. Newton's first law is generally, as you said, it could be at rest or at constant velocity, but yes.
Okay. And that Newton's second law is generally just a mathematical calculation, correct?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to turn to page 11 of your report.
Right, Anna? John DePetra reporting. People want to pretend
And
this
on
cross
page 11, you
Be my
discussed the force calculation in conjunction with the part of your report where you discuss your experiment where you dropped a test dummy backwards, correct?
Correct.
You determined that a fall of 69 inches, at that fall, Mr. O'Keefe's head would have accelerated with 458 G's of force?
That's what we actually measured.
Right.
In the test.
And can you tell the jury what is meant by G's?
So G's is a measure of acceleration. If you usually acceleration is measured in feet per second squared. If you divide it by 1G, which is 32.174 feet per second squared, that gives it to you in G's. People often heard about fighter pilots losing consciousness at 6 or 7 G's, basically because your blood is getting sucked away from your head, not because you're being impacted. But G forces, or G's as they're more properly called, is a measure of the acceleration. It's just whatever the acceleration is divided by what we all feel when we're standing here, which is 1G of gravity.
And you estimated Mr. O'Keefe's head weight of approximately 15.7 pounds. You used a percentage. Is 15.7 about right for the mass of,
Yes.
of the head? So if we apply Newton's second law, we keep F force open
Is he
as
serious?
the unknown. We
Oh my
take
God.
and apply the mass, which is 15.7, multiply it by the acceleration. You end up with a force acting upon Mr. O'Keefe's head of 7,200 pounds. Do I have that right? That's right out of your report.
So that math is all correct. Falling backwards onto a hard surface from his standing height will give you approximately 7,200 pounds of force.
In that 7,200
Hey, Alba.
pounds is the previous unknown F in the Newton's second law equation, correct?
Correct.
So now we have an answer for F, 7,200 pounds. Now you then go on to note that the applicable scientific literature states that a fracture to the occipital bone, and just to review, the occipital bone is the back of the head right here, right?
Correct.
So you then, as I understand it, you go to the scientific literature and you concluded that a fracture to the occipital bone can occur with an average force of 1,634 pounds from a fall distance of 40 inches, correct? I'm sorry.
How many inches?
40. That's in your report?
Well, you mixed two things together. There was stuff that
Shocker.
reported force data. You had those numbers correct. A range of between 1,150 and 2,150, a mean of 1,634 pounds. And then it says, and a drop distance as low as 40 inches.
Right. And is the number 634 pounds a proper number for an average force?
Did you say 1,634 pounds?
1,634.
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to do is see if this is correct. So if you can get a fracture of the occipital bone in an average force of 634 pounds.
No. 1,634.
I thought that's what I said. If I did, I missed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard 634.
No, 1,634.
My apologies.
And you compare that to the 7,200 pounds of force that you calculated, surely you're going to have a fracture of the occipital bones through that calculation and that comparison, correct?
Correct. Falling on a hard surface can definitely fracture your skull.
So I'm not getting at the manner. I'm just applying the Newton's second law. Newton's second law doesn't look at manner, does it? It just looks at force equals mass times acceleration. Newton's second law doesn't look at the surface, does it?
So it's a function of the surface. The A value is a function of the surface you hit.
So you're saying acceleration depends upon the surface?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right.
For an impact, it does.
Of course.
Now, let's go to the study you cited. Injuries to pedestrians in real accidents in their relation to collision and car characteristics. That's in your report, correct?
What reference number?
May I, Your Honor, grab the report?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can, it's in your report, sir. If you can find it, I'll do it in parallel with you.
Is it number 25?
That's the one I think it is. I just want to check your report.
Would you like me to actually pull up the paper?
No,
Okay.
just want to get to the. That's it, number 25. We're talking about the same one. Now, isn't it true that this study states that head injuries are the most common injury type for motor vehicle collisions, constituting more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions?
Or could the witness see the document that's being referred to?
Do you have your report in front of you?
I have my report, but reference 25 is not in the section he's referring to.
Why don't you show it to him, Mr. Leslie?
I do not have with me a copy of the report he cites in his reference. He did, can I ask another question? Nora?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, on your direct testimony, did you not discuss the percentage of pedestrian injuries and relate it to heads? Did you not, on your direct, talk about percentages of injuries that are head injuries in impacts of pedestrians with cars?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you came up with a number. What I'm trying to do is to compare that number to the number in the study that you cite. If you don't remember, that's okay. We'll just move to the next
Can I
question.
go to my slide?
Whatever you can use to determine what was the percentage that's in the study that you cite in footnote 25 of your report.
Sure. That was also from my presentation that I gave. It's 61.5 for all injuries, 12.7 for fatal injuries.
Thank you.
You're
So I'll
welcome.
repeat my question and then we'll get it in logic. So that study states that head injuries are the most common injury type from motor vehicle collisions, constituting slightly more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions, correct?
That number is correct. You're quoting a sentence. I would want to pull the paper up, but the number is correct.
Okay, so doesn't this article also state that of all head injuries sustained by motor vehicle collisions, only 12.7 of them are fatal?
That does, yes.
Did you mention that only 12.7 are fatal on your direct examination?
It's circled with a red box on my slide.
Did you mention that on your testimony on
I
direct?
thought I did.
This article was published back in 1979, correct?
That's correct.
It's 46 years old. Therefore, if I did the math correct, right?
That sounds correct.
Are you aware that given advancements in science since 1979, advancements in medicine, advancements in technology, the
lots of
currently
physics are old
understood
too, Bob.
most common injuries as a result of pedestrian motor vehicle collisions are injuries to the lower extremities?
I'd have to see the study. It wouldn't surprise me. Car technology, especially, for example, with pedestrian safety systems, has caused autonomous braking. So you're getting fewer higher severity crashes, which results in a higher propensity for lower extremity injuries. It's the higher extremity crash that causes the head to either slap into the hood or the window and or bounce off, to where if you get the lower severity crashes, you can still maintain a standing posture. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's accurate.
So you would agree that as of January 2022, the most common injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is one to lower extremities?
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that date. And again, you have to look at frontals versus rears.
So you can test that the most commonly understood injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is injuries to lower extremities.
Maybe that's about a source.
No, I'll allow the question.
So I'd want to see the data. Again, most cars, for example, this Lexus has a pre-collision system in it that will start to apply the brakes if it senses a pedestrian at the front of the car. And so for frontal collisions, it's transitioning, taking what were head injuries, because they're more severe, higher speed crashes, making them lower speed crashes and shifting the injuries to the lower extremities. Just like airbags shifted the head injuries away from the severe ones, and we started getting more or higher ankle and lower leg injuries. So the change in the technology, but for backing, that may not be the case because you have different geometry on the vehicles and you have different safety systems.
I'll try it a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have knowledge, as you sit here today, whether the most common injury from a motor vehicle accident is to the lower extremities?
I'd have to look at the literature. I have the article I gave you.
So the answer is you don't know the answer to that question. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
All right.
Off the top of his head. Thank you.
Newton's second law analysis that we went through, force equals mass times acceleration, where we came up with the 7,200 number. You didn't discuss that calculation on your direct examination, did you?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss a whole bunch of those things that were that wasn't necessarily an opinion, that was a sub-opinion or basis for my opinion.
You didn't discuss that Newton law calculation on your direct examination, did you, sir?
So in a way I did, because I said my drop testing shows that you can do this. So I didn't quote that number, but we are going through the specific numbers now. But I absolutely did say, as a matter of fact, I showed a video of my drop testing and talked about how falling onto a rigid surface, a hard surface, can cause a skull fracture.
Did you discuss on your direct examination applying 15.7 of the head weight to 458 Gs and come up with a number of 7,200? Did you do that on your direct examination?
Those specific numbers, no. The general concept of the drop testing and what it showed, yes.
So instead of that calculation, you referred to a flow chart comparing injury characteristics of flaws versus blows. Do you recall doing that on your direct?
So you asked me two questions. You said instead of, so that's no, it's not instead of. They're two completely different topics. So no, I didn't do that instead of.
Okay.
I looked at a force analysis, then I looked at 3 peer-reviewed publications that were attempting to differentiate whether an injury is associated with a fall or a blow, an assault, and they came up with a metric for doing that. Those things are completely separate.
Let's ask it this way. Did you, on your slide presentation that you presented to this jury, did you put the inputs into F equals M times A in your slide presentation with the numbers we talked about of 15.7 for the M and 458 for the G to come up with 7,200? Was that anywhere on your slide presentation?
So the slide presentation showed the 458 Gs. The rest of it was not on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You also indicated that the laceration above Mr. O'Keefe's right eye is consistent with the shape and height of the fin on the top of the Lexus SUV. Do you recall that?
Correct. It's actually properly called a spoiler.
And so you would call it a spoiler instead of a fin?
Correct.
Fair enough. We'll call it a spoiler. You visited the scene at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
You stated that you like to visit the scene while you're working as an accident reconstructionist so you can get a better understanding of the data?
I don't like to use the word like, but we want to go to the scene to see the scene.
When you visited 34 Fairview, did you go into the garage at 34 Fairview?
No. I actually didn't set foot on the property.
You didn't set foot on the property.
No, I stayed in the street. It's my understanding there were new owners.
Did you consider the scene limited to the road?
So the access I had was to the road. The laser scanners and the photographs will extend further, but I didn't have access to the interior of the house.
Oh, so you didn't access the entire scene, correct?
In my opinion, I
with the
did
scanners.
access the entire scene. I didn't
With the
physically
scanner.
step 7 feet onto the grass,
Doesn't have
to the
to.
point of
The
rest.
scanners do it.
but I stood and photographed where that was. I didn't want to trespass.
Where
That's
did
right.
you understand the body of Mr. O'Keefe was located?
I know it was 7 feet in from the grass. I've seen cruiser camera showing people around a body. It's slightly north and slightly south and a little bit west of the flagpole.
But you didn't
What an idiot.
access that part of the scene that you just described, correct?
I absolutely did. I took
You did with
photographs
the
of it.
laser
I didn't
scanners.
trespass and stand
Into
at that
it.
exact location, but I stood right there. We
The scanners
scanned
do it.
the whole thing. The scanner uses a laser beam that goes out, 150,
The entire
200,
thing.
300 feet. So we
Yep.
scanned all that stuff.
We sure did.
Did your scan topography?
Yes.
Yes, it does. Dumbass.
Then you know
What a dumb
that
question.
there is a berm raised above street level, correct? If you did the scan.
Correct.
Do you know the height of that berm?
Conspiracy
I believe
berm.
it's 4 inches.
Conspiracy berm. Here we go with the conspiracy berm.
Nowhere in your report, when you're comparing the height of Mr. O'Keefe to the spoiler, do you account for that 4 inches of the berm, do you?
So yes and no. As I indicated, we don't know exactly where the point of impact is, whether he was completely in the road or up on the berm. But for example, where the tire spins on the Lexus, that could be where she's driving up on the curb. And so then that tire will be at the height of the curb. So if he's standing on the higher part and the right rear tire of the Lexus goes up there and spins, then that would be at the same height. We don't know the exact point of impact. So I don't know whether he was on the road or in the street. Excuse me, on the street or on the side of the road.
Exactly, but when you did your depiction on your slide, and you remember you had the ruler?
Doesn't matter, he was still hit.
So, yep,
Where
Shocker.
was it? Was it you in that slide?
it was
Where were your feet?
on the ground.
Not on the berm, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you chose a measurement, which was the ground to the top
Doesn't make a difference.
for the spoiler, and you took a measurement. And you said that approximates the height of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Of the laceration of Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly, because what you were doing was you were trying to determine and present testimony on whether or not that laceration could be caused by the spoiler, and to do so, you had to take measurements, correct?
Correct.
So, you chose to place Mr. O'Keefe in your simulation on the ground. You didn't choose to put him on a berm that would be 4 inches higher, did you?
Nor did I put the Lexus 4 inches higher. I didn't do
Correct.
either one of those.
So the point is,
If you put them
it's
both
certainly
up
possible
4 inches
that
higher,
there's 4 to 5 more
same
inches.
result.
That
Dumbass.
would take that eye out of the ability to be hit by the spoiler. Isn't that correct?
No, because if it's 4 to 5 inches higher and he leans his head down or reacts to it, again, we don't know the exact position of his head.
Did you, in your slide yesterday, describe the possibility that his head could be down? As I understand it, you're positioned in that photo just like this. You're not positioned like that in any photo you presented to the jury, were you?
Trying to make it clear, we don't know his exact body position at the point of impact,
He has
nor do we
made
know
that
the
clear.
exact position on the ground. So, which is part of the reason why I haven't tried to exactly simulate this, because we don't have enough parameters to do that. So I don't have that information. I'm showing the geometry relative to someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
So you don't have the information to do that properly, so therefore you can't conclude that he had a laceration to the eye from the spoiler by your own answer that you just gave, correct?
Oh my God.
It was done properly. We don't have absolute information to say where exactly he was. I'm pointing out that the physical evidence, the height, matches the height of the laceration. That is one data point of many data points.
So you would have to at least concede that the level of his eye could be non-contacting that fin or spoiler, because you don't have information as you just described. Is this
Sure,
correct?
it could be from contacting the ground.
Pardon me?
It could be from contacting the ground. It could be from other things.
But you don't have the information necessary to conclude with any certainty that Mr.
Given the
O'Keefe
glass.
at the time of impact had a level of his head in an upright such that it hit that spoiler. You
That's
don't
irrelevant.
have that information, correct?
We don't have that level of certainty. We have that the height and geometry matches.
And you didn't take into consideration the berm, and you didn't mention the berm at all when you were discussing
The conspiracy
this
berm.
measurement with a jury yesterday, correct?
That is not correct. You asked me two questions. I absolutely considered the berm. And the second question, when I presented to the jury, I mentioned the berm when we showed the picture of the shoe in the snow, but that was it.
That's my question. I'll ask it a different way. When we were talking not about finding a shoe in the snow.
That's my question,
and
but
you
I'll ask
mentioned
it
the
a different
berm,
way.
I'm talking about when you did the measurement of whether or not the laceration could be caused by the spoiler. You didn't mention accounting for berm height when you discussed that measurement with the jury, did you?
That is correct.
The jury's like, and what's your point? It doesn't change the data, bub.
Likewise, you didn't present any Newton's second law analysis regarding the front of Mr. O'Keefe's head with respect to whether his head was contacted by that spoiler, did you?
Correct. Again, it was a glancing hit. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, so it's a glancing hit to the front of the head is your hypothesis?
This whole pedestrian impact is a glancing
It's a
hit.
glancing hit, dumbass.
So
What are you
can
talking
have
about?
your arm to the side like this, with the back of the vehicle coming like this, and you could glance the right eye with the arm out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what my picture shows when I'm standing next to the car. I could probably find the slide for you.
So you didn't do a force analysis to determine how much force would be applied assuming a contact. with
Love
the
this
right
guy.
eye.
That's correct.
And force analysis is what biomechanists do, correct? That's what a biomechanist does?
That is part of what we
Part
do.
of what they do.
So I lined up his anthropometry relative to the known height of the vehicle.
You attempted to line it up. That's one method, but another method is to apply Newton's second law like you did to the back of the head when he fell, correct?
Correct. If we had more information.
Mr. Alessi, why don't we break here?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So juries.
Of course, not 1 minute past one. Not 1 minute past one, of course. This judge, dude, drives me absolutely bonkers. There's like no need. We could have kept going a little bit. She can't do it not one time past 1 o'clock. God forbid it goes 1 minute past one. Just like God forbid it even ever gets to 4 o'clock to end. Like, come on, man. Not only is Alessi having him repeat his testimony, so far Alessi is hurting himself in his defense like a dumbass. He literally has no idea what he's talking about. And it shows in his questions, especially when the expert has to answer. That's not what you asked. You just asked two things. And the first part of what you asked is, no, I don't think I know, or I didn't do, instead, I did it as well. Like, so Alessi tries to insert these little comments and like double or triple questions in one question, which is improper, by the way. Why are they? I don't know. I mean, what's happening? Everybody went to lunch, so why are they showing the court again? I'm confused. Everybody's filing out, so why are they not at the ceiling? Okay, back to the ceiling they go. Sure, back to the fan. But yes, he raises his voice as if it's some sort of gotcha moment when it's clearly not. He also raises his voice when he gets mad that he's not getting the answers. That was the funny part. I can find the slide for you. That's what, like, he literally stopped. Dr. Welcher literally stopped and was like, that's exactly what my entire thing shows. I mean, I can find the slide for you if you like. It was so demeaning to be like, buddy, did you not watch what I showed the jury? That's exactly what and I knew exactly what he meant when he said it was a glancing. Unless he immediately asserted, so you're saying it was glancing to his head? Who the hell said anything about his head? The entire pedestrian accident was glancing. It was from the side of the back of the vehicle, not right dead center in the middle. I knew exactly what he meant. Yet Alessi immediately asserts he means his head. Like, what? What in the hell are you talking about, bro? Like, oh, that's his way of trying to get out of the fact that he had no idea what he was talking about. Is being like, well, let me ask it a different way. If you guys caught that last bit, he literally said, well, that was my question, but I'll ask it in a different way. If he just answered your question, that was my question, but I'll answer it in a different way. Not that wasn't my question. That was my question, but I'll ask it in a different way. His famous line is, I'll ask it in a different way when he's wrong. When he looks like an idiot. Is that's not what I was asking. And I've caught quite a few times where he's asked the question, Dr. Welcher has answered it, unless he didn't like the answer. So he goes back and goes, that wasn't my question. And then asks, I'll ask it again in a different way. And then he asks a completely different question than what he just asked, but he's asserting that he's asking it in a different way. That's not asking in a different way. That's a completely different question. Like, then again, he gets an answer he doesn't like and says, let me try this again. I'll streamline this for you. Let me blah, blah, blah. And asks a completely different question again. Like, you think the jury isn't catching on to any of that? Dude, if I'm catching it and you guys are catching it, they're catching it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. We do need a break sometimes. I was eating my animal crackers and I was looking for an Alessi monster or an Alessi animal, and I didn't find any in there, you know? But I did find turtles. They're delicious. Absolutely delicious. No Alessi animals in there, though. None. I looked. Yeah, I mean, this is what you get when you, I mean, I honestly think maybe hiring him is some form of like trying to allow her to appeal on like ineffective counsel, but she's signed a waiver for certain things that she's not going to be able to appeal for ineffective counsel. But there are some other ways around that, of course, as there always is, loopholes. I feel like this has to be one of them. If you looked at Yannetti when I told you guys, Yannetti absolutely looks like he's ready to run out of that courtroom. Like he's ready to freaking run out of that courtroom. If you guys saw him when I was pointing out what he looked like, he was going like this. He was so nervous. He was ready to just get the hell out of there. Like, bye, Yannetti.
I would like Noon's second law of motion. Are you ready for that? Let's, while we're at it, let's discuss maybe some mathematical problems in algebra during the murder trial. Would you like to talk about that?
Dude, did you hear him say it's like it's sort of like basic algebra? Newton's second law of physics or first law of physics is nothing like basic algebra. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's funny that he's like, well, this data is like 43 years old. Well, Newton's law is a few hundred years old, and people still
That's exactly what I said. You did say that in chat. I was like,
I see you say
law
that.
is extremely fucking old, and guess what? Still used to this day.
I don't get. I think he's got lost in the fucking weeds. Even the lawyer, you know, is like saying, like, I think he's getting lost here. I think he's
shocker.
Because like the problem is that you have to focus your questions. First off, you need to know the answers to the questions you're asking. Yeah, that's the first rule.
That's lawyering 101 is don't ask a question you don't know the effing answer or the general answer to. And he's asking questions that he has no idea what the answer is going to be.
Another issue is that he's trying to get him on, like, you know, like he got the answer he needed, and he just completely didn't ignored it and moved on to his point. He got the guy to say, well, that could be caused by hitting the ground, that wound over his eye. And that's where he should have stopped and explored that area.
With the ground.
But instead,
Right.
he went right past it to make a moot point. And that is the problem. And the other
he
issue
could have went
is,
in and been like, okay, it could have been the ground. What else could it have been, Dr. Welcher?
Yes.
Could he have fallen and hit in the ground, and that could have caused that? Like, instead of being hit by like, he could have explored that till the ends of the earth, and instead, he went right past it. Like,
and the problem is like the jury's not going to care about the Newton's second law and all this shit.
No,
it's like, are you? And the problem is they're going to go with the story like, is the defense claiming that he fell in the back of his head? Okay, so what caused him to fall on the back of his head? That's going to be the question. And now their problem is that they for years claimed the two black eyes they claimed it was black eyes aren't black eyes. That there was the result of a head injury. So they have to go into this thought process of how did that occur? And are you claiming Mr. Higgins just pushed John and he fell, and instead of calling the ambulance, they decided to pick him up and put him into the cold to die for 3 hours, like for hours and hours on end?
Yep.
And the problem is no one understands Mr. Alessi's questions. Mr. Alessi's questions are all over the place. He needs to focus on the areas that he needs to get, and that's it. And this whole thing about, quoting dictionaries and what this means in Latin and, Newton's second law, that's shit people don't give a fuck about. Are you kidding me?
Nope. I mean, Freak's right. Should we ask him about Newton's zeroth law?
Yeah, like I when I started hearing him talk about Newton's law, I was just like, what the fuck am I watching here? Is this for real?
A dumb person. He's a dumbass. Like,
like you have to realize, like, the jury wants a story. They want to know what you believe and to lay out the evidence on your side to discredit them. And the problem is you're sitting here and you're talking about math and theoretic Newton's law, and then you're like surprised he doesn't go into the garage. Well, he was told to do research on a car accident.
Go onto the property is what he was like asserting. Like, oh, so you didn't do the whole scene. And it's like, bro, he lasered the stuff. Number one. Number two, those lasers do topography, which is like the hills, like in a yard or in a space, mountains, hills, like the grass, the ground, like, and he goes, does it do topography? And he's like, I know the answer to that. Of course it does. Like, the lasers go out 300 or more feet. So he doesn't have, he could be standing right at the berm, which is the road, not trespass onto someone else's property because someone else owns that house now. You can't just step and trespass into someone's property to do a test. But the lasers do. It maps out all of the entire scene. Like,
yeah, and the problem is like you need to tell the jury your what you like,
your
at
version.
least your version, at least something. Now the problem is it's all over the place because one moment you're saying again he's got beat up, but yet the only visible injury that he has from this supposed beating is a cut over his eye and a nose or something like that, which your own client testified about pulling glass from his nose.
The glass out of. Exactly. So then it makes it sound like that scratch and the one above his eye is probably from the glass.
And then the head injury. And that the problem is you're in a situation where you have to kind of, you if you can't attack the data, you have to go about it to make the data work for you, that it kind of helps your theory of the case. And like, he's not doing that. He's just trying to like discredit the data based on calculation, saying, well, he's standing 2 feet above the ground. And the guy's like trying to tell him like, no, we don't know where he was standing at the time when he was hit. If we knew that, then we would have better data. And so and the defense ARCA doesn't have that data either. No one has that data. The only people that know exactly where John was standing at the time is the murderer and John. And John's dead. Or murderers, if you think you're a Karen Reed. But ARCA didn't do 10%. No, they didn't. And that's going to be a thing that's going to backfire on him. Because they're going to bring these guys in. And they highlighted how this is like a problem, how, they should do more research and stuff like that. And when they bring their experts in and they have all this incomplete data, they're going to be completely disregarded and seen as bias. and then they're going to
Yeah,
go
they
with the better expert. That's how it's going to be. That's how it usually goes with battle of
That's how
experts.
juries work. They decide who's more credible, and I don't find them, thinking that they're going to think that Ark is credible at all. And I can answer the question of who Karen Reed is looking at behind her. So what she does is when she thinks it's a gotcha moment, or when her attorneys have told her it's going to be some sort of gotcha moment, she turns around and looks at her family and does like this smirk, like, see what he just did there? Isn't that awesome? Isn't this amazing? It's like giving herself a pat on the back. So she turns and looks at her family behind her, like, look at, see what he's doing there. See, like, that's why she's always looking behind her. We've seen her do it in pretrial and in the first trial. So I know exactly what she's doing. It's a bad look in front of the jury.
Yeah, it's a bad look. I mean, like, the jury looks at the person being tried, and they see their affect, and they see their emotional response to things. And when they look at her, they probably have they're forming their own opinions. And that's how juries work. Now, one thing that the Karen Reed needs to do if she wants to try to get a hung jury or even an acquittal is that you have to prove that the cops are corrupt and that they just framed you, or they just like these terrible cops. And the problem is like,
you got nothing to prove that.
You really don't have anything except for Proctor. I mean, they're not going to bring Proctor on the stand because they don't want to bring Proctor on the stand because they can't impeach him. They can't go like ham on him like they did last time.
Nope.
So they're going to bring his friends to read me no text messages, which is going to be like, probably score them a little bit of points here and there. But in the end of the day, like, that's not going to be a situation that's going to help them out, because the problem is if it was just the investigators grabbing the evidence, then you might have an argument to defend yourself. But the problem is that you have experts, paid experts, like, doctors and biomechanical engineers and all these stuff coming in there stating that this looks like an accident, like a car accident, not a beat down by John O'Keefe. And that's a big issue.
Yeah. It's what they do best. You know what I mean? Like, this is what they do best. And I mean, they always say he's incredible, which is so funny to me, because at least EDB sometimes is like, yeah, no, he's not doing too hot. I mean, she even criticized Jackson at one point and was like, I don't know what he's doing right now. No idea, because he can't prove any of what he just said in his like opening statement. And we realize that the jury doesn't know what has been said in the last 2 years, but they do know thus far what has been said in trial, what they were told in opening statements, and the fact that Proctor, and then a bunch of Chief Berkowitz, and the dog has been mentioned. If you give them nothing to correlate those things together,
you have to basically
does nothing.
Like, all they really, I mean, like, if you listen to their cross, and I don't know what other witnesses they're going to bring back, but they've made a lot of speculations, but the speculations are not supported by anything.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
And that's the problem, is it's supported by absolutely nothing other than speculation, rank speculation. And that's not going to help them, especially when the prosecution has brought so much data and evidence. I am dying for Alessi to wrap this up, as we know he's not going to do anytime soon, but I'm dying for him to wrap it up because I want to see what clips Hank chooses for last. And Dr. Welcher, I believe, is the very last witness that the Commonwealth's going to call until they do rebuttal witnesses during the defense's thing or after. And I'm like, the first one is always a doozy. The last one is going to be a doozy, but I'm dying to know if he plays more than one, on which ones, if we've seen them or if we haven't.
Another thing is, and DiPietro points this out, that he's saying 2-minute long questions. And that is a terrible way to ask a question, because the one thing you want is you want a short question to get a straight answer. Like, if I go up and
yes or no.
Yeah, like if I say, okay, Twisted, what color's your shirt or your sweater?
Blue.
Okay, that's pretty much it. And I know it because I'm looking at her. I know the color. I know the answer.
I'm
asking her. That's how it usually works. You don't be like, well, so today's particular day, which is Wednesday on 5/28/2025 at 1:14 p.m., it appears that you are wearing what seems to be a large hoodie. It seems like
call
a hoodie.
that?
What color would that hoodie be if you had your opinion on that
Blue,
hoodie?
navy blue, royal blue, which one?
And it's like people have limited fucking space in their heads to remember. and you want to highlight. And another problem is he's raising his voice constantly on points that are not being made. You only go into the theatrics when you know you got a gotcha moment.
That's right.
You don't do it when you're like, you don't be like, Newton's second law states that G-force is. It's like, no, it doesn't work.
But he also proves he has no idea what he's talking about, right? When he's talking about G-force, and I wrote it down, like, it's a measure of acceleration, right? Divided by like the force of like a G of gravity or whatever. Like, and so it clearly, when he says like acceleration has to do with the surface, and
yeah, that was kind of crazy.
At the same time, are like, guy.
Yeah, you're saying that has something to do with the acceleration, has something to do with the surface. Yeah, if I fell into a jello, I am sure the impact wouldn't be that great. But if I fall into a fucking cement wall or the ocean, that's probably going to be very bone-breaking situation.
No shit. Like, yes, it has to do with the surface, you absolute dumbass. But that proves he had no idea what he was talking about. And that's half the problem. As an attorney, you never delve into shit you don't understand. You have another attorney do it, or you better figure out how to understand it. Like,
yeah, that just shows you like he was looking for any sort of gotcha moment. And the problem is that this guy
is smarter than him.
In this field, he is smarter than him. He knows exactly what he's saying. He knows exactly what he is doing. Mm-hmm. And he's lost in the weeds. And that's why I was like, if I was Mr. Alessi, I'd be so happy for a lunch break, because I would right now be talking to my co-counsel and being
like,
saying,
what do I do?
What I'm getting lost in the weeds. We got to reassess and we got to refocus on what we need to get from this guy. You know what I mean? Like, just like a deposition, there are certain questions and answers that you want to get. You don't want to be there all day because you're just wasting time and you're wasting money.
Well, that's the problem. They don't want to impeach their own witness. That's, you know what I mean? Especially, they're not going to call Proctor for a myriad of reasons. You can't, but like at the same time, like calling Proctor would do them in drastically, as it, I mean, they've already been done in my opinion, but like that would screw them even more, and they know it.
That might bring in the harassment campaign and stuff, and that would go into the consciousness of guilt. And so it's like right now,
risky.
Yeah. I think what Alessi needs to focus on is trying to create a story that the jury can digest to make it so that there's some sort of reasonable doubt that it wasn't her that hit him with the car. And
out of all of that, did you guys get any reasonable doubt? Because I sure the hell didn't. Like, no, I'm not even questioning. He said, oh, well, the berm was 4 inches, right? So you didn't put Mr. O'Keefe 4 inches above. And it's like, Dr. Welcher's like, yeah, and I didn't put the car 4 inches above. If the car and Mr. O'Keefe are both 4 inches above, don't you think it's the same as both on the ground?
Yeah, and the answer to that is like, we don't know where John was standing at the time when he got hit by the car.
Correct.
And that's just an unfortunate situation, because if we did have that information, we'd have more of the truth of what happened. Be more
precise about what happened specifically. And we generally know what happened, but it would be more specific if we knew like a point of impact, right?
Now, I don't know what they hired ARCA for, because I would think that you would hire ARCA to review.
For the text stream?
Well, yeah, too, but to review this guy's notes, to give you counterpoints, to ask questions, to go for weaknesses. And it just seems like
I feel like they did. Some of them I feel like they did. And I just think that Dr. Wolf did. And Dr. Wolf clearly is not as smart as he tries to make himself out to be. Just likes the potato cannons.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point by Albert. He says,
doing what Karen wants. Yeah, come on. Of course he is. Of course.
Defense, they're doing it. Yeah, and that to me is the
He yells at them and passes notes and demands that they ask certain things, and it makes them look stupid.
Like, these are experienced attorneys. These are individuals that have been in the field for 40, 30 years. I think they know what they're doing. And I think she has been the worst client and the worst person for her case, because she doesn't shut the fuck up. She always wants to be in the limelight. And she works against her own interest. And I think, like, if she could have, like, listen, imagine this case would be if she didn't do a documentary, they didn't have these clips, she didn't do these press conferences, they would have a much harder time to narrow her down, and they would probably have some sort of wiggle room with a new story to throw in.
Oh yeah, but they don't. They box themselves in, and Francesca makes a beautiful freaking point, which is John's shoe was found at road level, below the berm, not above the berm. So that says that he was knocked out of his shoe below the berm, not on the berm, like, or above the berm.
Another issue I find is that while the prosecution is showing simulations and charts and stuff like that, what is the defense doing? They're not visual.
They're showing nothing.
There are groups of people
Mistake.
who are visual learners that you could say the whole thing and they have no clue. But if you show them
My
something,
sister, she can't do it just from reading it in a book. You have to show her. She'll fail the entire test by just reading it in a book and feeling the pressure of having to do like how some people have to do, like they have like, here's a test, you have 40 minutes. The pressure of the 40 minutes and having to have it done, she'll just lose it all. Like she can't focus. Like she has to see it visually.
Yeah. And like, I know some law tubers are sitting here and be like, oh, he's getting there. But the problem is the jurors are not law tubers. The jurors are normal people that sit in there and say to themselves, okay, wait, okay, I got to imagine this in my head. Okay, how did John, if I'm going to take the defense's theory correct, how did John get, go in the house and hit his head? Okay, he hit his head. What do they do after? You know what I mean? Like, you have to kind of guide them through it. And I see the prosecution creating a story, but I don't see the defense. Now, they didn't put up their case yet, obviously. They don't put their witnesses up. But for the cross, I don't know if they have a picture. But they can't control.
They can't control her. Yeah, so she just demands shit, and they have to do it, and that's part of the problem. Is she's a friggin' lawyer's worst nightmare. Like,
she's terrible. Lawyers,
some people would have already been like, "Sorry, we can't represent you anymore. I'm out of here." Like,
I think she's a horrible client. I honestly think she's a horrible client. She still drinks in public. To me, that would have been like, lady, you're under a deep. That's like Diddy. Like literally going to fucking CVS and buying baby oil and condoms in the middle of his fucking trial.
And making sure you hold it up so everyone can see it.
And then calling your prostitute in the middle of the fucking trial.
Like, if you really wanted it, why not have Jackson get it himself? Why'd you need to go and be seen in public with it? Just saying.
Or Uber that motherfucker.
Right? Like, exactly. Use Instacart. Like, what the hell? Like,
that's what I would have done. I would have Ubered that shit. I would have had someone else Uber that shit to me. I don't know.
No shit. I would never be caught dead in public on a DUI murder, getting alcohol, drinking alcohol. And there's been so many of her at events, drinking alcohol, being served alcohol, having alcohol. Like, dude, what? I also, to be fair, never seen a defendant that had been charged with something that involves alcohol, not of alcohol testing. And I think that right there goes to show the two-tiered justice system we have for people who have money and paid attorneys and people who have public defenders. Because if that was a public defender, she would have had alcohol testing. Make no mistake.
It's true. They did show John's intestines for so long. It made the jury sick. Yeah. And that to me is not a good thing. You don't want the jury to be sick. And you don't want to be, and the reason why is you don't want to be associated with the image of making that juror sick. Because whenever that guy now talks, that juror is probably going to remember, is this the guy that made me throw up because I seen the intestines?
Did I not say that was extremely risky? And did I not say that it would make someone sick? And then boom, seconds later, they stopped it. It made someone sick. I said, that's so bad as a defense attorney because you run the risk of making the jury sick, which then pisses them off. Not a smart move.
Yeah, and
you didn't have to show it. You didn't need to.
I mean, yeah, you didn't need to do that. You didn't need to, because unless you're trying to say like, contents of his stomach, he didn't have any fucking sausage or something like that.
Right.
Like something like that, I could probably understand, but you don't need to show that to them. You could just say, well, the contents of the stomach have nothing but blah, 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 blah.
Juries always love visuals. Make no mistake about it. And yes, the defense has not started their quote case yet to do visuals, but
their case in chief.
Their case in chief, but they could have in shown some of the other visuals and been like, well, we have this. Is this akin to what you're saying? Like, so there is opportunity for them to bring in visuals and they haven't. So,
and it's like the problem is they pointed out for so long the mark over his eye, and now this guy points out that he could have gotten it from being hit by the what was it the guy called it, the spoiler
on the top of the car. Yeah.
And this is the problem when you highlight that, and then when they show glass in his nose, well, how did he get glass in his nose if he fell? You know what I mean? Like, how does he get glass? How does the glass break and there's some glass in his nose? Like, this is the problem. It's like they really dug themselves into a real pickle. And I don't know if there's unless their only hope is that a judge does not trust the police and does not care about scientific evidence. That's the only hope they have. And that's what probably they're going to aim for. They're probably going to get those 4 people to read those texts to get one of the jury so angry at the police and think that they're just some terrible people or have bad experience with the police and just do hung jury and do an OJ situation.
I just don't see how you get past Karen's own words. She admits to she shouldn't have been drinking and she left the scene. Like those things she's admitted to, those charges. I don't know how you could find somebody not guilty or hung on any of that.
Yeah.
The only question is manslaughter versus murder too. The lesser included or not, in my opinion.
I mean, the thing is like, I don't think they're thinking they're going to get an acquittal. I think they're focusing on a hung jury. They're hoping that one juror does not like the cops and does not trust anything that's being produced by them.
Exactly. But I just don't see how any of those jurors could think that everyone's lying except Karen.
Yeah. And I like how this witness is highlighting the differences between a front impact and a back impact.
Yep.
And to me, that is a very important distinction that was not highlighted in the last trial. And I think that's why, retrials are often a lot better chances of conviction because people refine what they have to do. They refine it and they do a better job the next time.
Yep. And that's why I said, like, I just don't think a hung jury is going to happen this time. I do think she'll be found guilty on something or all of it. I'm not really sure whether it's going to be all of it or some of it. But if I'm a juror, if I'm 18 jurors, I don't get past the fact that she was clearly drinking and driving. That's been established. Okay?
I think the really most devastating thing for her are her own statements. I think with all the evidence, I think that is the most devastating thing. Because a lot of people can believe the police plant shit. A lot of people can believe in corruption. A lot of people can believe that, some experts are just, biased confirmation. But can you really believe the person who's being accused of a crime is saying what she's self-snitching on the video and agreeing with your experts and agreeing with the witnesses?
Yep. I mean, she can, Maui, because she's been charged with 3 charges. So she can be found guilty on all, none, or some. And within those 3 charges, there are what's called lesser included. So the jury has an option to say, we think she's guilty on murder true, or the lesser included of manslaughter while DUIing or manslaughter. So they also have the option to charge her instead of murder true with the manslaughter instead. And that's part of just the first charge. There are lesser included for the second and the third charges as well. So she could be found guilty on all 3 charges, whether it's the ones she was charged with or the lesser included.
Yeah, I just think I think the defense, if they don't call Proctor, that might be a mistake. And the reason why I think it's a mistake for the defense not to call him if the prosecution.
I think it's a defense. If they call him, I think they're screwed.
The reason why I think the defense needs to call him is because you're blaming Proctor for all these things, but it would be better to have him on the stand to highlight his time events and be kind of like show that, maybe he had an opportunity to plant evidence and he's just this kind of bad guy. And he's been, and hammer in that there's a potential for him to plant evidence. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the problem is like, if you don't put him on the stand and show the timeline of events, then people won't believe that he had the opportunity.
They won't know. All you say is his name, but they have nothing to make him the boogeyman with other than you saying Trooper Proctor over and over again. That doesn't really do much for a jury, to be honest. But I do know that as far as I know, they're not calling him. So I don't know how they think they're going to swing that. Honestly, I really don't.
JMS, it is a trial by ambush. Everything's a trial by ambush by the defense. It's just basically, unfortunately, you have a judge that just allows these people to add witnesses literally in middle of a trial.
Well, she hasn't allowed it yet, but still, it's crazy.
We believe that she's probably going to allow it. There's no doubt in my mind.
There's no
reason. I think it's a waste of time, to be honest with you, because you had Ori Buchanan read the text, and to me, you're going to have 4 other people just sitting on there and to read the text, and that's pretty much it.
I don't think that's why I just don't think the judge is going to allow it because it's 3/4 through the trial, and there is plenty of legal precedent that says that you can't. And so I do notice that she does mostly follow what is an established legal precedent. But she does throw in trying to give the defense a bone at every chance she gets. That's for sure. I don't think she could allow all of them. I think what she might say is you could have one of them, but not all of them. If they're all in the text chain, you only need one. You don't need four. Like that's, you know what I'm saying? You just really don't. Like for what reason? For them to each read their own parts? I mean, that would just be absurd at this point. Like Freak thinks that she'll allow it. I think she might allow it in part, but not fully for sure, because there's a lot of legal precedent against it. And what I can say to that, Francesca, is that's what the cult does, right? Like they turn beautiful, wonderful things into something bad. For instance, what they did with John in the yard. He went over and was kidding with Chris's son and brought him over candy because the kid thought he was serious. So like, for instance, Christmas Eve of last year, I was called. I do a lot of volunteer work. And I was called and I was asked to come help try to figure out how these families in shelter were going to have Christmas. Something, well, the entity that was covering it had been open just a year, I think. And so all these different places that are running shelters were just opening all over the state because we had so many people in shelter because we're the only right to shelter state. And so they weren't established. It didn't have the resources yet to do it. And some other mistake happened where they did get a little bit of funds, but they accidentally only ordered for 6 families out of the however many, 50 or whatever it was. And so we reached out on some Facebook groups, a couple of us, to try to help the shelter, and people came from that city and came and dropped things off. And I met people and I shook their hand and I said, thank you. And I was helping the staff sort through everything and make piles for each family. We had like the ages and what the kid liked and like the gender of the child to make piles of like, these are stuff for, 5 to 7 year olds. So anyway, the guy from one of the pages was like, oh, can I take a picture for the community since they did such a good job? I said, of course. And I'm in the picture. They then took that picture, and you're going to love this. They then took that picture and posted it on Twitter and tried to say that all of that stuff. Now, mind you, you could see one of the staff members literally standing right behind me with their badge on. Okay. The one that actually called me and asked me to come help. They said that all of that stuff I got for free for my kids for Christmas. And I was then thrown out of there, which doesn't even make sense. You can tell it's a hotel room, but the beds are removed. It's an office. You can tell there's computers in the background. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so they love to try to turn something beautiful and kind into something bad by just making shit up. Whoever decided to make up such a ridiculous lie when it comes to, John's yard or me spending half my Christmas Eve, half my own Christmas Eve, I have kids too, helping other people, is just so absurd. But that is what they do to try to make anybody out they want to be bad. It would have taken 10 seconds of research for anybody who believed anything like that to go and check the original post to show exactly what it was. Yet they didn't, right? They just believe whatever someone tells you. And that's half the problem we have with society these days is this cult. As you guys heard from Dr. Welcher, he got an email last night and they tried to dupe him into responding to it by saying like biomechanical job. And he had to open it because that's what he thought it was. And then boom, right away, what is it? As he said, a quote, internet troll, as we know them to be, the FKR trolls. Like, it's just absurd. Like, if you want to make something beautiful and kind into something bad, like it's you that's a bad human. It's you. You made something up to make something beautiful and amazing and kind to be something bad. Then there's something wrong with you. Like, and so them making such a big deal out of John bringing over candy to Chris Albert's son, Dylan, was so absurd. Like, so absurd. Dylan's a good kid. Like, so stupid. Like, yeah, since Burgess testified, he has been inundated with them. And people have tried to like dupe him into answering them. He's under a sequestration order. So obviously, if it's obvious that that's what it is, he ignores it. He can't read it. But if it's not obvious, he's going to open it. He still has to work. So as soon as he opens it and realizes that it's a troll, he has to then close it out and whatever. But this is what we're dealing with. These people think it's normal behavior to be sending these kinds of emails to an expert witness because they don't even know what the expert witness is going to say yet. They had no idea what Dr. Welcher was going to say yet. They had some idea, but no idea what he was going to say yet. Yet here you are sending him emails like the psychopaths that you are. That's not normal behavior. Like, what? Like, I agree with that. I agree with what Francesca just said, that the jury probably secretly agrees with Proctor's assessment of Karen. I'm making a t-shirt right now with my cricket that says Proctor was right. Just saying.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are agreeing with that take, honestly. The lady is showing no remorse. She hasn't cried once.
Nope.
She hasn't shown any sort of emotions you would expect from a person falsely accused or someone who has any type of empathy. It's just a very, very fucking cold woman. And unfortunately, her clothes make her look cold. How she acts makes her more like, sounds like she's gleeful to be in this trial, which I honestly think
It's the
she
attention.
actually.
That's what happens with a narcissist.
Yeah, I think she's got some problems, and I just think like people who think she's like this Mother Teresa kind person, to me is just like, I don't know what you're drinking, what's in the water in fucking Boston, but holy fuck, Massachusetts.
That's why I don't drink the water here. Ha ha! Just saying.
If that person is what you think is Mother Teresa, I don't want to know who you think is the devil.
Right? No shit.
Like, this lady is just she's the worst witness for herself. And I think like
they
what's going
looked
to happen.
like big assholes when they showed that. You remember that, BTM, in the first trial, the picture of Julie and Chris Albert near John's fence, be like near his grass. They were making the joke about like never cracker.
The middle finger. Like
yeah,
they were acting like it was a big deal.
Clearly, it was a inside joke between neighbors and friends. Like that'd be like my friends coming over and like sitting in my conspiracy chairs and taking a picture while I'm on vacation. Like, haha, I'm sitting in conspiracy chairs. Like, clearly a joke. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, for them to try to, I think the jury, even in the first trial, though, was kind of like, what? Like,
you know what the funny thing is like you're in Boston and like the lawyers are like from California and New York, and they just don't understand like Massachusetts, and they just don't understand the culture of sticking your middle finger out and type of deal. They just don't understand the culture, and they think it's just like this big deal. But you see these guys doing that with a smile, and it's like that's what they do. That's like
I mean, it's similar. Boston is similar in ways to New York, where like it's sort of that culture of we don't give a shit what you have to think about us type sort of stuff. And we're used to the winter time, so no, we don't always wear jackets. Hoodies are sufficient. Like but from California, it's a whole nother world. Like they just don't quite understand it.
Yeah, I just think they've made a very big miscalculation with this, and I think they're going to probably bring in those 4 people to just authenticate the text and just read them out. And I think they're going to I don't know if they're going to bring Green. Green's going to be a fucking disaster if they bring
but it's going to be so funny, Tim. It's going to be so
it's going to be such a disaster. It's not even, and the dog lady,
oh my god, that's going to be hilarious. That day, I might have to get up and pee a million times, or I might pee myself, because that's how funny that is.
Oh my god! And the Alka ones are going to be a problem. I think like that was last trial. That was their strongest witness. This trial, it's going to be possibly a very weak
one of the weakest. One of the, I mean, Dr. Russell's the weakest. Yeah.
Actually, I think Green is the weakest. Dr. Russell's too. And
you think Green's the weakest? I think Dr. Russell's worse only because she claims to be the only one in the country.
Wasn't he arrested for lying?
Yeah. I don't know about arrested for lying. He was talked to the cops and he lied to the cops. And then they looked at the footage and were like, yeah, nobody, you're lying. So
yeah,
that's I think he was charged with like a false report, but not arrested.
Yeah, but you see what I mean? Like one actually has something that goes against his credibility. The other lady.
Oh, but the judge didn't allow prior bad acts for these people, which is so funny to me because you're allowing them to harp on a man's old LinkedIn. But the fact that Green lied to the cops about an assault doesn't come in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, what? Like that, I mean, come on. That's how you impeach people, is by showing that they're freaking liars. Like,
well, by the way, anyone can have their house blurred, by the way. On
anybody can request that it's blurred. And I think they did at one point, but Google actually, do you know that people can write stuff on Google Maps without Google's like 100% approval? Because now if you look up the address, as of the other day, at least, it said something like conspiracy house or murder house, or like something for Karen against everyone else. Yeah. Like, and so it's like, I'm sorry, Google, like you shouldn't allow anybody to write anything on it, like at all. Like,
yeah, I just think.
I'd love to see how Garrett Wing falls apart on the stand. I think that's going to be fascinating to watch Hank.
Now, did they have a medical? They have their own medical examiner, right? That was fired or something like that. Like,
yeah. A medical examiner that only looked at pictures. That's not going to be too compelling.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I remember the first trial, the defense showed that photo of Chris Albert and his wife, like climbing the fence of John O'Keefe's property, and they tried to make it was diamond. The worst part in the cross was actually Cullen's, and actually like how Jackson was like trying to make like bang, bang. It's like, oh my God, Jackson.
They should have never allowed any of that in. He's a kid. He was a kid. Like he was a minor. There was no reason for any of that That was prior bad acts. It was just to make him look bad. And so, and again, to say that like a month-old picture of his knuckles, okay, show that he must have beat up John. His knuckles wouldn't have looked like that a month later. They'd have been healed, number one. Number two, there are pictures of Colin after the 29th of January, before that picture, that show nothing. His knuckles are clean. Like, so it's like, I mean, and the judge knew this. So like, that's why I'm not understanding why she even let that in. It seems to be like she realized after the first trial that like, you can't just allow some of this nonsensical stuff with no evidence and just pure speculation to come in. Like, that's ridiculous. Like,
Yeah. So, I mean, like, I think it's going to be very interesting events coming up. I think probably unless he's not going to finish today, no fucking way.
if he does, I would be freaking amazed
I'd be
if he
shocked.
actually finished.
I'd be
today.
so shocked. I'd be like, I
I'd
think
be
he's probably,
super shocked.
I
Like,
think he's probably going to be done tomorrow
yeah, tomorrow.
before the lunch break.
Ooh, that's a tall order. If he doesn't finish today, which I don't think he will, but if he doesn't finish today, maybe he finishes before the lunch break tomorrow. Yeah, and I think Hank takes less than an hour to do a redirect.
Less. It depends, because like the fact is that this witness is doing a great job of really
he is
remembering and having an understanding. And there's like, unless he can't attack the man based on his degrees, he can't attack the man based upon his calculations. The guy knows what he's talking about. I mean, it's just
is there a half a day tomorrow?
Oh
my God, don't say that.
So, well, maybe I'm right then. He will be done before lunch.
Right? Oh my God, don't say that. I thought it was only a half a day last Thursday. I didn't hear anything about a half a day this Thursday. I mean, at least nothing I remember.
Yeah. So I just think like he's we're gonna see. Do we know the schedule for this week?
No, as far as we knew, it was supposed to be a full week other than the holiday that happened on Monday, which we didn't have court. As far as I knew, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday were full days because they had 5 days off.
By the way, what do you think of the Diddy trial, man? That guy's going to jail.
Oh, man. So, I mean, he's definitely going to jail. Like, definitely.
They got him dead to rights for racketeering. He's fucked. RICO.
Listen, the feds love RICO. The feds love RICO. I don't understand. Well, actually, I do, especially with the U.S. Attorney's Office run under Josh Levy, which has a lot of explaining to do, in my opinion, when it comes to this case. But now that makes me understand why they didn't use RICO when it comes to Karen and the sewer turtle, because in any other case I know of like this with all these elements, they would have used RICO.
Well, usually they have to, like, it's kind of tough to connect the conspirators to working for a criminal organization, like, you know what I mean, like for Karen Mead.
Well, all you have to show really is the racketeering part. It doesn't necessarily have to be a criminal. It has to be acting as if it's a criminal organization.
You have to prove that they're committing a crime, like that their organization, like for instance, what Diddy's doing is transportation of prostitutes from state lines and then basically bribing and stuff like that. That can be under the section of racketeering. When also, and they have cooperative witnesses, which basically means that these witnesses are snitching on Diddy, and they could have been charged.
Yeah, they probably offered a deal, immunity or whatever.
Like I would say, and the problem with Turtle Boy is that a lot of it's kind of connected to the possibility of freedom of speech, and it could be a very precarious situation. You have to prove that, you know, not only did he direct these people, but he did something else more like illegal and bribes and stuff like that. And that's a kind of a tough case.
Oh, but there is a litany of blackmail and extortion on him, a litany, and the police have it all of it. That's why I say I fully believe there are more charges coming down the pipe for him, because I know about the blackmail and extortion when it comes to him.
For retire after this case? Maybe. I mean, I would retire after Alessi's closing, to be honest with you. Be like, okay, I'm done.
Like, if I was Alessi, I would retire right now. Like, just saying, like.
I think Alessi's major
something about them trying to get the affidavit from the feds.
Yeah, I think the Alessi's major problem is he starts off asking definitions and stuff like that. And it's like, no, bro.
Every time, right? Every freaking time. He immediately went to talking about what does forensics mean to you? Like, you're asking the forensic guy what forensic.
Yeah, and this is how you know, he doesn't do cross-examinations in trial, because those questions are usually asked in depositions. And
Correct.
the reason why is because depositions are information gathering process
Paper.
that you can use that information to go in trials. And the problem is he's stuck on deposition mode and not really cross-examination mode in a trial. You want to start off strong. You want to get to the points, and you don't want to waste time having the guy pull out a goddamn calculator and calculate things for you and stuff like that. You want to get the jury engaged in the story. And that's a major problem with this guy. This guy does not know how to do that. Anyway, I got to skedaddle. I got to work. I'll see you
later. Thank you, B. Tim.
Bye.
Diddy's isn't live streamed anyway, Francesca, because it's federal court. Federal court doesn't allow cameras into it, which I just think is utterly ridiculous. And in my opinion, I don't think I'd be able to watch it just because it involves so much abuse of women. I don't think I'd be able to watch it. I read, which is less triggering to just read than it is to actually watch the emotions of the people on the stand and whatnot. So I can read it still with enough anxiety, but at least I can read when it comes to like understanding what happened for that day. But I do hate that federal courts don't allow cameras in, because I think a lot of federal cases have a public part of it where the public has the right to know. There's enough public, especially for someone that big, who had that kind of money, that had that sort of impact on many, many people's lives. The public has an interest of knowing what's happening, and the public has a right to a public trial. And I think by the federal courts not allowing cameras in is a violation of the right of the public to have a public trial, because there's going to be plenty of family members, victims, whatever, in that courtroom, which only leaves a small amount for the public to sit in. And I think if there are 100 people in the public that want to sit and watch the public trial, they should have that right. It gets limited by, oh, well, we only have 20 seats left after all the victims and the victim's family, and first come first serve on 20 seats. Like, if you're filling up the courtroom, then it absolutely should be on camera and stream so that the public can watch the trial if they want to. That's the whole point of a public trial. I have a serious issue with the federal courts hiding proceedings by not allowing cameras in and only allowing sketch artists. I mean, they allow the journalists, and that's another thing. They're taking up space in that courtroom too. But a public trial is a public trial. And in this day and age, the laws and procedures have not 100% caught up, not even 50% caught up with, the way that the information age is. It's just that simple, unfortunately, But there's a bunch of other trials we're definitely going to cover for sure. We have a bunch coming up after this one, and they're all over the map. Some of them have been delayed. Some of them, the Koberger one doesn't start until August that we're covering. So we have some space in between when this one ends and when the next ones begin. I will give you guys a heads up that on I think it's the 3rd, it's either the 2nd or the 3rd, June 2nd or 3rd, the stream will be up. It will be live. But I will be leaving around 8:45 or so. I have a proud mom moment. My baby won student of the month again for the 2nd year in a row. So she had a little thing happening at school for that, but the stream will be up. The trial will be going on the stream. It'll be live, and I'll miss about an hour and some change of it for the small thing they're having at my baby's school. So just so you guys know, I won't be here for that short period of time if the trial's still running at that point. So that's my proud mom moment. My baby won again. Such a good kid. She's a good kid. Now, we do have a goal on our chat. We're up to 4. We're up to 4 out of 10 on the goal of donations for the stream. If we get 10 before the stream's over, the longest I could set it for was like 3 hours, I think. I don't even know what it's down to at this point. But, and I can't check them off, like, unless they're like super chats or super stickers, whatever. So I just count them. So we're at 4. If we get to 10, we'll do a special nighttime stream this week, because we haven't done that. So if you want to donate to the channel, you can do so a bunch of different ways, but the ways that best help us in the short term are these ways: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, of course, Revolut for those of you who are out of country and have different money they pay in instead of US dollars. And then we have the link for those of you who want to do a credit or debit. And then we have good old Super Chat, Super Sticker, and memberships. So 8 minutes left. Is that what we have until they come back? Because I thought it was only supposed to be like a 40-minute lunch usually. It's not even supposed to be a full hour. And remember, they stopped right at 1 o'clock. It was like 12:59. You know, like they don't televise trials anywhere besides here, apparently. Like Canada doesn't do it. The UK doesn't do it. Like freaking nowhere does it. It's insane to me. And then now I know why everyone does it. Like why everyone, you know, everyone doesn't do it. And it's because it creates such a havoc. But at the same time, public trials are public trials. You know what I mean? That's the whole point. That's what we have in this country. But I do understand why the UK has those wigs, though. They still have those wigs. They still have the wigs. Like, well, I definitely think that there are some things, like when a victim of severe abuse is testifying, there should be some exceptions, of course, to that kind of, because it's sensitive, and like some people don't want to testify because it's in front of all those people, right? Like, so there should be some exceptions to that. But all in all, I do think that it should be public, because that's the right to the public, especially if there's a huge public interest in it. I don't necessarily think like Karen herself is a huge public interest. I think the Diddy stuff is, and I think that it needs to be defined. Public interest should be defined, obviously, and have a definition as to what is technically a public interest and what is just people being nosy. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm trying to scroll the comments, and it just kind of scrolled me all the way up for whatever reason. Let's see. Yeah, he doesn't know when to quit. That's for dang sure. Hold on. I'm missing something here, and I'm trying to find it, but Boston is very different from a lot of other places. The cultural is like, it seems like another world. Oh, well, good luck. Good luck. We say lots of prayers for you. I've had a biopsy. They're a pain in the behind. Like, but we will say lots of prayers and lots of luck, and that everything is going to be fine. Jessie lives in Massachusetts. I won't say where, but she lives in Massachusetts. It is scary, especially waiting for the not knowing is probably the worst part, like that's the aggravation. Like, yeah, I've heard a lot of people that's what they do is they watch the US trials. Oh, it ends in 7 minutes. It's already been 3 hours. It's already been 3 hours. I don't think it's already been 3 hours. Okay. No need to announce your departure. I've never seen you before. So cool. Bye. Like, like what? Even know who you are, never seen you before. Like, what? Thanks for your input. Appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, it hurts. Spring's nice here. Spring's nice. Maine's nice too, depending on what part of Maine. Maine is very sparse. If you get closer to like Canada, like way, way up, like hours and hours, I'm talking like 6 or 7 hours up there. Like that's like far, 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 far up there. But other than that, it's nice to live in the city in Maine where you're like near stuff and like near the beach. But it can be way out in like nowhere's land, and that can be triggering, especially if you don't have like stores near you. You got to go miles and miles and miles to find one, where you have to go like a half hour or an hour to find like a Walmart or something. That's triggering and difficult at the same time. You don't think that there's like, if there's not help right near you, you know. For me, I couldn't do that as someone with PTSD. I'd need to know that there was something nearby, anything nearby. I can say that not everybody I know is anywhere near that. Thank God. Thank God. Well, you missed Alessi making a dum-dum out of himself, pretty much. Probably because I'm quick with the trigger finger. You know? On a scale to 1 to 10, I think he's always an 11, to be fair, right? Yeah, I see them. And so I'm very quick. I'm very, very quick. You guys don't have to do all the work. The mods don't have to do all the work. I do see them. And when I catch them right away, they go right away. Oh my God, I'm so tired of, you know, those gaslighting of, especially, no offense, men, but the men doctors that if a man comes in and complains about pain, they're all over trying to help them. But if a woman comes in and complains about pain, we're just babies, right? Which is so funny to me because they've actually done studies that women don't start complaining until it like there's like an immense, like we deal with an immense amount of pain before we start complaining about it, versus, no offense, men, this is what the study said, don't shoot the messenger, they start complaining basically right away. So I find it funny that the gaslighting of the doctors, because they've done a study on that and how women are sort of gaslighted into believing that they should just suck it up and there's nothing wrong with them and that they're just whiny, when in reality, that's not even close to how it really works. Yeah, he was yelling. That part was like, what are you yelling at, dude? Like, what the hell? Don't make sense. Yeah, I have StreamYard, so that's the, you know, that's the, and I also have the other one on this screen over here next to me, so I can see it all. Everybody should visit Boston at least once. One to 10. She said from a scale to 1 to 10, how annoying was Alessi? I actually don't care for the salt water myself, to be honest. I prefer a pool or a pond or a river over the salt water of the ocean. The only time I've ever actually enjoyed the ocean was when I was in Miami, and because the water was freaking piss warm. It is not piss warm here in Massachusetts. It is very, very cold. As far as I can tell, the jury is not engaged really when Alessi is crossing. They're more just like, meh. Like, you know, where other people, they're taking notes, they're sitting up, they're paying attention. That doesn't seem to happen when Alessi pops up there. You know what I'm saying? Well, we've put up, you got to pay attention to the comments, because Girl with an Eagle Eye is great. And she comes in and sort of gives us the reports from the courtroom of John DePetro or Christina Rex. And I always put them on the screen as a comment. And the ones that we've gotten thus far are not boding well, obviously, for Alessi. Yeah, 10 being annoying as hell. I say 20. Annoying. Annoying. There once was a man from India. You gotta love that one. You gotta love that one. Oh, yeah, that was a good one. Dr. Welch was like 2.5 years ago. He caught that too. Dr. Welch was like 2.5 years ago. I haven't been working on this case for 2.5 years. It's been, and he looks at his thing and he goes, less than a year. And then like a couple minutes later, Alessi's like, so you said you've been working on this case 6 months. Dr. Welch is like, no, I did not say 6 months. And Alessi's like, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said about 6 months. He's like, no, I didn't. And he looks at his thing again. He's like, so it's been more like 8 months. Like, what? That's Dr. Welcher was quick on figuring out that Alessi was sort of gaslighting him and making shit up. Like, they always do this. It's supposed to be a half hour to 40 minutes. It's always over an hour. And you would think that, like, even at the hour mark, you'd be prompt. You're doing 20 minutes past what you normally do. And you did have a morning break. And that morning break, by the way, is only supposed to be about 15 minutes. Right. Have you ever considered, Alessi, that you're an idiot? As I sit here today, as you sit here today. Like, what? From Tennessee. Listen, I'm not always right, but I do get it right sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes. Probably me too. I mean, I like Boston, though. Like, that was just so funny. 2.5 years. Like, no, bro. No. No, no, no. He hasn't even been on it a year there. Like, so silly. Tennessee. Lives in Tennessee. I have to visit Tennessee. It's on my bucket list. I need to do it. She's being a 20 on the annoying scale. I agree, Jennifer. I agree. Oh, mountains. That sounds beautiful, though. I'm an outdoorsy person. I like hiking and I like camping, and I do a lot of camping in the summertime. I love it. And that mountain sounds amazing. Sounds amazing. Dr. Welch just mentioned in the spoiler causing Diego's eye injury was stricken. Yeah, it did. And then he went back and talked about it again. So it was kind of like pointless to strike it, in my opinion. Yeah, he tried to talk about the spoiler again. It's like, what was the point? Like, yeah, it's cold. Nova Scotia, I bet it's even colder than here for sure. Because I know Maine's colder than here, and it is cold. Yeah, it's going to be called Alessi's, law. Where everybody plugs their ears when he enters the room. Like, do I have to give her a kidney? It's the only thing I could think of that rhymes with Sydney. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, I bet it is. I'm not going to say I'm not jealous because I can imagine it in my head. See a lot of the mountains in New Hampshire, and I think of that, but way more, way better. Like, way better. That's what I picture. I mean, I think you find shitbags everywhere and you find good guys everywhere. I mean, they're kind of just all over the place. I'm not really sure about New York or Jersey because I'm from the Boston area. But, right? Fig Newtons. That's probably what some of them are like. Fig Newtons? No, somebody said, I think Maui said maybe it was a half a day, but I haven't heard anything about it. That was last week. As far as I know, it was a half a day. I mean, that could be true. I don't think I remember anything being said about a half a day this week, but I guess we'll find out at the end of the day today because usually she does tell us, Me too, Jack. Me freaking too. Makes me sad, Makes me sad. South Shore, she means of Massachusetts. And then there's a North Shore of Massachusetts. I would put people to sleep if I did audiobooks. Somebody once told me I need to do stand-up comedy, and I was like, yeah, no. Not only am I not that funny, but two, the things that fly out of my mouth sometimes, they just fly out. They come when they want. I have no control over it. Stand-up would not be good for me. Audiobooks, I feel like I would put somebody to sleep. I mean, not that some people don't want to be put to sleep by an audiobook, but still. I mean, maybe I should do an Alessi and just do audiobooks and then just start accentuating every other word. Every other word. To make a point that's not even to be made. Like, that's how he does. Makes no sense. The moot point that no one's listening to. That's how he does it. It's absurd. Like, There's absolutely no reason on planet Earth he should be like throwing his voice like that. Like, you do that when there's something to actually make a point about, and I don't find that he does. I see something happening in the courtroom. Oh, we're doing something. We're doing something. Late, of course, per usual, but we're doing something. It is the worst. Have you ever seen anything like this, Joy? It's freaking insane. Do me a favor before we get back in this courtroom, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. If you want to donate to the channel to help us out, we would greatly appreciate it. These are the ways you can do so. And then we also have our super chats and super stickers and membership back. So our monetization is back. I've never thought about audiobooks before, but hey, if we do anything, my husband could do cartoon voices. I tell him all the time he needs to do some cartoon voices for real. You can't really argue
whenever you're ready.
The regular data. I have to conspiracize in the bathroom. Be right back.
Just take a moment, Your Honor, to reorient. I'll be right. Good afternoon, Dr. Welcher.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again.
Same. We had left off talking about some examples of Newton's second law and the application of it in the parlance of force equals mass times acceleration. And I now want to continue on with that discussion. It is correct that you can conduct a force analysis on any part of the body, correct?
I mean, it's more difficult on internal with live people. Like if you wanted like my appendix, I really necessarily couldn't.
Let's talk about the musculoskeletal system, the outside bones. You can conduct a force analysis
So your
on
bones
any
are
bone.
on the inside.
Sir, if I could finish my question, please.
Okay.
You can conduct a force analysis on any bone in the body, correct?
More or less, yes.
So the force analysis I use as a synonym with Newton's second law is not exclusive to the head, correct? You can do it on other bones in the body, correct?
Correct.
On direct examination, your direct examination here, you did not present a force calculation representing what you allege to be contact between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you?
Correct.
And nowhere in your report do you present a force calculation for Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, do you?
Correct. We didn't have enough information to do it.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
Now, given that you stated that, quote, determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy, end quote, is the job of a biomechanical engineer, you must have conducted several force calculations related to accidents involving humans in your career, correct?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. Now, you didn't present a force calculation in your materials, as you've stated, on direct with regard to the arm, and I'll include in the right arm going from the shoulder all the way to the tip of the hand. Okay, so that's my definition of a right arm. You didn't present any force calculation on that part of the body of Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Correct.
Assume, and we're going to apply Newton's second law. Assume Mr. O'Keefe's hand weighed 7 pounds. So that's the M in the F equals MA.
That's not a good assumption.
Well, what number would you like to apply for an M for the hand of Mr. O'Keefe? I'll take any number you got.
Just the hand?
Just the hand.
Oh, the whole arm of Mr. O'Keefe weighs approximately 12 pounds.
Okay, fair enough. So the whole arm is from the shoulder down to the tip of the fingers is about 12 pounds, right?
Correct.
Okay. So assume that the Lexus SUV was traveling at 20 miles an hour. All right? Under your theory going backwards, 20 miles an hour. And the third variable I'd like to give you is to assume an impact window of 10 milliseconds.
Okay.
Can you calculate the G's of force from that data?
You need more information.
Well, let me ask you this. What more information would you need?
So we talked about the glancing impact.
I'm talking about a force calculation of an impact, not as to whether it's glancing
Unless
or
he's a
not.
dumbass.
So you want a direct head-on impact in the arm, not a glancing hit to where the Lexus comes in, hits the arm, and they continue off together?
I'd like to start with that, but just so we can hopefully expedite it for the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to want to get to what you have depicted.
What an idiot. Alessi is an idiot.
Holding the arm out. And that's not a glancing impact. Is that, sir, with the right arm in parallel with the back of the Lexus?
Yes, it is. So really I'm sorry, let me finish, please. What you're concerned about is where the center of mass is. With the center of mass out towards the corner of the car, that becomes a glancing contact. So you don't have a center of mass contact. You have a glancing contact.
Okay, fair enough. So let's start the first force calculation.
I need my calculator.
I'm going to let him use his calculator.
Sure.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead.
So let's take a scenario where it's a center of impact.
Center of mass.
Center of mass impact, right?
Okay.
Impact to the right arm.
Okay.
Let's start with that.
Sorry, Sherry. I call it like I see it. He's an idiot. He doesn't
Okay.
even know what he's
And
talking about.
You want me to use like a 10 millisecond?
Yeah, be conservative. Yeah, let's use a 10 millisecond for
Okay.
the impact window.
Yeah, I'm not sorry for having an opinion about this deplorable defense that has done nothing but gaslight and ruin. I apologize to no one, nor will I, for having my opinion. These attorneys have ruined people's lives with lying to the court, having no decorum, throwing people's names out there, witnesses.
Okay.
I
Question?
said that my channel wasn't
What do you
not
get
didn't have an opinion on this. I
for
sure do.
F of force in the F equals M times A calculation?
About 2,188 pounds. I made a triangular crash pulse assumption.
Right, and if you took the milliseconds in half, become less conservative, would you end up doubling the 2188 number?
If you cut it in half, you would double, yes.
Exactly, through a simple mathematical, semi-algebraic application of the numbers, correct? You divide,
Correct. We're doing a little simplification in terms of the crash
Yeah.
pulse shape, but generally, yes.
right.
The whole point
So-
of my channel is I don't pander to what people
But
want
let's take
me
the
to say.
conservative number, the lower number,
Sorry,
2188
not
that
sorry.
you came up with.
My opinion is my opinion, and it's based
Do
on
you
the
know
facts.
from the literature, as you did with the head, you went to the literature and said, this is how much pounds of force, if you would get to have to cause a break at the occipital bone. Do you know from the literature how much force it would take to break an arm bone?
I have an idea, yes.
What is your idea?
So for a distributed load, such as this, not a concentrated load, you're going to need somewhere between, I've seen, and this is for cadaver tests, a low of like 2,500, maybe a little lower, to a high of 7,000.
Sir, you have switched, haven't you? We're talking about center mass impact. Did you in your calculation just switch to a side swipe impact to
No.
do your calculation?
No.
I'm asking about a center of mass impact. How much force would you need? Let's start with the hand. Maybe it's a simpler one. Do you know how much force it takes to break, any of the hand bones, you know what I'm referring to, the phalangeals?
Yes.
The metacarpals and the carpals?
Correct.
How much pounds of force do you need to break any one of those bones?
Actually, I didn't find any distributed loading on the amount of force. I don't know.
Well, no, I understand, but I'm asking, do you know from the literature, not a calculation? Doesn't the literature tell you? Can't you go to the literature like you did with the head and you say, okay, to break the occipital bone, the literature says you need a minimum amount of force of this. I'm asking you the same question for the hand. If you don't know, it's okay, but do you know what the literature says for how much force is needed to break a bone in the hand?
So for a distributed load across the hand, there are distributed load tests that show you need over 300 Gs on the arm to do that. So it would depend on the mass of the hand.
What is the range of force that you would need to break a bone in the hand? Do you know from the literature? If you don't, that's okay.
I could probably figure it out.
How long would it take you to figure it out? Do you know from the literature what that number is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Is 300 to 400 pounds of force sound right from the literature that it would take to break a bone in the hand?
For a distributed load,
Yes.
such as the taillight, no.
No, not a distributed load. A load from a motor vehicle going backwards.
Right, that's a distributed load.
Right. So you're saying 300 to 400 pounds of force would not be enough to break any bone in the hand. Is that your answer?
So for a flat distributed load, like hitting the taillight, you're going to need higher.
How about another part of the back of the vehicle?
I guess if you hit on the very corner and it wasn't a distributed impact, like if you had a more concentrated impact,
Yes.
that could increase or decrease the amount of force required.
How much would it decrease it from the number you gave?
Depends on what you're hitting, what it's made out of.
The
Contact
Lexus
area.
SUV. Let's assume, I'm sorry.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. Let's assume we're talking about this Lexus SUV,
Mhm.
right?
Because he ain't speaking the same language. That's why.
Back up.
Not that Dr. Welcher
You
speaks.
don't know where exactly, under your theory, that there was a contact. You don't know, you testified to on direct. You don't know exactly where that point of contact is.
Correct.
You don't know.
except it's on the taillight.
Well, you're saying it's on the taillight, but you didn't observe any impact yourself personally, right?
Did I see Miss Reed's Lexus?
You didn't see the impact, correct?
That is correct.
So, and there is no firsthand witness that saw, under your view, that a collision occurred. There's no witness to say where the arm was, correct?
There's no person that saw it.
Right. And you have chosen a point of contact, okay? You chose that for your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And you picked that location, but it's also possible that under your theory that a collision occurred, that that arm could have been impacted any part of the back of the vehicle. That's possible, isn't it?
That's not probable, no.
I'm asking, is it possible?
Anything is possible. I don't deal in possibilities. I deal in probabilities. It's not probable.
So you don't know exactly where the point of impact was. correct?
So within the range of the light and the exact angle of the hand, no, I don't. What I do know is at the rear tail light area.
So your assumption is that it had, that because there's a tail light that is altered, it must have been by Mr. O'Keefe's arm. That's your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is there are tail light fragments, a broken glass, lacerations to his arm, and his DNA on the back of the vehicle in the area of the taillight.
Sir, and Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the DNA part of that answer.
No.
For obvious reasons.
I'm not
No.
going to strike it.
Okay, so.
Like what the, what?
You're taking what you view to be certain data, and you're coming to a conclusion, but that is based
Look at her.
on circumstantial information, correct? Is that fair?
Are you calling like pieces of the taillight at the scene around his body circumstantial information?
Sir, let me go to the force and then go back to the force analysis. Let's go back to the numbers. I want to
That make
stay
you
on, if we
uncomfortable? Now you don't
can,
wanna talk about
just
it.
the calculation.
You don't want to talk about it.
So
Got it.
let's go back to the minimum amount of force you understand from the literature that it takes to break any bone in the arm from the finger up. Let's start with a hand. What's the minimum amount of force that can be applied to break a bone in the hand?
So
5
it
pounds?
depends on the loading. So
Again.
I don't actually know. In terms of the forearm,
Guessing.
I can tell you there's data that shows up to 300 Gs of loading. You will not get fractures. There's one up to 750 Gs showing no fractures for a male of similar height and weight of Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's take those numbers.
Okay.
Okay. You said 300 and 750. Did I hear it correctly?
You did?
Okay. That's the numbers you gave that would break a bone, correct?
So the 300
Could.
actually didn't break any bones, I believe. The 750, the one example,
Was a fracture.
didn't break a bone. But as you got above 350, you started to break bones.
So as
300.
you got above 350,
300.
above 300. Yeah, because that's what I thought you said the first time. You got above 300, you start to get breaking bones, correct?
Correct.
And so if you take that 300 number and compare it to the 2,188 pounds of force, you have 7 times the amount of force necessary to break the bone, correct, in the force analysis?
No. If you take 300 Gs times a 12-pound arm, you get 3,600 pounds. The calculation you asked me to run earlier gave you 2,188 pounds.
Right.
So you are 1,412 pounds above the force required. Like the tolerance is 1,412 pounds above the force you would say get in a 20-mile-an-hour impact in terms of the fracture forces.
Let's do it this way.
I'm sorry?
Let's do it this way.
Okay.
The force that you calculated from my hypothetical of this Lexus SUV going backwards, you came up with the F number of 2,188, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't, what was the, you said, you said
2,180.
dyslexic? Or do you say Lexus? I didn't understand what you said.
The Lexus
My apologies.
SUV. V that you've been talking about.
Gotcha.
Okay?
I didn't hear
You
it.
came up with a number for F for force of 2,188. Are you changing that number?
Nope.
Okay,
Absolutely
so
not.
let's go with your number of force from this vehicle of 2,188. I'm just simply asking, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm of a human being? How much force, not
That depends.
acceleration, how much force does it take to break a bone in the
What?
right arm?
Sure.
Not
So
acceleration. What?
somewhere between 2,500, the one cadaver tested the distributed load of someone of similar size and weight, and actually close in age to Mr. O'Keefe, showed about 7,000 pounds of force to break it.
Let's go to the hand. Do you disagree that the literature shows it only takes 300 to 400 pounds of force to break a bone in the hand? Do you disagree with that?
Your question's too general. I can't answer your question. It depends on the loading. If I take my pencil, which has a very fine point, and jam it through my hand, I can jam it right through my hand because it's a very small point. But if I distribute the load and a broader load, such as hitting a taillight, it takes much more force because the load's distributed across it. It's like if I sit on the corner of my bed. I might sink in this far when I sit on the corner of my bed. But what happens when I spread my load out, when I lay on my bed like this? I don't sink in as far.
Analogy.
Has my weight
Good
changed?
analogy.
And weight is basically force. No, but I've distributed it over a larger area. So for a given force, you get less sinking into the mattress. So if you hit a broad surface like a taillight or a wall like this, it takes much more force than if I were to take a singular small round object and jam it into the hand.
I love him.
That hurts.
I love him. Freaking love him.
This does not.
Okay, if you can hear my question, if it's unclear, you tell me.
It's not unclear. He
For
can't
not
answer
a
it.
pen, not your bed, but for a Lexus SUV of 6,000 pounds, is there any part of the back of the Lexus in any manner
Bad question.
where you can get a break to the hand from 300 to 400 pounds of force?
Any part on the back of the Lexus?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay. So probably, your words, you can get a break to the hand from just between 300 to 400 pounds of force. That's what you just said, correct?
So you're taking the totality of the back of it? Like if you got it stuck in the bumper, potentially, yeah. But from a taillight or a broad flat surface, no.
I'm not asking about a taillight. Any part of the back of an SUV, you agree that it is
Jerry's already heard this part, so
probable that you can
his
get
question's
a break
moot.
of the hand bone
It's moot.
from just 300 to 400 pounds of force.
Your question is incomplete,
Too
right? You
general.
said
Once again,
any part of the back, but then you wanted me to not include taillights or not include the rear body panel.
so
If you hit a very narrow part of the car, like say the edge of the tailpipe, that creates much more of a narrow contact. So force divided by area is pressure. So if you have a very tiny area, you have very high contact pressures. And so, but if you distribute the load over a larger area, the number on the bottom of that fraction is much bigger. So your contact pressure drops. So hitting the edge of the exhaust pipe is going to have a much higher likelihood of causing a fracture than hitting flat against the tail light.
Okay, what we're going to do to make this more efficient, excuse me, sorry.
what in it? This
Mr.
is
Wolf, can you
inefficient.
pull up a slide from Mr. Wolf's or Dr. Welcher's presentation for the back of the Lexus, please? The back
What?
hatch, and Your Honor, may we publish that?
No.
Sure. Do you know what number though, Mr. Leslie? so we can
Mr.
keep track?
Mr. Wolf does, and
And
I
then
know
he'll
you
tell
need it, so
us.
he'll tell me before I publish, and then we'll give you the number.
Your Honor, may I?
How about
Yes, I'm going to let Dr. Welcher look at his slide
Oh, sure.
here
Yeah.
instead of just up there.
The back hatch, yes.
He's already answered this 17 times. You cannot give him a generalized statement and then say, answer
have one
this
of just the
specifically.
weird,
That's not the way
food.
it works, dude. He sounds like an idiot by still asking it. The doctor's explained it like 72 times. You need to be specific, bro. You're
You
asking
want to
something
measure
way
the
too
height?
general for me to
There we
answer.
go. Thank
The
you.
judge should have already
Okay,
said
this
it.
is your
Answer.
slide
Cannot use it.
presentation.
Is there any part of the back of the Lexus SUV that has that more concentrated area where if the hand hit it, 300 to 400 pounds of force could break it? Is there any part, for example, the edge of the license plates, above the license plates, the L symbol that sticks out that would be concentrated? Anything you see there could 300 to 400 pounds of force contacting at any of those points cause a fracture of any of the bones of the hand.
So, I don't know how to show this because in the middle photograph, right where the 2 is on the license plate,
Yes.
there's a vertical edge. That area is recessed in. So if you hit right on that vertical edge, that could potentially do it.
That could do it. How about the L
Potentially.
for the Lexus symbol if the hand is there?
That's not where
No.
he hit.
It's not deep enough. The compliance of the hand is just going to sink into the car.
Is there any other part other than the license plate that the force applied, you would only need 300 to 400 pounds of force to break the hand?
Maybe the exhaust pipe, and
That's not
potentially
deep.
if you hand your hand up near the spoiler.
Right. So now let's go from 300 to 400. Let's go to the 2188, which is your number. Use 2188. Is there
Exactly,
any
Joe.
place where in 2188 force you could have a fracture of the hand? on
They're
that
still saying there's
back
no
gate?
collision though,
Just
right?
to be clear, 2188 is a
doesn't
number I
matter.
calculated for you. It's not, quote, my number.
I understand, but we did,
So-
I understand, but we did the calculation. Is there anywhere on the back of the vehicle where 2188 could cause a fracture of the hand?
So that was a forearm fracture tolerance I thought we were talking about, because we used the weight of the whole arm for that.
We did. And my question is there anywhere in the back of the vehicle, in your opinion, that could cause a fracture with that?
I'm sorry, what, to
With that
the
what?
hand? Just the hand or the whole arm?
I'll take any part of the right arm. You call it the hand, the forearm. Is there any part that could cause a fracture?
So probably similarly, if you got your forearm down near that transition, like, I don't know if you can see the little dot. I'm talking about this area.
Yes, yes.
Right here.
Yep.
Watch out.
So that transition between the two body panels,
Yes.
that could potentially do it. That's back where the reverse lights are. I'd have to look at whether, that would take it before breaking the plastic. And then, again, maybe if you hit the exhaust pipe as well, it's a much more narrow loading condition.
How about the corner of the tail?
No,
Corner of the tail lamp.
no.
I suppose if you had just your hand on the very, very corner, potentially.
Maybe. It's a big fat maybe. Dear God, make it stop, right?
That force analysis for this case. did you?
For the hand,
He
no.
is himself.
But you did it for the head, correct?
He's proving
Correct.
the head's different.
Is that I'm able to quantify?
Mr. Alessi, that was slide 108. I just want to
I'm
keep.
sorry, Your Honor.
I
Yes,
have,
Mr.
Jesse.
Wolf.
I watched it the other
Yes.
day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You are aware, Dr. Welcher, that Mr. O'Keefe suffered no fractures of any kind in his hand, correct?
It doesn't.
So there were no fractures noted in the autopsy report, but they didn't actually x-ray, from the records I've seen, either his hand or his arm. So there was, at least according to the autopsy report, no overt fractures, but the x-rays I saw, none of them were the arm, and the autopsy report said no sternum, spine, I think it said torso. They didn't say that there were no fractures there.
Was there any evidence in the medical records that you reviewed of any indication whatsoever of a fracture in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
No,
Was there any indication whatsoever in any of the medical records you reviewed that there was a fracture of any bone in the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
not that I saw. Again, it wasn't x-rayed.
Was there any indication
Wasn't X-rayed.
in the medical records and the autopsy that you say you reviewed of any fracture of any bone anywhere in the body of Mr. O'Keefe,
Yes.
His head.
other than the occipital bone or the skull?
There's a couple bones in the skull that were fractured, but other than the skull, no.
Correct. So,
Correct. I'm sorry. That should be struck from
are
the record.
you aware
Not correct. You don't get to make a comment after.
medical examiner for the
That's where the
state
judge should have
of
stepped in.
Massachusetts, Dr. Shorty Bello performed
Oh, they have?
autopsy?
Good, Scorpio. That's a good thing if they've woken up.
Yes.
And you're aware of it because you read the autopsy report, correct?
Hey, Smitty.
Are you implying, and it's a question, that Dr. Shorty Bello missed a fracture or didn't look properly for a fracture on Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I'm simply indicating that, for example, a hairline fracture, I didn't see any evidence that they actually x-rayed the structure, so there would be no overt evidence of that.
There were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct?
And you are saying that the medical examiner should have x-rayed that to determine whether there was a hairline fracture? Is that your testimony?
No, you're asking me about evidence and proof of absence of fracture. So
Can't
I
prove
would
that.
look for an x-ray
Can't
to
prove
see
the
if that
negative.
was the case. I haven't seen any evidence of an x-ray of the arms.
So it's your position that on every autopsy, there should be an x-ray of every bone in the
Of course
body,
not, but you're
and that
asking
the
about it,
medical judgment
dumbass.
Of the medical examiner should not be accepted, and there should be an x-ray of every bone before
Come on.
a conclusion can be drawn that there's no fracture to a bone in the body of the deceased. Is that your testimony?
He's about to laugh at
Absolutely
him.
not. Like, I'm an engineer. You're asking me about proof.
Medical
And
questions.
so proof is somebody looked at it, somebody took an x-ray, somebody palpated it and found a comminuted fracture. So we're talking about proof.
Sir, I didn't use proof in my question.
You asked me about the opinion of a medical examiner. I'm not a
Hold
medical.
on. Only one person at a time. Mr. Leslie, let him finish.
Let
and
him
then you can
finish.
ask the question.
Your Honor, I hadn't finished my question.
Yes,
Okay,
you
then
hadn't let him
finish your
finish the
question.
last
Dr.
one.
Welcher, wait for the question. Then let Dr. Welcher respond. It's a nightmare for Madam.
I
Clerk
understand, and I think I've been doing that, but I'll redouble my.
No, you haven't. You don't let him
Dr.
finish.
Welcher, I didn't use proof in my question. I'm going to repeat the question.
Mhm.
Is there any indication in any medical record, autopsy report of the deceased of any fracture of any bone in the body?
That was not your original question, but to answer your question, no. Except for the skull.
He called him out. That's
Except
not
for
your
the skull.
original question.
Correct.
He called him out. That was not your original question. You just tried to play with someone. You just didn't like the answer you were about to get.
Do you understand whether the absence of any fractures other than the skull of Mr. O'Keefe was of significance to the medical examiner, Dr. Shorty Bello, in the conclusion she reached in the autopsy report that you read?
System.
Did you read the conclusions of Dr. Shorty Bello in the autopsy?
I believe so.
Are you aware of whether Dr. Shorty Bello has analyzed whether the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe are inconsistent or consistent with a motor vehicle impact? Are you aware of any analysis to that effect?
So I'm going to see you on this one.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, this is number, oh God, I want to say either 5 or 6. I wrote it down. 5? 5. Maybe 5. 5. I think it's 5. So funny. Yeah, the judge has got to put him in his place on this part, because you can't ask him questions about like the medical examiner and medical questions. That's just not going to work. You can't do that. And also, he's right. They never did x-rays on his hand to see, because guess what? There wasn't some ridiculous conspiracy theory at that point. So yeah. Graves sends $30 and says, for order me a stray jacket. I don't blame you, Grave. This is crazy. We are at 5 out of 10 for the goal. Thank you, Grave. I appreciate you. If you want to donate to the channel, you can do so these ways: Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. And then we have the link for those of you who want to do a credit or debit. And we do have our monetization back. So we have super chats and super stickers and memberships as well. I appreciate you guys. Definitely always appreciate it, because we're just a small channel trying to get on by. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's another thing. Unless he wants me to prove a negative, you can't prove a negative. Okay. You cannot prove a freaking negative. You're saying, is there any evidence of? That was his question. Is there any evidence of? Okay. Proof, evidence. And that's what Dr. Welch's point is. No, there isn't, but you can't prove a negative, right? They never did x-rays on his hands or his arms to see if any of those bones were broken. And I agree with whoever said, like, the medical examiner, in my opinion, was not that great. Like, Scorty Bello is a little loony in my book. And she kind of was that way in New York as well when she worked there. So there's a lot of things I think she should have done. And basically she said it could be anything but aliens in the first trial. So she was better in the second trial, but like, could have been, even after having the evidence of tail light in his clothing, you still ruled undetermined, which makes no sense. I don't know any other medical examiner that would do that. Nonetheless, they didn't do any. And of course, Dr. Welcher, he's so smart. He keeps getting him. Alessi, like, that is not the question that you just asked, because of course, as he started to answer the question, Alessi cut him off and started to ask another one, because he heard the answer coming and he didn't like what he started with the answer. And then he said, when the judge said one at a time, let him finish his answer, Alessi said, I did. He needs to let me finish my question. It's like, no, he was answering what you just asked and you cut him off to ask another question. He has the right to answer the question before you go on asking another one because you don't like the answer. And Dr. Welcher has called him out on not asking the same question, asking compound questions, trying to throw in his own assertions of things. Like, I've never seen a judge not really step in when an attorney's like, you know, you give an answer and the attorney goes, correct. That's a comment. Okay. That is a comment. There is no need for a comment. You're saying that what the witness is saying is correct or not. You don't get to decide what the witness is saying is correct or not. Only the jury does. And that should have been struck from the record, and the judge should have stepped in on her own to strike it from the record. Hank shouldn't have had to, which is why he didn't, because objecting a million times in a row also shows that you're trying to hide something, and Hank's not going to do that. It makes no sense to do that. Let Alessi run off on his nonsense like he's been doing this entire time. He's making no sense. He doesn't know even what he's talking about. He's asking the same question 5 times. You're asking someone to calculate something without the proper information to calculate it. You can't just say a general area. Give him an area and he'll tell you if it's possible. Like, he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to do that. I know, right? It is redonkadonk. It's redonkuli. It's cray-cray. Like, I mean, bro, like, really, it's enough, right, Casey? I just can't. Like, you did guess 7. I said 8, but I don't think we're getting to 8. I mean, maybe. It's possible. She probably already has that set to Instacart to bring to her hotel room as soon as she leaves and gets back. The ME said basically anything could have happened. And so they love to throw in, the ME said it's not consistent with blah, 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 but that's not what the ME said. Like, well, we also didn't have a conspiracy that early in. You know what I mean? Like, I agree. The ME just didn't do everything she should have. If he had injuries, whether they were scratches or scrapes, she also should have probably done x-rays on that arm and didn't. Like, well, he's allowing it because exactly what you just said. It's because unless he's an incompetent buffoon and makes himself look stupid. So Hank really doesn't have to do much objecting or much of anything to make him look like the dum-dum that he is. Most witnesses don't even understand what the hell Alessi's even trying to ask, because he'll ask 3 things in one question that lasts 5 minutes. But also the judge should be stopping him on form. You're asking 3 questions in one. Break it down. That's more than one question, Mr. Alessi. And strike the comments. Like, I agree. Even without it, she should have done the x-rays. 100% she should have. And she didn't. She's a little wacky, you know, in my book. The ME. She's, I don't know, something weird about, like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I noticed in the first and second trial, she always lifts her head like this and closes her eyes. Like, what is she a narcoleptic? I'm confused. Like, the closing of the eyes is the weird part for me. Like, I don't understand it. Like, you're on the stand and your head is lifted like this and you're closing your eyes when you're answering questions. I've never seen a witness do that before. It just seemed like, even in the first trial, she was basically like, anything, including, like, you know, could have been aliens, could have been, you know, UFO, like, could have been anything. Could have been Star Trek, Star Wars, all the stars. Like, well, yeah, they're noted because they're not the cause of death. But I do think if there were injuries and it was, you know, thought that it was had to do something with a vehicle, that they probably should be doing x-rays anyway, you know? Especially when they knew it might have had to do with a vehicle. That's true. He's not good. You're right. She wants to prove something that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like, oh, they do. They do. You know? I would want to get out of there as fast as humanly possible if I'm the jury. And I think that we can call the judge will probably stop this early before 4 o'clock to let the jury get the hell out of there. Like, I haven't checked the screenshots out yet, but I'm gonna. Yeah, for the resuscitation efforts, yeah. And they attributed those to CPR. Doesn't mean that's actually what they came from, but that's what they attributed the ME. If I tried that, it'd be a no-go, Dougie. As we know, if I did any of what Karen Reed does in court as a defendant, I'd be held in contempt immediately. 100%. Look at her, right back to the computer, turning her right back on. What does she need to be on a computer for is the question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Not defense counsel. She's
Dr.
the defendant.
Welcher, I would like to talk now about your paint exercise.
Oh, God.
You did not present, as you have stated, a force calculation with regard to the arm.
I agree.
You did a paint exercise. And what I want to do is to reference, and if we need to bring it up, sir, to refresh you, slides 103 to 120 of your PowerPoint presentation in this trial. I'll just call it the blue paint exercise. Is that descriptive enough for you to know what I'm talking
Blue and
about?
yellow?
No, it's not an exercise. It's a test.
Okay. You want to call it a blue
I want to call it? No, that's what it is.
Sure. Okay. Let's call it blue paint test. I just want to try to expedite things and use parlance that we can agree on. Okay. So your blue paint test involved painting the right rear tail light blue, correct?
Correct.
Positioning the test subject behind the tail light, correct?
Correct.
With the arm held out, correct?
Correct.
And at a right angle, correct?
Correct.
And then the vehicle, the Lexus SUV, is backed into the test subject, correct?
So I ran 3 different tests.
I'm just saying.
I know. Well, let's just do each one at a time, okay?
Okay, so you're starting with the last one.
I'll start with whatever one you want.
Okay.
How about if we start with the
He
one at
doesn't
1 mile?
know
per
what
hour?
you're asking, so how does he know?
None of them are at 1 mile an hour.
2 miles per hour?
2 miles an hour.
Let's do 2 miles per hour. Let's start with that one. Okay. Now, did you conduct that test in an attempt to show that the injury patterns on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are consistent with being struck by the Lexus tail light on that arm?
So generally, I wanted to show that the location, area, and span over which that headlight covers matches the location and area of the lacerations on his arm.
That's what I want to get to. So you discussed data that you say shows that that you say shows the Lexus SUV was traveling above 20 miles per hour during the period that you allege the SUV made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
No. Where'd you get that from?
Hold on. Okay. The answer is no. So did you do a test involving 20 miles per hour?
I did some other backing tests.
Yes.
I was looking at how the rear pedestrian system and what warnings you got from the rear pre-collision system, the PCS system.
Ooh. Bring it out. Go ahead, Alessi. Do it.
Let me ask
Do
you
it.
this. Would
Dumbass.
you
Nope.
agree
Of course
that
not.
you did a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 2 miles per hour? Did you
Of course.
do that? Okay. You didn't do a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. I was not going to hit myself with a Lexus at 20 miles
Right.
an hour.
What the hell? Common sense,
You
guy.
could have done other tests where the vehicle was going at 20 miles per hour if you used a crash test dummy, correct? You
If
could have
you-
done that.
If you use the right crash test dummy, and then to set up the test, because generally you only get 1 or 2 shots at it, because you damage the car, you have to
Yep.
know everything about the parameters. And so again, pedestrian impacts are so very sensitive to initial angles. If I were to do a test and it was off a tiny, tiny bit, and we got some different results, I would be in here having to defend it. Well, your own testing didn't show it. Point is we don't have enough information to be able to conduct that testing.
So your assumption, as I understand it, is that the Lexus was going 24 miles per hour in reverse. And made
It's not the assumption, it's the data.
Mr. O'Keefe. That's your analysis.
No, there is not one single slide I have that says this is the speed he was hit at 24 miles an hour.
That's the speed the car was going when the texturing data stopped.
At what speed you believe there was impact? You have the point of impact.
Don't know
I
what
do not
speed it
know
was
the
going.
exact speed. We don't know the initial point of contact. We don't know where exactly he was on the road. We don't have enough information to determine that.
Let's talk about the other information you don't have.
Okay.
You don't have the information as to from your alleged point of contact to where Mr. O'Keefe landed. You don't have that information, do you, sir?
I'm sorry, where is my alleged point of contact?
You allege that there was a point of contact between the Lexus, the back of the Lexus, and
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Right, but I don't know where that is on the road.
You don't know that. I want to go through the information that you don't have.
Okay, doke.
So you don't have that. You don't have the.
No one has that, you dumbass.
You don't have where in the road there was impact under.
Elizabeth's little
Those are
hairstyle.
the same thing.
Right. You don't
So bad.
have where under your view, the body of Mr. O'Keefe landed precisely. You don't have that information, do you?
What do you mean by precisely? We know it's 7 feet off the road. We know
That's
it's near
pretty
the
precise.
flagpole. We don't know where it started. The problem isn't where it landed. The problem is where it started.
Right. And you don't have that information.
I don't have where it started.
Yeah, but he just tried to say he didn't know where it landed. Look at Yannetti. Yannetti doesn't even know what to do with himself. He knows this is
The
going very,
paint
very bad.
Tests that you used aren't
I'd wear a hat
those
if I was Elizabeth Little.
used, if they're used at all, as an element of physical impact reconstruction, an element not as the focal point of the test itself.
So that was the focal point of that test. The focal point of the purpose of that test was to show the contact width and location of how someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height, which happens to be me, contacts and where it would contact where the broken tail light was. So no, that was the focal point of the testing. That's why I did the testing. That's why we're calling it paint transfer testing.
Right, but my question, sir, I understand you use paint tests as the focal point, but aren't paint tests in accurate accident reconstruction not used as focal points? They're used as supplements to other tests to get more accurate information. Do you agree or disagree with that?
You didn't give me enough information. I can't agree nor disagree. It depends on what you're trying to do.
Let's go to, on direct examination, you testified that after the 1162-2 trigger event, Ms. Reed's vehicle traveled a distance of 87 feet. Do you recall that?
You are mixing up two things. Remember, the trigger is in the middle of the event.
Goes forward 30, whatever, backwards 53.
Your Honor, I'll give you the, as soon as Mr. Woke gives it the
No, you're just an idiot, Alessi.
slide 23, I believe it is.
I'm sorry, what slide?
He's an idiot.
Well, I want Mr. Woke to go through it to check. Let me ask it this way, see if we can get to it quicker. Do you remember talking on direct about a calculation of 87 feet where you added, there was like a 30-something number and a 50 number and you came to 87? Do you remember that in your slide presentation, sir?
Slide 37, yes.
Right. So if we could bring up that slide, please, Your Honor, with your permission.
Okay.
That's 36, but okay.
Yeah. Called him out again. It's not the right one, sir.
Are you on 33, sir?
No, I'm on 36.
Mr. Woke, do you have 33? If you could go to 33, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because that's where your 87
Karen went
number
full
is, not on.
cuckoo
It's on
and
a
cut
bunch
it
of
for
slides.
her.
Yep.
Go ahead.
All righty.
Pretty
So if
brutal.
you could zoom in, Mr. Woke, so Dr. Welcher can see the
Dr. Welcher
the
knows what it
numbers in the
says.
column.
You're the one reading it wrong, Alessi, you dum-dum. Yep, I called him a dum-dum.
You're going the wrong way.
Yep.
Yeah.
to the farther to the right.
Oh, I'm not the only one that has problems.
Okay.
You still
Sir, do
don't
you
have
remember testifying about
Still
this
doesn't have it.
to the farther to the right?
it. Farther to the right.
Yep.
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, a
Is
little
that
more.
53 number down there? That column?
Right.
So
can
you
we
take-
can we scroll up a tad so you can see the headers? There you go.
Okay.
No, okay, go ahead.
So am I in the right column relative to start? Is that the column?
So there's two columns. Like Z is relative to where it started, and then positive is forward. And then as you back up, once you go past 0, it becomes negative.
Right. So what I want to do is have you direct us to the column where you calculated 87 feet.
It's in two spots. It's at the end of column Y.
Right. We go all the way down. Is that in the yellow there? Is that 87, sir?
It is.
Okay. Is that the 87 number you were
Hold
referring
on a
to?
second. You asked me to identify. So then it's see where the one next to it says minus 53.429.
Yes.
If you go up, so it's not a little bit down, a little bit, and add, see where it's changing directions at 34.157.
Yes.
You add those two together, that gives you the same result. So it went 34 feet forward and then 50 something feet backwards.
Right. And what is the 87 feet traveled? Is that what you're indicating is the distance traveled during the trigger? Is that what the 87 represents to you?
That is so 87 represents the total rearward distance traveled during the trigger.
Okay. So you believe 87 represents the total rearward distance. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
Now, Can you
Just
please?
hold on, to be clear. So it starts, it pulls forward, then it backs up, passes where it initially started, and goes 53 feet further back.
That's what I want to get to. How many feet did you say on direct, and did you just say now that it went 87 feet in reverse?
Correct.
Okay.
From its furthest point forward.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse based upon your PowerPoint presentation? Not when it went forward and then came backwards. How many feet do you believe that vehicle went in reverse?
Your question doesn't make any sense because when it went forward, then it went in reverse.
He's an idiot. I don't care who doesn't like that I say that, unless he's an idiot, has no idea what he's talking about. His question hasn't made sense a billion times over by now.
How many feet do you believe the Lexus went during the trigger?
So it went a total of 80, it went 34 feet forward, then it came back 80 or another 53 feet past where it went.
Exactly. So you've testified that the 1162-2 trigger event represents a backwards maneuver, correct?
So again, that was clear. It initially pulls forward and then backs up.
I would like you to define, so it's clear to the jury, do you consider the event of 1162-2 just backward movement, or do you consider the trigger to be forward movement and adding to it backward movement? Which one?
So can we pull the slide up?
Sure.
I don't think he's being combative at all. He can't answer a question that doesn't make sense.
There you go. No, go back to the left.
He's got to,
So
if you
that
want him to
T
answer it
in the
correctly,
third
he has to have
column
the
for
correct
data ID
data
represents
to do
trigger.
so.
If you scroll over a little bit to the right, where the highlighted yellow blocks are, you can see 1 is a forward drive gear, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. So that's where it's switched from forward to reverse. I mentioned the brake. So you have it on the brakes coming in, slowing, stopping, going into reverse, and then backing up.
So you conclude that the vehicle for this trigger went 34 feet forward, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you know the vehicle didn't go 150 feet forward? How do you know it just went 4 feet forward? How do you know that?
So the only data we have is this 10-second window. And so we have the velocity when it's going forward. We know how much time it took to do that. So that tells us how far it would travel. Velocity times time is distance.
So are you saying that it is a certainty that it went forward 34 feet and there's no other number of feet it could have gone forward? You're absolutely certain of the 34 number?
No. Again, if you look, see where it says vehicle speed?
I see it.
So at the start of this event, which is the trigger -5, so the trigger is actually where it's triggered, and it takes 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. But when the trigger happens, it's actually stopped. But the 5 seconds before, it's going 13.6 miles an hour forward. So at the start of the data, it's still going 13.6 miles an hour forward, but it's slowing down. You can see you have the brake where it says brake SW, which is short for switch. The brake switch is a 1, which means it's on. So when this event data started, it's going 13 miles an hour.
I'll ask the question a different way.
Oh my God.
Are you certain that the distance traveled forward during this trigger event was 34 feet? Are you certain?
I'm pretty certain during this trigger event.
Pretty certain or certain?
It's right there.
Well, I've checked the math. I've had people check my math. So I try to be as accurate as possible. I would say I'm certain,
Okay.
but I'm an engineer.
Okay.
So there's no absolutes. There's no 100% in my job.
So you're certain of the 34 feet. And is it correct that you're certain of 53 feet going backwards? Are you certain of that, sir?
So backwards from its initial starting position?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And therefore you are certain of a total of 87 feet traveled that you have at the bottom in that yellow orange. You're certain of that as well?
87 feet of backing, correct.
Okay. Now, you also testified on direct, as I understand it, in slide 23, that different numbers represent different gear states of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And a 0 represents neutral?
I think it's either neutral or park, but I'm pretty sure it's neutral.
A 1 represents drive?
Correct.
A 2 represents reverse?
Correct.
Or a 2 can represent slowing down, is that correct?
Not for a gear shift number.
So you didn't say on direct that 2 could represent reverse or slowing down?
God, I hope not. It doesn't. So those numbers simply represent, is the transmission in drive? Is it in neutral? Is it in reverse? It doesn't tell you anything about whether it's slowing down or not. But the brake switch and the brake pressure and the longitudinal accelerometer data gives you some information on that.
Okay. So if Your Honor, we could go to slide 30, please.
Okay.
Mr. Wolf. And I want to do it generally. There's not a need to read any specific number. I just want it clarified.
Mr. Leslie, so is this 30 or 31?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you are correct. It's 31 in the most up-to-date presentation. Thank you. You see all the numbers in blue font on that slide, sir?
I do.
Those are all numbers that you have placed on that slide. Did I have that correct in your direct presentation?
You do?
Okay. So this Excel spreadsheet, there's also numbers in black, correct?
Correct.
So all the ones that are in blue, those are numbers that you have placed into the spreadsheet. Correct?
Correct. The one exception is column N, where it says ship position.
Yes.
I changed green to forward and red to reverse.
So the data in the columns in blue are not from the original data that was downloaded from the vehicle, correct?
Like, for example, if you look at column H, I simply did a unit conversion. So it's the same number, it's just in different units. But the black numbers represent exactly as it comes out of the vehicle, but it's the same number.
All right, that's what I wanted to get to. So for clarity for this slide, when you download this data from the vehicle, what is in black, those numbers just come right out, correct?
Correct.
As they're stated. But the blue numbers, they don't come out like the numbers in blue. You have to do something, some calculation, some application to get to the blue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, we're going to keep that up, Mr. Wolk, please. Thank you. And when we need to get to the specific numbers, we'll be fair and make sure you can see them. Now, in these columns, do I understand it correctly that you attempted to account for wheel slippage in the revolutions per minute speed values produced by the car?
Not here. You're looking, this is 1162-1. The wheel slippage occurred in 1162-2.
Okay, and so if we go to a slide with 1162.2, we will then go to the slide you believe represents wheel slippage. Is that correct?
There are data points in that represent slippage.
That's my question. In which slide, sir, would you like to pick?
35.
Thank you. So we will go to slide 35. So
I've highlighted the slippage.
exactly. So you agree that there is data that shows that there is wheel slippage with the Lexus SUV during trigger event let's enlarge it for this one here, the trigger event, the number, 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you testified that this trigger event was caused by a depression of the accelerator pedal at more than the 30%. Is that correct?
It's a transition into reverse and then a quick acceleration exceeding 30%
So let's
in reverse.
Okay, got it. So the accelerator pedal being depressed to this degree, more than 30%, can be the result of wheel slippage, correct?
It doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, you can have wheel slippage at any acceleration, technically, depending on the roadway. It's just what is in the data that shows that it's slipping. It isn't necessarily because of the accelerator. Normally, that's what causes slippage, but it's the data. When you look at the data, you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's increasing in speed, but yet the longitudinal acceleration is dropping.
My question, again, doctor, is you can have an accelerator pedal depress greater than 30% and it be caused by wheel slippage. That can occur, correct?
The wheel slippage does not cause the accelerator pedal.
I'm not saying a cause and effect. I'm just saying a correlation. Do you understand what I mean by a correlation?
Let me, if I may, try and straighten this out. So, applying heavy acceleration can cause the wheels to spin. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to get at. Alrighty. So, in your review of the materials that are related to January 29, 2022, did you become aware of whether there were, and you said you extensively reviewed documents, did you become aware whether there were people at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approximately how many people, without regard to names, just number, how many people did you become aware were at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022, the early morning hours? How many people approximately did you become aware were present?
It depends on which time, but there could be as many as 16.
As many as 16. And let's talk about the time period from midnight to 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of how many people could have been present at 34 Fairview at that time period?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Yeah, because you don't get to imply that people at the house did anything wrong. You don't have third-party culprit here. So you don't get to argue those things. This is number 6. Number 6. Yeah, I wrote everything down from yesterday, and it was that she pulled up 34 feet, and then must have been when she was pulling up to the flagpole, and then backed up 53 feet for a total of 87 feet. I wrote it all down yesterday, even the times. So, I mean, I got so many notes, it's kind of ridiculous at this point, but nonetheless, the whole Higgins cheat thing is the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever heard at this point. But the car was moving. You guys have to remember, the trigger events only show like 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after. So that car was still moving 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after. after those things, after the 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after, and the car is still moving. We don't know for how long. Make that clear. Once those trigger events end for the data, we have no idea whether the car stops right after that, 5 seconds after that, a millisecond after. We don't know. Once the trigger event stops, it doesn't tell you. So we can only guess, which is kind of Dr. Welcher's point, which is we don't have enough information to know. Half of the questions Alessi is asking aren't even questions that can be answered because they don't make any sense at all. Like, so for instance, for a basic math problem like 2 times 2, right? To solve that, you can't just know the x for times. You have to know the numbers, right? 2 times 2. Alessi is basically giving a 1 times nothing, a 1 times not saying anything, not actually nothing, but saying nothing, and then saying, can you solve this problem? Well, you're missing a piece for me to solve the problem. So your question doesn't make any sense. Like, so Alessi's not making any sense when it comes to these calculations or asking them to do certain things. Certain things can't be done. They don't have enough information to do a few things.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir.
Dr. Welcher, am I correct in my understanding that you believe under your theory, the Lexus for event 1162-2
Exactly.
backed up 53 feet? Am I correct?
No, it backed up a total of 87 feet.
Okay, let's take your 87. It backed up a total of 87, okay?
Correct.
From the 2 trigger
And
events,
your
right?
further theory is that it did so and reached 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
And you stated you have an understanding of a certain number of people, and I don't want to talk about the inside of the house, but just that were at 34 Fairview between roughly 12 and 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of that, sir? Approximately.
I believe I do.
And what is that number?
Do you want them, people that were there for that entire window of time or
Yeah.
just?
Yes, 12 to 1.
Oh,
So Mr. Alessi, just move to the last question.
Right, sure. So, sir, did you assume that there were cars parked out front of 34 Fairview at that 12 to 1 o'clock window? Did you assume
Love that.
any cars parked out front?
the entire time?
No, I'm just talking 12 to, yeah, any time between 12 and 1. Did you make any assumptions whether there were cars parked out front on the roadway at 34 Fairview? Did you make any assumptions with regard to that?
I guess so. It
At
is
a point in
87
time,
reverse.
there was a vehicle behind it.
I'm sorry,
There was a vehicle behind it.
just one?
That is my understanding. In terms of on the street, is
On
your
the street,
question.
exactly.
Yes.
And what, do you remember the type of vehicle?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was it?
An F-150 pickup.
Did you have any understanding as to whether there was a Jeep vehicle on the road at that 12 to 1 time period?
I had seen testimony somewhere to that effect, but the majority of the testimony was there were no other vehicles.
But you did see testimony that there was also a Jeep type vehicle on the front,
It
out the
left.
front of 34 Fairview between 12 and 1. Is that what you're recalling?
So I'm going to let that answer stand, what he's just testified to. Just go ahead and.
Okay, so
Keep going, dumbass.
Dr. Welcher, what I want to do is to have you,
Oh, I see.
using your data, you say
I see what
87
I see.
for the backup, correct?
You're okay. I get it.
Up to 24 miles per hour. Isn't there a likelihood, if there is at least one vehicle out in front of 34 Fairview, that there would be a collision of the Lexus SUV with a vehicle out front?
No, the vehicle had left prior to the end or prior to event 1162-2.
What information do you have with regard to how many vehicles?
Oh, they're mad because it puts Higgins not there,
34 Fairview at
obviously.
between 12 and 1?
So I have Miss Reed's interview statements. I have statements of a number of witnesses. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the names.
All eyes a little is
I just want-
taken.
I was just gonna say, let's not just number of vehicles.
Okay, so I have a number of witness statements at multiple statements from the same witnesses at different times, indicating the path and following the Lexus to the house and then leaving before the event.
Assume that there were vehicles, at least one vehicle
Don't
parked
assume.
out front of 34 Fairview.
Do not assume. Objection.
Is there a likelihood that given 24 miles per hour over 87 feet, is there a likelihood that there would be a collision given the weather conditions as you knew them to be at that time?
Well, the weather, I don't think necessarily plays into whether there would be a collision or not, but we know it backed up 87 feet. So again, it goes forward like 35-ish and then back like 60 something. And so if something is within 65 feet of the rear of it, or whatever the numbers are, I would need my slides.
It was 50.
50,
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
57. If something is within that window, then it would hit it.
All right, good. So now let's look at another scenario. If it's
But there
going
wasn't.
as you describe it, is there a likelihood that the Lexus would also go upon the lawn in front of 34 Fairview?
It depends on where it starts.
You have an opinion, don't you, as to where it starts?
No, I do not. That's actually why I have that diagram showing it off to the side.
That's
I'm
right.
simply showing how far it moved forward, how far it moved back.
Exactly.
We don't know where on the roadway it started.
Exactly. You don't know where on the roadway it started.
Neither do you.
And therefore, all you have is the distance covered, correct?
Correct.
So, but you're saying the distance is 87 feet, correct?
87 feet backwards, yes.
So backwards, 24 miles an hour. Have you ever driven a vehicle backwards 24 miles an hour, sir?
Yes, I think I've driven this Lexus backwards 24 miles
Right.
an hour.
So if anybody who's driven a vehicle back, have you ever driven any vehicle back 24 miles an hour at
Good
1
answer.
o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning?
Probably not since I got out of high school.
Have you ever done it when there's a storm that is beginning?
No.
Have you ever done it when there is less than clear visibility?
No and no.
And have you ever done it when there's low lighting?
Oh, maybe when I've been up skiing in the snow, I've done it. But again, that's been decades.
Right. So 87 feet, 24 miles an hour. Are you saying that in every instance that vehicle will stay on the road and for 34 Fairview, it wouldn't go up on the lawn?
When you mean every instance, mean like every possible location on the road it starts from?
Correct.
No, there's some spots. If you start here, it's going to go up on the road, on the yard. If you start too far on the other side, you're going to go over into the neighbor's yard. So it depends on where you start.
Right. And so in given the conditions that we've just described, right?
Conditions
the weather,
have nothing to do
I
with where
need
you
to
start.
finish my
Hold
question,
on.
sir.
Only one at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
Let him finish his question, please.
Given the conditions that you've described, it is reasonable to conclude that that vehicle, under your parameters, would have gone up on the lawn. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No.
So you don't think there's any possibility that could occur a vehicle going 24 miles an hour at this location, 87 feet backwards, in the dark, with wet pavement at a minimum, and low lighting? You don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under
That's not
your
what you
scenario, to have gone up on the lawn?
You
That's
didn't
not
say
what-
possible.
Your first question was reasonable, and I
Not
said
possible.
no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is
Yep.
possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a
No, not
possibility that
probable.
this
Absolutely.
Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Yes, it
Highly,
could have.
highly unlikely. But
All right.
again,
But
you're
probable.
asking an engineer about possibilities and probabilities.
Let's get back to reality. So in
That is
terms
a reality.
of the
You just don't like it.
Lexus itself, because you, under your method of analysis, don't have the starting point, you can't rule out that under your scenario, the vehicle would have gone up on the lawn. You can't rule that out, can you, sir?
I cannot. No, it could have.
Okay. Now let's go to the next topic. If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 168 published in evidence, which is now under the 167.
I was waiting for that to be his next question, but that would be admitting that your client.
Now,
is
as I
just-
understand your testimony, Dr. Welcher, you believe that it's possible that the Lexus taillight could have caused these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
And more specifically, it's your belief that the lacerations would have been caused by the vehicle scratching Mr. O'Keefe's arm as it drives past him. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'd characterize it that way. What happens is, there's 6,000-pound vehicles coming, and he's standing on a, icy, snowy roadway area, and it's going to contact him and move his whole body and induce rotation.
Right. So it's going to contact him and, under your theory, induce rotation. So wouldn't such a movement of the car relative to his right arm result in horizontal injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, as can be seen on his bicep above the elbow?
So could we pull up one of my slides to address this issue?
Sir,
I'd like to answer your question with a slide that I have that addresses this exact point.
I'd like to stay with this slide, Dr. Welcher, and see if you can answer my questions off of this slide. So
Of course you will.
Sure.
Do you agree that the injuries up at the upper part, where you're familiar with the bicep brachialis?
I am.
And aren't those two up at the top, right over the bicep brachialis?
They're actually about midway between the biceps and the triceps.
Right. So you know which two I'm talking about, the two up there. Can you just use your laser pointer just so we're talking about the same two? Do you have one?
I'll give it a try, but the upper ones.
I know it's not your fault, but
On the
sometimes it
image,
doesn't
the
show.
upper left. I mean,
Yes.
technically, the ones right to the right of that are also on the biceps and triceps.
Right, but
The
I'm talking.
biceps goes all the way to the elbow, so do the triceps.
Right, so I'm talking about the two that are the farthest up.
Correct.
All right, would you agree that those are in a horizontal orientation?
Generally, yes, which is what you'd expect with your arm like this and the tail light coming across like this, which is what I showed in my slides.
My questions are trying to keep this moving. I just asked if those are in a horizontal orientation.
Yeah,
Yes
more
or
or
no?
less. They're angled down slightly, but more or less horizontal.
Okay. Isn't it true that if Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to be flexed like it was with the test subject in your blue paint test, the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm would be oriented in a vertical direction?
Absolutely not. If you pull up my slide 117, it'll show exactly that it is like perfectly horizontal. When you're standing like this, and this is the tail light, the laceration, when it comes across here and pushes my body, it's going to make a horizontal laceration because the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to push me out of the way. As this pushes me out of the way, it's going to drag and create a horizontal laceration across my arm. This is exactly what you'd expect.
So let's talk about the forearm, sir. We may have miscommunicated. I'm talking about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm now.
So we're switching from the arm to the forearm.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Wouldn't those be oriented in a vertical direction?
No. Again, you have the vehicle. If this is me and this is the car, it's pushing and pushing across like this. And with your arm bent like this, it's going to cause laceration as it pushes my arm away. It pushes like that.
Okay,
And it's, my slide shows this quite clearly.
So you disagree, you do not agree that the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's forearm under your theory would be oriented in a vertical. You disagree with that. It's just want to get that on the record.
I disagree with
Okay. Now,
The fuck?
also,
It's on the record already, Bob.
do you understand that under your theory of injury here,
Agree,
that
Ren.
there would be injuries caused in two different directions by the same movement of the car? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to say I disagree. You need to give me a little more. You're going to have, again, this is a glancing or a clipping type impact. And so it's going to be it's going to sweep across the arm, which is what causes the horizontal lacerations.
We're talking about a flat surface, right, sir?
Approximately, yes.
And therefore, you would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves. Am I correct about that?
Maintain contact with the arm? I'm unclear what you mean.
What I'm trying to do, sir, is to get under your theory, right? Given the contact that you've described, what would you expect to be the orientation of the wounds to the upper part of the arm and to the lower part of the arm?
Just like it's shown in this photograph.
Okay. Isn't it the case with your theory that the tail light would have to break, and after the break, the arm would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves?
So that is what happens in pedestrian contacts. There is a contact duration. For example, you asked me earlier in that calculation you had me ran, you said 0.01 seconds. That was the contact duration. So when you have things like this, and that's why you have to allow, if you do testing, the body to move, because the car is going to hit the body. It's going to cause it to move. The body's going to rotate away, and the car is going to continue on in that clipping type impact. So the arm is definitely in contact with the rear of the car for some time.
That's what I wanted to get to, is simply that under your theory, the taillight would break, and also the arm would need to maintain contact with the taillight area as the car moves. Is that your supposition?
So at a point in time, it'll stop contact, but the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to want to continue moving on. It's going to push. It's going to initially contact the arm and then push the arm away as it rotates the body. So yes, it's going to maintain contact until the clipping is over and the vehicle continues on.
So my next question is simply, how long do you believe the arm needs to maintain contact with the taillight after, under your theory, it breaks, to produce those types of wounds that you say came from a taillight?
We don't have enough information to determine that.
Right. You don't have enough information to make that determination, do you, sir?
Correct.
And
But we know because of the laws of physics that it has to be some amount of time. It doesn't occur instantaneously.
So now we do apply the laws of physics to the right arm that weren't applied before because you applied a paint experiment. Is that correct? You're now applying the laws of physics to the injury to the right arm. But you
No.
didn't do that in your report.
Nope, always applied the laws of physics. The paint experiment, as you're referring to it, was to look at basically the orientation of the scratches that matched this. So that was an engineering experiment to correlate height, position of the taillight relative to height, orientation of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
You just said, sir, if I heard you correctly, you, to answer my previous question, applied the laws of physics. That's what you just said, correct?
So the laws of physics cover more than Newton's second law. There's a whole law of physics. The whole field of physics is a broad subject. So a simple measurement of height is a physical measurement.
Sir, I have your entire report in my hand, right here. Where in the report do you apply the law of physics to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Where?
So in the paint experiment we did, the laws of physics about gravity, orientation, things like that, I didn't apply Newton's second law as we already went through. But again, those simple positions, arm angles, the possible physical arm angles, those are all generally governed by the laws of physics. The laws of physics are very broad.
Sir, I'll ask it this way. Where in your 14-page report do you even mention the laws of physics related to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
So in terms of applying the laws of physics.
I'm not asking applying, just where in the report is it mentioned law of physics relative to the right arm? Can you point me to where?
Would write a report that said these are the laws of physics. I would say these are the numbers, but for example, the timing in GPS, how a clock times, the concept of a second. What does that mean? Those are all concepts of physics. So the timing, the GPS, the mileage, how we calculate the mileage, those are all based on the laws of physics.
I'm talking about injuries to the right arm.
It's not what you asked. You asked me about my whole report.
Sir, if you could, please, I just need to finish my question. Where in your report do you use any laws of physics in connection with injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Can you point me to a word or a page in your report?
Yes.
Where?
2A, 2A Roman numeral 1, 2A Roman numeral 2, 2A Roman numeral 3, 2A Roman numeral number 4, 2A Roman numeral number 5.
Sir, I followed all of it, but what I'm asking about is where in all of what you just mentioned is the word right arm? I'll take what you just said. Where in 2A and all of those is the word right arm? Where is it?
Oh, sorry, it's in number 3.
So let's go to 3. You state the location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and right arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570. Where,
can you read the next sentence?
I'm sorry, is it see PowerPoint slides 102, 120, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want to just start with the report. Did you apply any force analysis to support 3?
So in terms of the force analysis, I did not do an F equal MA analysis, but in terms of, say, the contact pattern, I obviously had to apply some force, even at 2 miles an hour, to do that.
So the answer is, what you cited, number 3, you did not use a force analysis, correct?
So force was applied to my arm in the paint test. I didn't do an F equals MA force analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now let's go to the horizontal movement we were talking about with regard to the car. And you can agree or disagree.
Sorry. The picture's done.
I'm sorry, we'll take that down. Do you agree or disagree that given a horizontal movement of the car, vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
So horizontal motion generally will cause a horizontal laceration. You can get what are called stellate, which are a blunt force, and it causes a splitting of the skin as well. But generally, when the vehicle is clipping or running horizontal across it, it will generally cause horizontal lacerations. But when you have a fractured taillight, you can get pieces going off in other directions. So it's not necessarily going to be perfectly horizontal.
So my question is, not with clipping, you keep inserting clipping into my question. My question is this.
That's his answer, not your question.
Given a horizontal movement of the car,
That should be strike from the record.
do you agree that it's more likely than not that vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
I'm trying to help you, but you got to give me more. So like, is it a clipping contact or is it not a clipping contact? Is it a direct in the center of the car impact?
Okay, are there only two variables you need to answer the question?
But this is a good start.
All right, so let me do it this way. You can't answer the question on a general basis of whether there's horizontal movement of a car, whether vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern. You can't answer that question without more information. Is that your answer?
So generally, again, horizontal motion should cause horizontal lacerations. But again, it depends on what's being hit.
Okay.
So for example, if I have something that bends as a result of the impact, it could bend up and create a vertical laceration.
So you would agree, based upon what you said, that generally horizontal movement of a car would be expected to cause horizontal.
He's not helping the defense here.
lacerations.
He already explained
Okay.
the taillight and it being broken.
Now, during your
and
blue
causing them
paint
to be in
test,
different
the
places.
blue
so.
paint was featured more predominantly on
Idiot.
your upper arm than your forearm. Is that correct?
I think it depends on the tests.
Do you want, we bring up a slide? Will that
I'd
help
love to
you?
bring up a slide.
We're going to be running the thing, so we'll just bring one up and you tell me whether this slide works for you, sir.
Do you want me to tell you the slide I want?
If we could take a shot at it first, and then we may ask you
Oh
for
my
it. But I think
God.
we've got a slide for you. And what number?
Dr. Welcher,
111 is on the screen, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right? Bones apparently not on the outside.
Is the blue paint more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm? Is there more blue paint
I mean,
on your
maybe the
upper arm
last
than
hour
your forearm?
of the day. That's when the other
Probably. This is the
journalists.
one where I actually walked sideways into the back of the car. The one where the car is moving is probably a little better representation.
Sir, I'm just asking you a question about this slide. If you
Okay,
could just
I-
focus on this
He's
slide
trying
here,
to
and if you
answer.
can't answer it, so be it.
I just answered it.
Is the
what the
blue paint
he just answered it.
featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm?
It sort of looks like it. I didn't actually measure the total area of it.
All right. So on direct, you stated that in order for the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm to have been caused by an impact with the taillight, his arm would have needed to be held outstretched as you did in your demonstration, correct?
You would need some degree of outstretch, yes.
Yes. So isn't that an example of confirmation bias?
No, that's matching
Oh my God.
the contact pattern to the injuries.
But don't you have to select among other choices this outstretching of the arm? You had to make that selection among others, correct?
So that was matching the
Data.
physical evidence on his arm to the physical evidence on the car, and then running a test to see if dynamically those matched up. So it's, I didn't have it hit the exhaust pipe, for example, because there was no assertion it hit the exhaust pipe. There was no damage to the exhaust pipe. So it was based upon the evidence, and the testing was done to test, to use your vernacular, the hypothesis that that's where it came from.
Sir, have I ever asked you anything about a tailpipe in any of my questions today?
Yes.
What?
I have not. I've never
Yes, you
asked.
have. You asked me about the totality of the rear of the Lexus, which includes the tailpipe.
All right. I am not going to be asking any questions that involve the taillight in any fashion. So what I'd like to do is to go back to the question.
He just doesn't want to
that
hear
I'm
about the
asking,
taillight.
which is, did you
Which you
consider,
just told the jury that you're an idiot.
as part of the scientific method, in terms
Dumbass.
of more than one hypothesis, did you consider in your analysis any other orientation of Mr. O'Keefe other than the one you selected for your paint test?
Yes.
And where is that consideration of other hypotheses stated in any report?
It's not. I was just looking at the damage that was up on the sheet metal.
Okay. So are you saying that you considered other orientations?
Of course he did.
Mr. O'Keefe
Orientations. He uses the word orientations. Like, come on.
of your analysis?
In terms of where exactly the hand would be, some slight different angles in the forearm, which is from the elbow to the hand. I did consider that, but all the physical testing is done with the hand hitting the approximate center of the taillight.
Do you have any notes that you took for these alternative orientations?
What?
No, I think I just included photographs of that damage.
Do you have any proof at all that you considered those other orientations?
And that's why the judge should have stopped him with the badgering to get the answer he wants.
No, I don't believe so.
Did you
It's
consider
bad form of
any
questioning.
other locations of Mr. O'Keefe under your theory relative to the back of the SUV?
Sure. In the beginning of this, I started about, hey, it's all over. It could be anywhere on the back of it. Then whittled it down based upon the evidence, started eliminating various hypotheses based upon the evidence, and came to this conclusion, eliminating hypotheses based upon the
Evidence.
taillight fragments near his body.
He doesn't want to hear about the taillight.
lacerations, his height, the height of the taillight in a Lexus. So it was an iterative process.
Did you mention any of these supposed hypotheses in your direct testimony?
No, because I was able to reject them. I didn't come in here to tell these people what didn't happen. I came in here to tell them what I believe happened.
Would you agree, sir, that the scientific method earlier has the scientists identify various hypotheses, go with the data that supports it, but you show your math as to why you're rejecting hypotheses. As you said, you rejected them. I'm asking for proof that you considered other hypotheses. Do you have anything in writing, any notes at all, any videos, any tests that you did?
Why would he do that?
Of other hypotheses other than picking this?
The
one?
evidence
Do you have any
rules things out,
documentation of that?
dumbass.
So I did a bunch of tests with the Lexus. I did backing tests. I looked at how the rear system worked to see if it would autonomously brake. I confirmed it did not. So I eliminated that as a hypothesis. I tested the steering. I tested the transmission, what 1, 2 represented. So I did a whole bunch of tests on the vehicle.
I understand you say you did a bunch of tests on the vehicle.
Oh my God. The commentary.
Did you ever take the vehicle and position yourself or anybody else in various locations to determine whether or not your hypotheses?
No, that taillight's broken,
would be
dumbass.
properly rejected?
Why would he put it near a
Do you have
different
any
taillight?
documentation that you did that?
I mean, I did do 1 static and 2 dynamic tests in very similar positions, though. So I did a total of 3 tests relative to the arm.
Where is the documentation for that, sir?
It's in the file. I gave it to you. Some of the slides are some of it.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I think if we're going to,
Move on.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor.
So
okay, but Mr. Alessi, hold on, we're going to do that for you.
Can I ask, I just have one other area, Your Honor. I can do it in short order if I could,
Okay.
please.
I wasn't finished my.
Go ahead, finish your answer.
So slides 109, 110, 111.
He's like, I
Actually
wasn't finished with my
through-
answer. Me off.
I guess 121 deal with the testing of the hypothesis.
We'll come back to this at another time, Dr. Welcher. So what I want to do is
I know,
to finish up on this point.
Hard.
So is it your testimony that no part of what you did in selecting this
OMG.
area, no part of it is confirmation bias? You say there's no confirmation bias at all in what you did. Is that your testimony?
That's certainly my goal. I try and eliminate all confirmational bias. I didn't start out at this particular location. This is where the physical evidence led me to. So I would say the conclusions are supported by the science.
My question is, did you engage in any confirmation, and this will be my last question, did
The
you
answer is no.
engage in any confirmation bias
No.
in terms of how you approach the issue that you have testified about in written reports?
The answer is still no.
Still no.
All right, so jurors, we're going to send you home because we still have work to do here and we don't need you waiting there while we do it inside. So tomorrow is a half day.
What the?
And exactly that half day ends, but we won't be here until, we won't go until 4 tomorrow.
Are you kidding me?
First 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone.
So
Don't do
ridiculous.
any research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. 4th admonition, please be very careful with your social media use. See you tomorrow morning.
Rise the jury.
Stay here? Yeah.
Okay. There's going to be some sort of voir dire on some of this information. Not sure why. Doesn't really make sense. So we're going to watch that, obviously. No, I think she means from a different stream because she said something that they're probably not going to like. Oh, yeah, he's totally fine with Dr. Russell not taking any notes or doing anything.
All right. Okay, Mr.
Oh,
Alessi,
yeah.
it's your voir dire.
A short one here. Yeah, well, he failed on that. His ahas fell flat when he didn't know what he was talking about. Exactly. His reports are the notes. Like, you freaking idiot. His reports are the notes.
Yeah, can you do that while you're sitting here answering questions? Yes.
This is so stupid. You just had an entire 5 days off. Why could you possibly? I've never seen anything like it. Like, oh, there's only 2 courtrooms. Well, figure it the F out, dude. It's ridiculous. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for a friggin' half day. You guys just had 5 goddamn days off. What the fuck is Karen doing? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is so stupid. I love how the doctor calls him out on his crap. Apparently, half day here, 5 days off there. I mean, this trial's never going to be over, ever. Half day Thursday, no day Monday. Come on, man.
Okay. And we're on a very limited schedule here. Okay.
Yeah, so don't take your sweet ass time, Mr. Alessi. Yeah, it would have been done without all these days. Like, they did the same thing in the first trial, and they should have known
Mr.
better.
Wolk, with Your Honor's permission, if we could pull up the January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint of Dr. Welcher in slide 36. You see that, Dr. Welcher?
Oh,
You
'cause
recall
that's-
that from your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Like, lady, are you serious? It's freaking frustrating.
I thought I had replaced the video on the left-hand side by the time I produced it.
Sir, I got to
don't
go through
recall
this
that.
quickly. That image is a drone image on the left, correct?
Oh, correct.
And you had that in your original report, but you removed it in subsequent reports, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get that drone image from?
It was in the file.
Wasn't
From a
it
drone?
in the CARS report of Trooper Paul?
I believe it was.
So you took that drone image from the CARS report of Trooper Paul, correct?
Correct.
Let's, if we could,
And that
Mr.
matters
Wolf, go
how?
to diagram 1. Do we have that electronically of Trooper Paul's report?
How does that matter exactly? This is completely irrelevant. Okay, he has a drone picture. Ooh. He used
Do you
lasers, so it
recognize
doesn't
that is diagram 1 from Trooper Paul's report?
because the judge isn't
Yes.
comfortable letting it all in.
So,
until
and that's
because of
the
what you're on it.
diagram that you took that image and you put it
Yep,
in your
this is a
January
voir dire
30th, 2025
of certain
PowerPoint,
information
correct?
for whatever reason.
Pulling up my version of PowerPoint. Yes, it's correct.
Okay.
I have no
if we
idea
could
what
take that down. I'm
for.
going to go to the next example. We could
Whatever they're
go
asking
to
questions
Dr.
about, they don't-
Welcher.
I'm sorry, actually, can we go back to that?
Yes. With Your
They
Honor,
don't tell
why
us
don't
what
we-
it's for. Why don't we? Wait.
I've limited- Go ahead.
So that particular diagram, I did not use. If you notice, the diagram I used has different cars and doesn't have all the writing about the position of things on it.
I am going to now, Your Honor, have to take the time to go to Trooper Paul's report.
Oh, please. But Trooper Paul's report isn't. This isn't Trooper Paul. So why does this not? This is stupidity. Call Trooper Paul if you want to talk to Trooper Paul. Like, so stupid to have a voir dire on shit. This is shit that should have been decided.
I'm going to. Yes, Mr. Brennan, this is. May I put you on this? Excuse me, Dr. Welcher. You see this first page? Do you recognize this as the cover page for the Trooper Paul report?
You can't stand over him.
You want to look at the report? So I'm not so sure there is a signature on the report.
No, there should be. See, that's the difference there, bud. You don't need to stand there. Why the judge is even allowing that, I'm not really sure.
Signature block right here. Yes, Trooper Paul, page 16.
I have that.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, what I want
Yeah,
to do.
call Trooper Paul then.
is to
Like,
go to diagram 1. And if I could, Your
apparently.
Honor, republish what was just up. I'm showing you diagram 1, sir, and I'm asking you, is that the image from Trooper Paul's report that you then used to put into your January 30th slide presentation?
No. See all the writing on here, the glass cup, all the dimensions here. Here's my January 30th one. None of that stuff's here. There's different. None of this stuff is here.
Isn't it the case that this is cropped more and there's a larger picture of the same image or not?
See this tree?
Yes.
See these trees?
Yes.
See all these measurements by the trees? All
Yes.
these? That's right here.
Okay.
Those do not show up on my image.
Let me go to a different method then to do this. You have an image.
Different method. No, it's his
Can you
image.
go, Mr. Wolf, to the January 30th presentation?
Slide 36.
Correct.
Why is she allowing him to still stand there? She should have already corrected
Where
him
did
to
you
move
get
away
that
from Dr.
image
Welcher.
in your PowerPoint presentation on the left?
I think it was from the file, a satellite image from the file.
What part of the file, sir?
I actually don't know at this time.
How close is the image on diagram 1,
What are you doing?
the drone image, to the image that you can't now recall where you got it from for your slide presentation? Are they similar?
Oh my
So that
God,
one has
dude.
a whole bunch of measurements and
I would love
ID
a
on
map.
it, but the underlying image is very similar. It's probably the same one.
Right. Yes.
Why does that matter? It's irrelevant.
Do you know of any other place you could have, let's put the presentation back up.
Why does it matter?
On the slide presentation? Do you know of any other location other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have got that drone image from?
What an idiot. I can't.
No, I'm not sure I got it from the report. I recall getting it from the file.
My question is, do you know of any other source other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have gotten that
He
drone
just
image from?
answered that.
So this image is not in that report.
It's not my
Yes, it is. You asked me.
That is the
what's
question.
report. That image is not in that report.
It is the
Did you
question.
get the drone image from any file from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay.
You're saying that's not my question every time. When it is your
Did
question, it's not
Trooper
helping yourself.
Paul work on any drone images to your knowledge with respect to 34 Fairview?
I don't know.
But you
It
would
can't be. You need
agree
to
that
call
the
Trooper
drone
Paul.
images are from the Massachusetts State Police file, correct?
Give me 1 second.
I'd be quitting if I was the Mike Lee too. This is fucking insane. Judge is ready to just fucking. It's past 4 o'clock. She's itching to leave. She's got to get out of there. Got out of there. Get out of there. Right at
Let me know
4.
you've had a fair opportunity to answer that question.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, give him a second so he can look. It's not instant, bub. The judge is getting pissed. Twirl on her wrist. She's ready to get out of
Yes,
there.
it came in a file called cars-trp.jopal.
Okay. So it came from, and that's the report of Trooper Paul, correct?
No, these are drone images that are not in the report.
No, I'm saying what you just read. Can you repeat it again, what you just read, where it came from?
I read you a folder
Yes,
that contains a bunch of things, including the report.
understood.
That image is not in his report.
Can you read the file name again that you just read?
The folder name
Yes.
is cars-trp.jopal.
Okay. And did you get the drone image from that file folder?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now let's go on to the
What
May
was the-
26, 2025 PowerPoint that
Oh my
you
God.
created. And I'd like to go to slides 25, 26, and 27.
Oh. This is so obnoxious at this point.
Have you discussed with anybody today at all the source of what is depicted up on this slide?
No.
Okay, so let's now go to where did you get you see the larger chart to the left there in the, looks like mostly a rectangle. Do you see that, sir?
What slide are you on? What slide is that?
25, I
25,
believe.
Okay.
Okay, and then if we could click to 26, because it looks like it's the same. If we can go to 26 and 27, looks like it's the same one. You tell me.
Similar.
Similar, okay.
Yeah.
In 27.
This is like such a
see the
waste
same-
of
the
time.
Similar one there, okay.
These are all
Basically
from
trying to say he
Google
used
Maps.
Trooper Paul's
Well,
stuff.
my question is.
They're all Google Maps. Idiot. On fire with idiots or on fire with people actually realizing how bad Alessi
May I
is?
approach, Your Honor?
That's the big question. I mean, it's always on fire because
Let me ask you this so I don't have to keep going back.
People
and
are
forth.
dumb,
Do you have
but-
access, sir, to the
Cards reported, Trooper Paul.
God,
on
this
your
is-
computer?
We should all be paid for wasting all of this time listening to his
Remember the,
friggin' voice.
Name of it?
I have a headache now.
The hard copy, Mr. Brennan, I'd like to show them. Thank you. So if I could, approach her.
Yep.
So you see what I'm pointing to right here, which is page 10 of Trooper Paul's cards report. Do you see that?
Is this the same report?
Good.
Dated 1/29/2022?
I believe so, sir. Let me just take a peek. This is, you can just compare. This is the one I have in my hand. Take it and look for any identification it gives you, right? We got the same one.
Yeah, mine's broken.
Okay,
So let's do paper.
okay. So we have that report.
This is the original.
And
Yours
I
just
now
needs
am
to-
referencing page 10 of that report, and I'm looking at the chart on page 10.
Mm-mm-mm.
Is that chart on page 10 the same or substantially the same as the chart that is up on your
Stop it. We
slide
need you.
presentation right now?
So
But happy birthday
not
again.
the same. I did not use this data at all, but we both use Google Maps.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay, I'm an idiot. Okay.
Now let's go to,
Yeah, and she worked with Alan Jackson at one point. Shocker. huh?
You're continuing on the same slide. If Mr. Woke, we could go to slides 22 and 23.
Okay, and this will be the last on this, Mr. Lessie. If you want to get to the autopsy photo, we're wrapping this all up at 4:10.
Okay, Your Honor.
She's ready to be out of there, clearly. There's nowhere he was trying to like point to like him using Trooper
You see these
Paul's
photos?
report in his own report,
I'm sorry.
which wouldn't
You see
matter
the photos
anyway.
that are up on that?
I do.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Do you, in terms of those photos, do you recognize any aspect of those photos?
Yes.
What do you
Me-
recognize in terms of the person in it?
Oh,
What?
you want me to limit it to just these 3 photos?
Any photo that would be this photo or any photo similar to it. But let's start with these 3.
If I have to limit it to these 3, I don't know who that is.
Okay, and if you don't
Right.
limit it to those 3, who would you conclude it is in those photos?
It appears to be Trooper Paul from other photos.
Okay, so you can tell from other photos that this is Trooper Paul in these photos, correct?
I have photos of Trooper Paul in the car. I don't know that someone else switched out. I have no reason to believe this isn't anybody but Trooper Paul.
Okay. Would you have any understanding that there's any other trooper that would be doing this type of analysis other than Trooper Paul?
Someone else took the photographs?
No, I'm talking inside the vehicle.
I'm sorry?
Inside the vehicle doing what's depicted here.
Someone is inside the vehicle taking the photograph.
What's your best conclusion as to who that is?
Trooper Paul.
Thank you. Your Honor, that is,
Okay, so next topic.
yes,
Go right
thank you.
ahead.
And I just need to reload, if you will, with regard to that topic.
Oh my God. I don't know where he's going with any of this, saying that you're using Trooper Paul stuff. Yeah, that's where you got the some of the information from, and then you did your own test to verify it. That's kind of how it works. So all of this is completely irrelevant and stupid. What is happening? Yeah, Karen, tell him what you want him to do, because you've been doing such a great job thus far. You freaking whack job.
Your Honor, we can go to slide, and I think I can do this fairly quickly.
Okay,
If
Yeah,
you
I
can
said it.
go, Mr. Woke, to slide
I'll
131
say it again.
of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation. And it's now 132. I don't believe that's the right one. It's the.
One before that.
Yeah.
One in the pink there's been
Yeah,
sleeping,
okay.
taking a nap.
So this is slide 131 from your slide presentation, correct, sir?
Correct.
And if you look to the far right, I'm sorry, Mr. Woke, you go to the other one. Yes, that one, and scroll down so we can see what's in green. For that depiction, that is from Dr. Scorti-Bellows' autopsy report, page 3, correct? Is that where you got that from?
It's from the report. Take your word for it on page 3.
So, but it is from Dr. Scorti-Bellows' autopsy report, correct?
Right.
Now,
What
if you
is
could
your
go
point?
to, if we could zoom back out
Oh my God.
and go to the multicolored image in the center, up at the top.
This is so nonsensical. Judge is like, 1 minute, wrap it up.
No, I got it. Yep. Okay. Thank you. If you can go to the very top line, it says autopsy report performed by Irene Scorti Bello, MD, PhD.
Duh.
Scroll back over. Mr. Date of autopsy, January 31, 2022, and then you see final diagnoses. That is all directly from the autopsy report, is it not, sir?
Yes.
And that is in your slide presentation, correct, sir? This is page 131 of your slide
Yeah,
presentation.
he's got to use the data.
Correct?
Duh.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, you are all set, Doctor?
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Oh, did you have any questions, Mr. Brennan?
If it'd be helpful to the court, I have a couple quickly.
Okay.
Can I keep it under 2 minutes?
Yeah, you can't just let him go without letting the. What the fuck is that? What? Like, Your Honor, way to show your bias. Thanks, appreciate it. We didn't already know or anything. No one, no
Dr.
worries.
Welcher, you were shown a photograph of the street of Fairview Road. Did you know that didn't come from Trooper Paul? It came from the CERT report, and Trooper Paul then took it from the CERT report and put it in separately in his presentation. Did you know that?
I had no idea. I just was given it as a folder.
And the photo you were using, it didn't have the markings that Trooper Paul put on his report, did it?
It did not.
When Trooper Paul, when you used that photo, was it because you were borrowing, relying on, or using any of Trooper Paul's reports for your conclusions or any of your decisions or analysis in this case?
I did not use his report at
It
all.
was simply limited to the use of the photo to show a different demonstrative issue.
Correct.
And then when you saw diagram 1, again, that was different than what was used in Trooper Paul's report because it had absent in it all the writing. Isn't that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or conclusions in this case for your conclusions and your analysis?
Not at all.
Is that why you went and downloaded the information and looked at the car and did everything individually, separately, and uniquely from Trooper Paul?
I wanted it to be independent in my analysis.
Regarding Dr. Scortabello, did you ever consider her conclusions regarding manner or cause of death as a basis for your analysis and conclusions?
Yes.
And when you considered her analysis, did you consider the conclusion of undetermined cause of death? Was that part of your analysis?
Oh, no. I was using like the skull fractures, the description of the injuries.
So you were considering the information in her autopsy report?
Correct.
How about her conclusions? Did you rely on her conclusions to do your studies or any analysis in this case as far as cause of death or manner of death?
Only I thought I said blunt force trauma and hypothermia.
Okay. Regarding her conclusions about whether this was caused by a car accident or not, did you consider that as the basis of your opinion?
No, I wouldn't take a person like that's opinion for that.
Did you ever have a conversation with Dr. Scortabello about her expertise limitations?
No, I would want a biomechanical analysis.
Was your opinion regarding the collision in this case, did it have anything to do whatsoever with Dr. Scortabello's conclusions regarding cause of death, whether it was accident, undetermined, or homicide?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, one question. Can we just wrap it up? I'd like to hear you argue, but we don't have time, so I'm just gonna
I have
decision.
two
We don't
questions,
have
Your Honor.
time.
You put in
What?
your slide presentation information from the autopsy report of Dr. Scorti-Bello for a reason, correct, sir? And that reason is because you considered the autopsy report as part of your analysis, correct?
So I considered portions, which are the portions I included here for the autopsy report.
And part of those considerations were the final diagnoses. We can put that back up, Mr. Woke.
He wasn't done answering.
But you recall the slide that you had has the final diagnoses of Dr. Scorti-Bello, and you put that in your slide presentation because you considered that as part of your analysis, else it wouldn't be in there, correct?
So the final diagnosis is in there. There's a line, then it says cause of death and then manner of death.
Right.
The things I highlighted are the things I thought were important. So the highlighting on slide 130. So the final diagnosis, again, does not include cause of death. It does not include manner of death. There's that horizontal line demarcating those. The important things that I was looking at are the under or highlighted, which is why I highlighted them.
Exactly. So the ones that you highlighted, you considered are from the autopsy report. That's why you're highlighting them, right, sir? You
Correct.
considered that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Of course he considered them.
So I'm not going to let
Yes.
you argue now. I'll hear you very briefly tomorrow before we stop. But Mr. Lessie, how much longer are you going to be? tomorrow.
If I could have a motion, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, how much longer? Good question. She has already made up her mind. It's very clear that she already has made up her mind. And she doesn't need to hear them argue, but it's not the point. They have the right to argue. Even Hank does, because it's very clear what they're trying to do is saying, this whole report's based on Super Paul and Corey Bello. No, it's not. He did his own independent reconstruction.
Look for it tomorrow. If we can get through things quicker, I would like to do that, but given today, that's my best estimate.
What was
So
it?
we're half a day tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
So you can't take up half a day.
So it may be that we have a 20-minute break tomorrow and we finish up by 1:30 by going straight through. We've got a juror who has an appointment
No.
that we told her she'd be able to make. So I'd like to do everything we can so that Dr. Welcher doesn't have to come back or stay here another day. So let's just see what we can do, and we will do the same thing for your experts as well.
No, I understand, Your Honor, and I respect.
Nobody's going to take that long with their experts. Let's get
I will
real.
say, Your
Come on.
Honor, to state the obvious, this is the key aspect of the case, and we've got to be able to proceed through to the question. He covered a
And-
lot on his direct and he properly.
And I'm not asking you to curb it. I'm just hoping that we can do it. So I will ask you tomorrow at a certain time to see whether we're able to do it with the 20-minute break and finish.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll give you my answer.
Her point was, hurry the fuck up and stop taking
All
so
right,
long.
thank you.
All right.
Without having to say it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I step down?
Absurd. That was the most absurd voir dire I've ever seen in my life. Never mind the fact that Dr. Welcher's entire testimony pretty much is already out. So what exactly do you think you're going to bring in by trying to assert that he used Trooper Paul and Dr. Scortibello's information in his analysis? Of course he did. He has to consider all of the information. That, duh. Like,
Just found out bones are not on the outside for humans.
apparently.
This is a very enlightening cross. I think he's lost in the woods. I think he's floundering or whatever the hell you're saying. He's not really getting to the point. He's lost. I don't see how anyone. People say, "Well, he's being defensive." It's like, well, you're being asked stupid questions that make no sense.
Questions you can't answer because they don't make sense.
I mean, you got the guy talking about bones on the outside. You got the guy talking about Newton's law. You know what I mean? Like, he's not making sense, and the guy is trying to explain to him the facts, and he's not listening. And it's really
That's another
weird.
thing. How many times did Dr. Welcher answer his question and then Alessi say, well, that's not my question, and ask a completely different question, and Dr. Welcher say, that's not what you just asked me.
You know, and that's the failure of the questioner. That's not the failure of the witness. The failure of the questioner is to ask a question that he does not understand. And a lot of people don't realize that's why I don't think Alessi's very good at cross.
He's not.
He's good at depositions, but I think he gets flustered and I think he gets lost in the weeds and he doesn't go to the heart of the matter. Like right now, he's like, well, Trooper Paul prepared this and this prepared this. It's like, this is your voir dire questions? Like,
right.
Right. I mean? It's not
like, even
good.
if he throws out to the jury that you use Trooper Paul's reports and Dr. Scortibello's autopsy, they're going to be like, and doesn't he need some of that information to make a conclusion? Like,
I mean, it's just very weird that the people, some people who I think can't read, some of them are actually like the supporters are like, well, he's doing a great job, and I'm like, I don't know about that, guys. Let's see what the.
You can't unring the bell. The jury has heard all of Dr. Welcher's testimony already. All of his slides, they've seen it. So what exactly?
So this is lawyer, quote. He says, your question doesn't make sense. And then he says, this is the lawyer, statement from a professional isn't cute. Well, sir, I mean, if someone's asking you questions that don't make sense and you're telling them,
you can't answer them.
Isn't that the first, I'm sure he knows this, but the first instruction when you're deposing a witness is if you don't understand my question or it doesn't make, you You need me to
Ask
repeat?
again or
Ask
yep.
me again, or you want me to rephrase it? And the
Rephrase
witness
the
can
question,
easily
yeah.
state, the witness can easily state that they don't understand your question and it doesn't make sense.
Yep.
You know, who's the professional? Both sides of the professional. But if one side's asking, who's the attorney's asking questions that don't make sense, it's going to be asked again. And then I think the lack of X-ray point by Welcher could convince some jurors we don't actually know if there were fractures on the arm and
We
hand or
don't.
not.
Very clear. He was very clear about there was no way to do X-rays. We don't know. Like,
Which now the next thing he said, well, you know, he says the Lexus SUV drove over 20 miles per hour when it made contact with John O'Keefe. No, where did you get that
he didn't
from?
say that. He never said that. As
He
a matter of
never
fact,
said
he
that.
clarified that he never said that.
He never
He
said
absolutely
that.
did not say that. He has no idea where it, or at what speed it had contact with John.
And then he says, well, that, and then he says, that is what I thought that his testimony amounted to as well. I guess I was lost. And then, you know, I just think like, let's look at the DUI lawyer. What's his brilliant comment for today?
Oh, he's an idiot.
Did Brennan seriously move for a mistrial? He wants
No.
another attempt. No, that's not it, dummy.
That's what? That
Yeah.
never happened.
He moved for a mistrial.
Oh
No,
God,
he asked for
can't.
instructions. He didn't ask for a mistrial. You dummy.
He asked for an instruction, which is an instruction to the jury that to disregard X, Y, or Z, or that, you know, lawyers making comments are not evidence, like, you know, all sorts of different instructions there are. And he moved for an instruction. The judge didn't give it. I'm not going to give it at this time.
Let's listen to the next one. Idiot move. Let me see.
Next idiot. Next.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is just such craziness. Like, I just like don't quite understand how people could sit here.
They know what they're doing. They're doing it on purpose. They know what comes with it. They know it comes with clicks and views and donations. And because all of those donations come rumbling in from FKR, as soon as they say something stupid, they say multitude of stupid things so that they can get paid. I get it. I just refuse to employ those tactics, as in, like, you know, the person earlier that was like, I tried to be part of this community. Mind you, that person had probably ever talked maybe like 4 times.
All right, so would you ever get, let's listen to Better Row 4 hours ago. Better Row. Let's see if he's got
an
a good
idiot.
idea.
He represents the sewer turtle, bro.
Like, she has to allow the expert to be confronted with materials he reviewed, which were prepared by a different prosecution expert, in which the current expert reviewed leading up to his opinion. It is entirely appropriate to let the jury know that he read Trooper Paul's report and that his material contradicts his own analysis.
It doesn't
the jury has a
contradict
right
anything.
to know that former prosecution
But it
expert
doesn't
disagreed
contradict
with the current
anything.
expert. You gotta let me finish reading. And this is the price you pay for switching theories. No, what happened is that this guy did a more comprehensive test with new data, and then he came up with a new information, which is unlike the expert from the defense that said, I would not change my opinion with new data. An actual legitimate researcher, an actual legitimate person will actually change their opinions based upon new information. Just like if we found out tomorrow that, like, there was dog DNA on the arm, I said this before. If I found out there was dog DNA in the arm and there were bite marks, then I'd be like, okay, guess he was bitten by a dog.
Right.
Guess that changes the theory.
I can't. It is an alternate reality, Jack. But again, these are people who have been sold this BS for all this time. And so they have to believe it, because if they don't, it shows at this point that they bought into a fantasy, something that they were duped into believing. And no one wants to admit that they were duped. Like,
oh, yeah, they were absolutely duped. You have a lot of people. I mean, unless he's crashing and burning right now, and this is a fact. He is absolutely crashing and burning right now. He is too lost in the weeds. His like, we've just spent close to 3 hours, and can you name me one thing except of things that make fun of Alessi that actually points to something the jury's going to hold on to? No,
I can't. I can only point you to the things he corrected him on, the things he made him look like a fool on.
Yeah, he doesn't know the date where he was hired for. He doesn't know when the guy was hired for. He doesn't even know bones are inside a person. He doesn't know, like, the simplest. Someone wrote in Twitter, says, unless he's showing why he's worth every penny of his paycheck.
$0.00.
$0. That's true. He's definitely showing.
true. He's showing it. He's not getting paid nothing. So yeah.
So he's
worth every penny of that $0.
I agree with that line. I agree with that tweet. That tweet is definitely something I agree with. But yeah, it's like a disastrous situation because I think Alessi is just really fucking up really bad.
Oh yeah, hardcore. Like hardcore. Like, and most people fail to see things that don't exist, Grave. That's the problem is they say these things, but everyone else has their own eyes and ears. And the problem is most people don't take the time to actually watch the entirety of it. They listen to someone else tell them what was said and what was done. So when these people go out and they tell people it was terrible, it was awful, the prosecution's awful, but the defense, yeah, they're doing great. People just tend to believe them, especially because they're attorneys. They think that, oh, they're attorneys, they're smart, they know what they're talking about. Like it doesn't compute in their brains that they're only saying it because the multitude of money and grifting is coming from the FKR side. You're not making that kind of money is not coming over here. It's just not. It doesn't exist.
Let's see another idiot from Brandy Churchwell. This is funny. Says the main difference I see so far between ARCA and Apeture is that ARCA was asked to find out, is it possible that this collision happened? Apeture seems to have been told.
No, actually, they weren't.
Apeture seems to have been told to show it is possible. I believe confirmation bias is a problem. Expert presentations, and I think this guy is showing us why. No, you're just showing us how easily it is to manipulate.
Do you want to know what I find funny about anything she says? Which is she herself admitted that she did not believe this theory or the cult, and that she just kept saying it because it, quote, pays her bills.
Yeah,
okay?
That's
we have
true.
Those screenshots. Does she forget
True. That's why I wanted to read it, because it's like, listen, confirmation bias is not a guy who does multitudes of tests like that and then is open to new data and changes his opinion based upon new data. That's not confirmation bias. It's just kind of funny to read these idiots' lines. It's like, in the end of the day, I think Mr. Alessi needs to figure out what his areas of attacks are and to go against them, to go after them. Because right now he's crashing and motherfucking burning. He is crashing and burning, and it's
hardcore. And anybody
really
saying
bad.
that he isn't is lying. They're lying, and they're doing it on purpose. They're doing it for the money, for the clicks, for the views, for their chat, not to turn on them, for FKR not to turn on them and harass them. At this point, they know exactly what they're doing and make no mistakes about it. Like,
I mean, I'm kind of shocked. I thought Mr. Alessi would actually do better, to be completely honest with you. And this is kind of a disaster because he is not getting to the point. And the problem is like he's trying to look for any sort of thing he can grab onto, but that's not how an attorney is supposed to do questioning. You're supposed to know the area of attack that you're going after a person and then proceed to chip away and to create a narrative that supports your client's innocence or guilt, whatever, if you're trying to prosecute someone and you're using an expert. I mean, but the thing is, he's like going with definitions and he's going with,
it's immediately always a definition, always.
And it's like, sir, and then you're trying to basically do calculations and try to outsmart an engineer in engineering when you're an attorney. It's like, guy, come on, stick to your point. This is the problem. He has not made a plan for an attack to clear his client and create a narrative and story. And he really fucked up. He really, really fucked up.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Because let me ask you, this is the most important question I ask for people. What is the most memorable thing Mr. Alessi did in this cross? If you cannot remember, if you cannot state it unless the ones you're laughing at, then it's a failure in all parts. And that's a major problem. Because if I went and I said, what was your major thing you remembered with Mr. Hanks direct, you could get the demonstration, the 3D model demonstration of the car backing up to John O'Keefe's car and how it doesn't match. You can see the live demonstration, the dummy demonstration, all these things you can remember because they were shown and they were clear, and there was an actual reason for those questions to be asked to bring a storyline of how Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with a car. And I don't see any of that with Mr. Alessi.
Nothing. Nada. Zero.
I just don't see anything. And any lawyer thinks that this is a fantastic cross, you're out of your mind. I'm sorry. This is a disaster. This is actually where I actually think he's doing more damage than Hank's Direct, actually.
He is. He literally is doing damage to his own defense. And it's like, fire him. If I'm the defense, Karen, what are you doing? Fire him.
Like, at one point he asks, like, what was it? Someone pointed out, today Karen reached trial. This is from Count Bassmaster or something like that. It was kind of funny. Today Karen reached trial. Judson Welcher asked defense counsel Alessi, quote, "Are you calling pieces of taillight at the scene around his body circumstantial information?"
That was great. That was fucking great. And then Alessi immediately got off that topic. Immediately. Did not want to get arrested. Yep.
He knew he fucked up. He knew he fucked up because he's trying to say, number one, you highlight the information that there's taillight pieces around there. Number two, he's trying to say that's not circumstantial evidence. That's actual evidence. And
it's actual evidence. There's nothing circumstantial about it. Like, oh yeah, it does. It sets it off hard. I mean, that's the thing. This is why I say anybody lying to people and saying like this was great and Alessi's great and like they're lying, they're grifting. No. It's really that simple.
A good tourney to watch actually is that what is that guy? Matt Panek. He's actually a good one.
Matt Panek, yeah.
And he has his own.
Yeah, I usually find that like I'll do my takes when I'm live, obviously, and then when I'm not live anymore, I'll go and look at some of his stuff and some of John's stuff from the day, and I'll find that they often are saying some of the very same things that I've already said all day.
Yeah, it's shocking when logical people think alike. Shocking, right? It's almost as
but at least it confirms to me that like us normal
people with
critical thinking are not fucking nuts. Like you can clearly see what everyone else on planet Earth that isn't FKR with pom-poms sees.
You know what the funny thing is? It's like the lines they replied to this attorney. He's like, "Are we watching the same trial?" And that's the same question I'd like to ask you because honestly, over all these the defense has not proven a third-party culprit defense at all, nor have they proven a Bodie defense.
Nope. They haven't even proven that one. And that's the one they've been sort of leaning on is the Bodie defense, and they haven't even gotten anywhere near a Bodie defense.
They have failed in thus far, and they're almost halfway through this trial. And that is a problem. And what are they going to do? They're going to bring this dog lady that's going to be embarrassed. Green, if they bring Green back, he's going to be embarrassed. Alker's going to be fucking, you know, if Mr. Alessi has problems with the in-depth research of the expert that he's crossing out, holy fuck is he going to have a problem with Alker because they didn't even report that.
Yep.
They didn't even visit the scene. So, I mean, you got this situation.
There you have it, folks, from an attorney. And she tells us any law tuber saying this was an effective cross is full of shit.
It is full of shit. It is absolutely full of shit. Because this was a disaster. This should have been planned out since the very beginning. I said this in the beginning. This is the most important witness to cross, to disprove, and to destroy. You have to figure out how to destroy this witness completely and utterly for a defense. And if you do not do that, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked.
They're screwed ultimately, in my opinion. They're screwed. Like no matter what kind of quote defense they put on with their shit, Hank is going to eviscerate every single one of them in cross-examination, and they're going to leave with their heads in their hands. Yannetti looks like he's ready to run out the door right now, dude. Like literally, he looks so anxiety-ridden, like he is literally ready to just jet out the door. Like
still doesn't prove Carrie to him. I mean, you have to look at all the evidence collectively. And if you're on a jury and I'm going to list the evidence and you tell me if a reasonable person would find out they hit the car. Karen Reed's mad and drunk at him, thinks that they're about to break up. Karen Reed's John's cell phone shows that he last moves as Karen Reed's car backs up at 24 miles per hour. And then he stops moving, doesn't move anymore. Karen Reed goes home, makes multiple angry phone calls, calls her dad, calls multiple people. Next day, you find she's the first one. She pronounces like she thinks he's somewhat hit. He's been hit. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. There's microscopic taillight pieces in the shirt. There's taillight pieces around. There's multiple witnesses that say that their taillight was broken. There's a video that shows the taillight was broken at 5 a.m. There is also her own statements, her interview.
Yeah, you know what? clearly dog bites with no bottom jaw, no DNA, and inverted upside down. Yeah, you're like genius.
Yeah, I
level.
think like honestly, Detect Vids, I think you probably should look at all the evidence because they're not dog bites. As a person who's actually sat through dog bite cases, I can tell you those are not dog bites. Because there's no puncture, there's no depth in it. Because if you listen to the examiner, you would actually go into the depth of them, that there were puncture wounds, and they're not puncture wounds. There's no puncture wounds to that. And anyone that can tell you if you ever get bitten by a dog, it's gonna be you're gonna get puncture wounds in there.
Punctate wounds, and not in the
wounds.
shirt, but in the skin.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I'm sorry that you think. I mean, you're welcome to your opinion, Detect Vids, but I think your opinion might be wrong in this case. I'm just stating that politely. Turkey Boy, what have you? Turtle Boy, I thought you Turkey Boy. Turtle Boy, what have you to say for yourself? He's gonna have
he'll
to
just
explain
double
himself
and
to his
triple
girlfriend.
down.
He's gonna have to explain himself to his
man.
ex-girlfriend.
I'm sorry that you think that they're dog bites. They're not, and there's no dog DNA nor any puncture wounds. And also, dogs have bottom jaws, and they're not 3 inches apart by each tooth. Just FYI.
Well, you're welcome to your opinion, Detect Vids, but in my opinion, they are not dog bites.
You're not doing very good detecting, in my opinion.
Joy Kimmerhans says Cross.
Joy's an attorney, an actual attorney.
Cross is very disorganized and fails miserably and make meaningful points to hang a hat on in closing. Jury will remember nothing from, and that's the most important. That's why I ask like people, I say, what do you remember? Because that's what the jury's got to remember. If I'm on a jury, I'm going to remember the video demonstration of the arm hitting the glass. I'm going to remember the basically the GPS locations. I'm going to remember that his phone didn't move. This whole argument of 5 seconds and 10 seconds is not going to mean jack and shit. Lockout states and unlocked out states, these are not going to mean anything. And that's the most important thing. It's what the jury's going to remember. The pig DNA was probably...
I didn't know that pig DNA is magically dog DNA. And if you try to tell me that it's a pig's ear that's not covered in slobber dog DNA, I'm literally going to piss myself laughing.
So when
she's
found not guilty,
she won't be found not guilty. She'll be found guilty at least on the drunken driving. So
she wasn't found not guilty in the first trial, because if that was the case, that would be double jeopardy. It was a hung jury. And if she's found not guilty, I mean, there's been guilty people that got innocent verdicts all the time. Casey Anthony, O.J. Simpson, multitudes of people. So there's a bunch of people. So would I be shocked? Not really. With the amount of money and the amount of people that are willing to push in this agenda, not really. It's just be it would miscarriage of justice, just like a lot of other cases. Sometimes the bad guy wins. That's what you learn when you grow up. Bad guys win most of the time. So, I'll just move on. I'll keep my opinions in the case.
Pig ears are covered in dog DNA because they go in the dog mouth, which is slobber, which is covered in DNA. But I mean,
you might want to shut your video
brain
off,
cells together, and you
might want to shut off your video. Just a heads up. Just a heads up. Yeah, just in case. This should be shown to a law students on how not to cross. Mostly annoying was him saying
literally.
Yeah, man. I just think
she was not. The literal Supreme Court shut down that entire thing and said, no, there's no double jeopardy. She's not found not guilty. She's still being tried for those exact 3 charges. I can't deal with the stupidity anymore. I tried. I'm failing. Sorry, you got to go. If you're that dumb, then I can't help you.
Wow,
I cannot even help you. Sorry. Can't do it. Can't do it. Cannot do it. Can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I refuse to entertain that level of stupidity.
I just think detect whatever that person was. I think you need to actually, look into the case. If it was if that appeal actually happened, they wouldn't have a trial right now.
Exactly.
So
the literal Supreme Court, SCOTUS, of the entire United States, slapped that entire thing down. She did not have double jeopardy. She was not found not guilty on 2 or 3 charges. As a matter of fact, she is being tried for those exact 3 charges right now. So,
and the fact is that, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. I think that Mr. Alessi's failing, and it's showing. And I think he needs to focus. If he has a plan, he needs to focus on the plan of attack, so that the jury remembers his cross and certain points of his cross. And right now, the jury's not going to remember Newton's fucking law. You know,
right? Newton's law 1 and 2, and let's go back to freaks and teach a lesson Newton's law 0. It is scary, Julie. It is freaking scary that this many people who are that dumb exist. You want to talk about pig DNA? That would be pig's ear. That would be covered in dog DNA, but no dog DNA is there. Not a hair. I mean, not anything covered in saliva. Like, that's so absurd and ridiculous. It's not even funny.
Yeah,
right?
You got to realize that if you washed away the DNA, you wouldn't see the microscopic tail-like fragment pieces or the blood there. So people need to realize that, unfortunately, you've been bamboozled by a group of grifters that didn't care about the truth, but cared more about making a paycheck, and didn't care about harassing innocent families and innocent people so that they can get money. And unfortunately, some people were part of that, and you're going to have to work that out with your God or whoever you worship.
Or whoever, right? Exactly.
I mean, when you go to the gates of Peter, like with gates of heaven, and you talk to Peter or Jesus or Muhammad or whoever you believe in, and you tell them your story of your life, you'll have to tell them this chapter of your lives, those people who harassed innocent people and attacked children and attacked family members, and why you did it. So my conscience is clear. I never attacked any innocent people. I've never attacked people in real life. So you're going to have to explain that to your creator, not me.
That's right. I sleep just fine. Thank you very much. When it's not, due to my pain waking up, but I sleep fine with a clear conscience and knowing that I've done everything that I can do, including continuing to do everything I can do to dispel the misinformation and help all the victims who have been victimized and continue to be victimized in this whole fucking circus. Like,
by the way,
oh my God, shut up. Microdots removed his video. Ha!
Yeah, well, he was another individual. By the way, if you compare the 3D.
By the defense.
Yeah, he was hired by the defense. And that's the sad thing. A lot of people did not care about being honest to their audience. Because that's what I say. Like, you've been honest to your audience. When you had to change your part, you decided to not, instead of, continuously lying, you took the risk to tell the truth. And a lot of people did that. And unfortunately, they got a lot of backlash for it. But you know what? People should respect people that are willing to change their opinions. Like the Yellow Cottage Tales, who changed his opinion on that case. He could have easily continued and lied. But you know what? People who are willing to tell you the truth, even if it's ugly, those are the people you should be listening to, not people that tell you beautiful lies all the time. So it is what it is, guys. You gotta wake up to that. And the truth of the matter is that this woman most likely, this woman hit her boyfriend, and I believe 100% she did that. But will she be convicted? I don't know. I don't know if there will be a jury member that just doesn't like the cops. I don't know if a Karen Reed person got on there. I don't know if the defense witnesses might have a great defense witness. I just don't know. But do I think she's guilty? 100%. Do I think she'll be convicted? I'm not 100% sure on that one. I don't know.
I think
I
she
really
will be,
don't
but
know.
at least by one thing. But I mean, I don't know. They said that there was a juror that had an appointment. So, I mean, I could believe that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to realize these people have lives, and 21 days without working and being there and on the courtroom all day is a very trying thing for these individuals,
Right. Sorry, Broken Baker, but we don't entertain stupidity, including you. Bye.
Baker. You should really just have an open panel. Let these people up to talk, actually.
So they can sound, I might punch the screen and break my computer. I might.
Yeah, but you got to sometimes having people that seriously, let me give you a little
watched the stupidity of Broken Baker and Kevin couldn't even answer a question without his stupid response that made no sense whatsoever. Like, dude's a clown, an absolute clown.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is I'm just saying this. I've had, me on my where I hang out.
I get it. And
we have an open panel, and often there's people that were completely against us, but after having a discussion and after inviting them on, and after some time them listening, they changed their tune and they realized that they were wrong. So sometimes
I got some people that have changed their tune, but these people are so far gone. They're in the grift. They're not going to magically change their opinions in the grift.
Well, Vala, I'm going to say something to you. There is nothing in this world that has no doubt in it. There's nothing, even the concept of gravity is being redefined every single goddamn day. The concept, there's many concepts that we still have doubts about, and that's how it is. So you're not going to have something without doubt. That's a ridiculous concept, of course.
They don't seem
the-
to know what the difference between reasonable doubt and
Yes.
doubt is.
yeah, reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt. So like that's the
Yep.
thing. It's not without doubt. And you have to realize that nothing, if we held to that standard, no one would ever be convicted unless you had them videotaped killing someone. Koberger would walk free.
Oh, facts, 100%. His is more
Leilani
circumstantial.
Simon, who murdered her child, they
Yep,
didn't have a
gone.
videotape of her. She would be
Nope.
free too. She would
Yep.
walk free, 100%. And lied to the cops. Absolutely, she murdered Quentin Simon. Another case. You know, I mean, like that's nothing is without doubt in a case.
Yep.
I'm sorry,
That's correct.
nothing.
That's right. You can't, there's no way to figure out every tiny little thing that happened and how it happened. You know,
Yeah.
not every injury is going to be explained, and that is okay.
Yeah.
There's plenty of evidence in this case to prove guilt.
I think there's a lot of evidence, and I think Alessi's going to have to clean up. I mean, I think Alessi has to do a miracle tomorrow, like a really great cross.
Good luck.
And I think they're going to need great witnesses for the defense to kind of paint, because I think they need to create a story for themselves that they can sell to the jury. And if they don't do that, and they don't do that push for a reasonable doubt with the totality of their evidence, I don't see them winning. I don't see them.
I mean, is
like,
somebody sending all the idiots over here? Like, bro, we don't want you. Okay, we don't want you. You'll just be blocked and banned. Don't waste your finger push-ups, dude.
I mean, I just think.
Yeah, there's a 50-person conspiracy. That's not reasonable doubt, because it's not effing reasonable. Common sense. Doubt is not any doubt. Okay, it's not any tiny little piece of oh, well, you know, this tail light that they didn't take the 37th piece of tail light that they didn't take a picture of magically means Karen Reed is not guilty. That's not reasonable doubt.
I mean, reasonable doubt is basically you look at the totality of the evidence and you form an opinion. You form like a strong conviction of like, do you believe this person did it? And you go through the evidence and you go through the scenario and you talk to all the 12 jurors. And you say to you, and you all, you know, kind of have a discussion, have kind of a debate on it. And eventually you all come to a consensus on whether you all collectively agree that is beyond reasonable doubt based upon the totality of the evidence.
Hit the nail on the head. It's not beyond all possible doubt. And that's the instruction that the jury gets. Like,
this isn't North Korea. I think, sir, you might be not understanding reasonable doubt. I suggest you watch videos on it and understand that. But
I don't think any of these people really understand much of anything, to be honest. Like,
yeah, I mean, like that's what it is. It's basically a group of people that come together. They look at the evidence. They look at the totality of the evidence at the end of the case. They look at the defense's totality of their evidence and what points they've made, and they decide on which is what they have a strong conviction of. Do they have a
that's
strong?
Okay, Julie. I'm just quicker on the trigger finger. That's all. That's my fault for being quick on the trigger finger. They're clearly being sent over here because, like, I don't ever have this many random trolls popping in. So clearly they're bored or nobody else is live or, you know.
I think a lot of people are just very much understand that Mr. Alessi's crashed and burned, and that's often happens.
And they're freaking out because I don't ever get this amount of trolls. I might get one throughout the day. So clearly means they're freaking the hell out. Like,
yeah, because like no one can. I think Alessi has crashed and burned. He has not created the points he needs. And I'm not saying Alessi's a dummy. I think Alessi's a very smart guy. I just think he's not good at cross.
He's a dummy on the people that he's trying to cross-examine, because if you don't understand what you're trying to cross-examine, then you're being a dummy.
Well,
like,
the thing is like for a guy, when you're doing a cross of a guy that's been in the business for that long and is that much of an expert, you need to be prepared. You need to have your own notes written, ready. You have to have experts that give you the things to attack. You need to attack certain areas and hit your points. But when you're debating like literal fucking like Newton's law with a guy who's an engineer, a biomechanical engineer, what are you doing? That's not a smart move, man. An attorney is not as smart as a biomechanical engineer. It's not a good move, man. And what he should have done was got his points and just kept it moving. But unfortunately,
and got the hell out of there. But he doesn't know how to do that. He drones on and makes it worse for
he's talking about that he might not be done with a full half day tomorrow, which is to me is kind of crazy because like And I think the
because he
reason
likes
why
to argue, and
Well-
also half of his other problem is telling everybody what he's going to do before he does it, and the judges told him like a billion times he doesn't need to do that. You don't need to tell us you're switching topics; just do it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, you're wasting
that's
time.
because that's a deposition tactic. Like that's what people do in depositions a lot. Like that's why I know that he just does depositions. I can tell. I can tell you I've seen a lot of depositions. I'm not going to dox myself, but I've seen a lot of depositions. I would probably see more depositions than most lawyers have in their entire fucking life. Right. And I can tell you, I can get a feeling for an attorney that only does depositions versus an attorney that has done trials. And Mr. Alessi has not done trials. You can see that Jackson, he has done trials. You can tell he is a fucking veteran. That man has cut his teeth in trials left and right. He knows what he's doing. Even Yannetti, I would say, has cut his teeth in trials. But Alessi has not cut his teeth. He is not a trial attorney. He is a deposition / corporate law type of thing. You can see it. You can really see it. And that is a big fucking problem in a case with this high amount of stakes. And people could disagree with me, but I can tell an attorney who's done only depositions and an attorney that does actual trial work. Jackson, veteran. Alessi, beginner.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell he's never done a trial before. And because Sarah, some of these people we know of, they're not here to be respectful. That's their gameplay when they go into any, chat to troll. We know some of those names very, very well. They're not here to be respectful and have an opinion. They're here to troll. That is why. Like, you know that I allow people who are respectful to stay with no problem, as you are one of them, correct? Like, I know some of these names, they're here to just troll. Like,
I mean, I understand why Twist is kind of frustrated with some of these people, because the guy that came in there didn't even know about the things like that, doesn't know about double jeopardy, is trying to say without no doubt, which is not an actual thing that's ever existed in the criminal law, and then talks about North Korea. And it's like, no, we're not in North Korea, because in North Korea, you state the wrong opinion, you go to a work camp, and 3 generations go to a work camp. And that's
sometimes you just get killed and you get disappeared. Like,
yeah. So we're not North Korea. That's kind of ridiculous. We're dealing with a situation. I mean, I think Karen Reed has been given more than enough rights than any person I've seen. And I think the state has been very fair with her. Very, very fair. And I think she's gotten probably best trial attorneys ever, that she could get. So I don't think we're North Korea, and I think you're being a little ridiculous.
Dramatic and I mean, it's clear that the trolls are being sent over, and some of these names we know very well. They're not here to have a respectful conversation or an actual, mind disagreement of actual things. They're here to literally troll. That's what they do.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, 10 hours. Yeah, that's sometimes bad. I mean, I don't know. I just don't understand why Mr. Alessi's being allowed to cross these very essential witnesses. I would say Jackson, because for instance, if you compare
Jackson or Yannetti's crossed plenty of experts in his time, and I think he does it in a more respectful way. I wouldn't have left all of the technical experts up to Alessi. I mean,
this expert didn't Jackson cross Trooper Paul, and didn't he do
so? Yeah,
and didn't he do a very good job with Trooper Paul? And
yeah, I believe it was Jackson that did Trooper Paul. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, Jackson probably could have done a way better job than Alessi. That's why I don't understand why they left every single technical expert up to Alessi. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, why?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that you would. Jackson is a guy who he's a veteran in the business, and allowing him to cross this essential witness. I get you let him cross the technical guy, here and there with data points and stuff like that. But why you don't allow someone cross someone this witness? Like Jackson should have crossed this guy. No doubt in my mind, he should have crossed this guy.
Agreed.
Tim B, for some reason, I picture you looking. I don't look nothing like him, but he's a nice guy.
Jackson, I'm sure everybody has a picture of what you look like, probably.
Probably. I have 16 names they think I am. There's multiple people trying to dox me. They've been trying to dox
shocker.
me.
Shock and horror.
They've also made 5 to 6 different types of pictures, and unfortunately they've been doxing the wrong people. So whatever. So it's kind of weird.
And also, just to answer Sarah's question a little more, I think someone like me who's been harassed since 2023 can usually tell a troll right away versus not being able to tell a troll right away. They literally still, and I kid you not when I say this, send me daily messages and phone calls to.
But the difference, there's a difference between like me, like where I'm usually at. I like to invite the people that disagree with me on the panel because it makes an entertaining show. Like, I can make an entertaining show out of it. So I'm
I've invited plenty of people who just don't come, you know.
And I know how to get into the shit storm. You're like, listen, I mean, you've seen me have discussions with people. You know what I mean? Like,
discussions are good. That's how you sort of get things out.
I could get into the shit storm. Like, if you saw the little debate I had with the glare, it was, you know, like.
Yeah, but you're dealing with like, you know, someone full of their marbles versus someone with no marbles. Like,
I don't know about
it's not even a fair fight. Not even a fair fight.
I don't know about that. I don't think he has full marbles. I think
you have full marbles. He has no marbles. That's my point. It's like, that's not even a fair fight. You're going to be right because he has no idea what he's talking about. Like, that's clear. Like,
I think the reason why Alessi is, I don't know why they allowed Alessi to do that. I don't know. Maybe they're worried about, you know, some kind of information coming out or something like that. And that's why I think like the person that's going to do the direct for the ARCA witnesses is not going to be Jackson. It's going to be Alessi. I have a feeling he's also going to do the dog bite expert. But the problem with the dog bite expert is that he literally.
You think he's going to do Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Jeez.
100%. I think
really?
He's going to do.
He does Dr. Russell. That is going to be worse than I thought it was. Like,
he's going to do Dr. Russell. He's going to do the ARCA witnesses.
Jeez, Louise.
And I think if they bring back Lucky, Yannetti will do that one. And
I don't think they're going to bring back Lucky.
They might. But yeah,
I mean, if they do, that'd be crazy. But I don't
because remember who did the voir dire of Dr. Russell before?
Jackson did, right?
No, remember Alessi? They was asking questions about the.
Oh yeah. Oh, the most recent one. I thought you meant the first trial. Yeah.
Yeah, the most recent one. It was Alessi.
Yeah, it was. You're right. Alessi's so they might have him do it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a feeling he's going to do the ARCA one and he's going to do the dog bite one, and I think like. It's going to be a fucking bloodbath with that one. It's going to be real bad.
It's going to be so bad. So freaking bad. Like, and that's another thing. Unless he wrote that damn report and it's like, bro, it's already out. Like, we know it. We know you helped the lady write the damn report. And like, you have no, like, I'm sorry, but the dog has to have a bottom jaw. Their teeth have to be not 3 inches apart. Okay. And they have to have punctate wounds. There's nothing, no dog DNA, no dog hair, no puncture wounds, no bottom jaw. No, like, as Hank pointed out, was the dog's mouth upside down? Was it inverted? Like,
yeah,
come on, man.
I agree. I think like, honestly, in this trial, you got to think critically. And I think like, you have to reevaluate what the defense has done. And if you can, like, I'm going to ask the Carefree KRME people, I want you to grab a piece of paper and I want you to like, just visualize what you can remember, what the defense has done. And then do the same thing for the prosecution and then compare the list. And you will remember, and the more you're probably going to remember more of what the prosecution has put forth than a defense. And that's what the jury's going to do. Jury's going to come back with what they remember. And it's going to be very, very important.
Yeah, it is. And that's the thing is, what does the jury remember? What sticks out in the jury's mind? And that's ultimately.
That's always the most important thing. You know what I mean? Exactly. We can speculate all we want about, you know, what we would think and stuff like that. But I often go with jurors are regular people, just like everyone else in this chat or everyone else. They come in there neutrally. And they're basically going to remember the things that stand out to them. And then they're going to use their own life experiences and their own common sense. And then they're going to talk to 12 other people and compare their own life experiences and their own common sense and the evidence. And they're going to come to a decision. And that's pretty much it.
Right.
And we'll see what happens. I mean, and you got to remember, last trial wasn't as strong as this trial. And there was 9 people that were willing to get guilty on the woman.
Well, you have to, yeah, exactly. I was able to say, you have to remember, more than half of that jury did not buy the conspiracy in the first trial. You think they're going to buy it?
Even the guy that didn't want to do the guilty didn't believe in the dog theory or the ARCA witnesses.
Or the ARCA witnesses. Yep.
And now, and I
And
truly
now it's
believe,
worse.
yeah, if they would have
Now
had this,
he said with Karen's clips, he would lean towards a conviction.
yeah, because her own words confirm what the people have said. You know, suddenly, you know, when they says I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Now you have a clip of her confirming that.
Right.
Now you have the clip of her saying clipping, and now the expert said clipping as well, and your defense attorney has outlined it perfectly. And it's just it's a very bad situation for Karen Reed's in a group, and I think like at this point, they're going to have to do a lot of recovering, like a lot of work, because there's been a lot of damage. So they're going to have to do some recovery with this witness, and when they do their case in chief, they're going to have great experts that really paint the narrative of some sort of dog attack or something that points not to a car accident.
Right. Exactly. So my daughter has a German Shepherd, funny enough. And I'll tell you right now, German Shepherd's teeth are not 3 inches apart from each other. So like,
now a lot of people said he was very defensive, but when you're being asked nonsensical questions or confusing questions or compound question, which by the way is a very big no-no for an attorney.
Bad form.
Yeah, you never ask compound questions as an attorney. You want quick, simple questions that elicits the answers you want. And you also want to leave no open-ended questions. Meaning you don't want to ask an open-ended question that allows the guy to explain everything. You want to ask him a direct question and boom. This whole do you agree with me or disagree with me shit? No, that's a terrible way to ask a question. That is a horrible way to ask a question because it elicits you to allow the person to explain when they disagree with you. And that is not a good way to do it. And you're asking questions that leave like you don't know the answer to, and that's not good either. So
Nope.
he's fucking up in this trial. Like this is mistakes you can make in a deposition, but you can't make these types of mistakes on a trial because people are watching. A deposition, you fuck up a little bit, who cares? As long as you get the information, you're fine. But with a trial, this woman's life is on the line.
No, that's the kicker though, Joy. He was not on the team when she signed that ineffective counsel, unless the judge made her sign a new one. So, I mean, that's kind of like it could be like the roundabout, you know?
He accomplished worse than nothing. If he accomplished nothing, it would have been an improvement. He actually highlighted the evidence and actually made himself look like a complete fool. I guarantee the jury was laughing at him when the witness stated the bones are on the outside. I guarantee you.
What, bro? Like, were we really?
And that's another problem. He has lost control of the cross. He has completely lost control, and you can hear his voice is yelling. He's too emotional. He has lost control, and that is a big problem.
When you start screaming like that, you've lost it, and like you've literally lost the battle.
Yeah, you've lost control completely, and I think that's a major problem for him.
Even in the voir dire after Hank, do you notice where his voice went straight up? Why? Because he felt rattled at that point. You know?
He felt embarrassed. He knew it was an embarrassing performance, and he knows it. He knows it's an embarrassing performance. He's a smart guy, and he knew he fucked up. He fucked up badly, and he's probably gonna get fucking yelled at. 10 ways from Sunday tomorrow.
Absolutely.
But anyway, I'm going to skedaddle. It was good talking to you.
See you later, B. Tim. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Yeah, I mean, she is acting as her own counsel, you know, at this point in the trial. This is sort of what she's doing, is acting as if she's in her own counsel. We see her with the laptop and telling her attorneys what to do. And it's like, how embarrassing for the attorneys. I mean, she's definitely a nightmare to an attorney as a client, because you don't want, you know, your experience, you're an attorney, you know what you're doing, right? Like, you might want to go ask, like, you know, Troll HQ has paged you guys back. You guys got to go back. Like, you know, they're paging you right now. You know, they're calling all of you to come back. So like, take your Kool-Aid cultists and run on over to the HQ. They've been calling you for a while. They need you back over on Twitter because there's a full-fledged meltdown happening. You're in stage 5 status over there. Okay. Stage 5 clinger. They're hanging on for dear life, and they need your help. So you guys are gonna have to go back over there. I'm just saying, like, you know, shit. He was not. So Karen did not have a lessee when she had signed that. So, but we don't know if the judge made her sign another one when she got more attorneys. I don't know. I can't answer that. We don't know. You know, I don't know. scattered, beyond scattered. But, you know, Julie makes a good point, which is like, let him keep going. He's helping the Commonwealth. But at the same time, I don't want to be tortured every day. All right. It's a form of torture for all of us at this point to have to deal with it. All right. It's nonsensical. He's saying nonsensical things that don't make any sense. Asking a question to an expert of things that make no sense. The expert cannot answer it. And then trying to play trick question games, which are asking the question, Dr. Welcher answers it. And then Alessi saying, but that's not what my question was, and changing the question. And then Dr. Welcher then calling him out again and saying, well, that's not what you asked me. What you asked me was this, and I answered it. So it's like, that is mind numbing to keep doing that over and over and over and over. And what is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know, right? Considering I don't smoke cigarettes anymore and I haven't in like a year. I only have my vape. I love how they say that because it's extremely funny to me while they watch the glare just, you know, chain smoke all stream. Like, I have a problem with my quitting smoking. It's amazing, right? Like, right? I would have bowed out already. I would have been like, listen, I can't take you as a client anymore. I got to get the fuck out of here. Like, if most of the attorneys I know have said that they would have bowed out of this if they had a client like that. Like, nope, can't do it. Sorry. Like, Christina Rex reporting Thursday is a half day until 1:30 p.m. because the juror has an appointment. Yeah, that's what the judge said. Judge said the juror's got an appointment. I don't want to say you missed anything important because, like, really what you missed was Alessi making a fool out of himself. A little mind numbing, to say the least. But Dr. Welcher does have some great comebacks. I think it's a watch if you want to watch Dr. Welcher make an absolute fool out of Alessi. That's for sure. Like, yeah, the whole half day, that's just absurd. Like, and of course, it's because he can't do anything streamlined. So when he says, I'm trying to make this faster or streamlined, I have to sit here and laugh because no, he's not. Because he has to tell us every tiny little thing he's doing before he does it. There's no friggin' reason for it. None at all. Like, none. Right? He might get a performance bonus if he goes into June. Like, right? The Welch. Like, Dr. Welcher was not dealing with his nonsense. He just wasn't. You weren't going to ask him compound questions. You weren't going to change the question and act like you didn't just ask him that because you didn't like the answer. And that's what used to happen all day today. Is he didn't like the answer Dr. Welcher was giving him, right? And so he'd say, but that's not the question I asked. And then Dr. Welcher would say, that is what you asked. And now you're asking me this, which is something different. And so now my answer to this is whatever the answer would be. And so he sort of caught him, like doing it over and over and over. It's like, what do you think that looks like to a jury? The jury just heard the words that came out of your mouth. So they know that's not what you asked him. So by you acting like that is what you asked him and then being like, like it's the witness's fault. Like, let me say it a different way. Like, you're not saying it a different way. You're asking a completely different question. Like, I mean, you have to know that the jury notices these things. Oh, he more than dog walked him for sure. Like, more than dog walked. Yep. You know, I think we all need an aspirin and maybe a nap after that. Maybe an aim. If he's paid by the word, you know, he's got to be rich because holy bagoli. John DePetro was inside the court, Christina Rex, but John DePetro is where you should keep your eyes on. And there were actually some people on the Free Karen Reed side actually were taking a nap today. Lots of people fall asleep in that courtroom when Alessi's up, I find. It's hilarious because it's only when he's up that they fall asleep. All right. I'm going to wrap this up. I'm tired. I'm hungry. And I've been on for over 8 hours. We're going into like almost 9 at this point. So I love your stinking faces. Try to not feed the trolls today, folks. All right. We do have a Discord that you can all point and laugh at the ridiculousness and the meltdown that's happening. I will be there in a little while because I have a little pointing to do myself. So I love your faces. Do me a favor on the way out. If you already didn't, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. If you would like to donate to the channel, we can always use that help. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link for those of you who want to do it credit or debit. We very well appreciate it. We also have our monetization, so you can do super chats and super stickers and memberships. So I love you. If you donate when I am not live anymore, I'll read it again in the morning. I will see you guys at 8:30 tomorrow morning, as always, to watch Alessi crash and burn some more. I love your stinking faces, everyone. See you later.